you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh, yes, very soon. They are building it now.
Hello, chatto. It's Tuesday, and coming up today on Building a Nation, we are 14 games unbeaten. That includes cups. The league, if you count friendlies, we're counting them too. We've knocked Legia out the cup on penalties. We found a 4-star CA 15-year-old Polish player playing in the top flight who's probably going to lead this entire league to glory. Today, we bomb through many more league games, get our youth intake preview, keep that unbeaten run going, all that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, and we're fucking dancing. I just punched myself in the side of the head. I just punched myself in the side of the head. That still counts. That still counts. Ow. Aside from that, oh lordy lord. Okay. But the headphones survived. Crucially, the headphones survived. Do you know what? That makes it better, if anything. Oh yeah. Look. I have been able to wear this. Like, I've had this for like 2 weeks, but I haven't actually been able to wear it because of all the sponsored streams. Adam, thank you for the 27
My first live stream and the first competent intro. Clearly I'm a good omen.
Could be. Maybe it's like January all over again. What a day that was. J Alex, or even Jalix. Thank you so much for the Prime as well. That is very, very nice of you. Welcome aboard, everybody. Troy Parrott in it, though. Seriously. Also, it was unbelievably difficult for me to track down the highlights of that game. Normally, when it's like European qualifiers, I'm like, oh, that's fine. I'll wait a few hours till after the match, type it into YouTube, and it'll be on some type of media agency's page, right? Impossible. Still haven't actually seen them. All I saw was a clip of his goal on TikTok. And apparently the game was on Amazon Prime or something, but they don't seem to have highlight packages on there from what I could tell. Absolutely mental. With or without you in it. Do you know what? Take me. Take me with you. Captain Guinness, thank you very much for the follow. What's your favourite beverage? It better be milk. Damn it. 10 different versions. Yeah, maybe I need to get a VPN. Pay-per-view on Prime. Yeah, what the hell is that about? Like, the VPN in no, honestly. Like, so for example, the English stuff, because it's on ITV Sport, that goes straight onto ITV Sports channel. When the ones where they were showing like random qualifiers and stuff of various things like Euros and stuff on Sky, they put up like little 2-minute highlight clips. Why would they make the highlights so hard to find? And as far as I know, there wasn't even a highlight package available on Prime. Okay, well, at least it's out now, because it was really, really weird. Like, really, really weird. Now, I need to do a payout of the prediction as well, don't I? Because I didn't mess up the intro. I like the fact that more of you believed in me today than last time. I'm taking it. We've gone from 63% not believing to 58%. I'm going to win y'all over. Just you wait, friends. There you go. Enjoy your points. We've got to do something with the points until we get to a Champions League final. It's going to be a while, yeah, I suspect. Anyway. Friday in Blue Water, are you? I won't be, because I have videos to make. Actually, for once. It's true. Crazy. Free on FIFA Plus. Yes. I just find it always weird when they put football behind, international football, especially behind paywalls. It's like with the whole MLS thing where it was on Apple TV Plus, but you needed another subscription in order to actually view it on Disney or whatever it was, Apple TV or whatever. It's like, you've bought the rights to it, and then you've hidden it. I understand that you're doing that to try and encourage people to buy those subscriptions, but if a league is trying to grow, the last thing it needs is to put more paywalls between. And obviously, Apple don't care about that, right? They just care about the revenue. But from a standpoint of the MLS, for example, it just always feels so weird to me that you would put like more barriers between yourself and people actually seeing your sport if you're trying to grow it, for example. Premier League, obviously, they don't care about that. They've grown. They are the biggest or whatever of all those things. But for smaller leagues, it never really made sense to me why they would do that. Yeah, I heard they've changed that for next season, presumably because of this exact reason, right? Still wild, though. I think there was a couple of follows I missed as well, actually, wasn't there? Yes, there was. Crisis, thank you for the follow. And Vestilimus, thank you for the follow. That was just before I went live as well. It's like you knew that I was about to go live. And also, Bart, thank you for the Prime and the follow like an hour ago, which is really kind of you as well. Don't know if you're even still here, but if you are, thank you for that. Want to make sure you get your just desserts as well. So, let's get off my big face. Because I've actually made use of the saved selections. Would you believe it? Crazy times, I know, because we had a load of players that are going to be missing for this game, so I've saved the selection before I got rid of them, and that way I can bring them back in again using our lovely little tool. Oh, do they not appear in there? I guess you have to manage them and bring them back in again, I guess? Oh no, hang on, use selection best. I think that's actually the one, it's just called best. Why does it need to have use select... Okay. Weird, I was expecting to just see one called best, which is what I called it. My intro skills are up there. All I have to do is pretend I'm recording a YouTube video and I suddenly become entirely competent. The problem is, I don't usually record 4-hour YouTube videos where I'm staring directly into the camera like this, where I'm actually fine and able to talk relatively coherently. It's just whenever I glance across the chat, there's just too many inputs going on at once. My brain can't process them all correctly. People give you money. Oh, you got it. Nice one, Harv. That's awesome, man. I can actually get off of this screen, can't I? I think. Yes, I can. Love to see it. Hello, Jalix. Classic Hugh Laurie stuff. Is that because I'm always limping? Is that what it is?
First
I haven't told anyone it's
team to
lupus
get to
yet.
30 points.
If that
A
helps.
fight involving Manson. 28 save Wedgie. Let's bloody waddy go Aves go.
Legitimately, we're going to win it all. I can't believe it. The start of this season is absolutely insane. There's no one within 4 points of us. It just looks... okay, I know it's only the Islanders, but they're actually better now. I was so surprised with that result. Massively happy with it, though. Manson absolutely... Was it Anders Lee he was fighting? Just absolutely annihilated him. Like, why is he messing with Josh Manson? What are you doing? Silly. Youth Intake today, I doubt it. That will almost certainly be next stream because it's November, no matter how many games we get through. Just because I feel like the games... I don't know if anyone else has noticed this. The games take longer on key highlights than they used to. It feels like there's a little bit of slowdown, even when you've not got it on dynamic, which obviously I don't anymore, to enable us to get a bit further through. But yeah, Harv, the second you get that, so get yourself set up on that. Make sure you do all the tax form stuff, because that's where Twitch could really get you, and they'll steal loads of your money. Wow, he's not worth a lot at all, is he? I like that his value is nearly as low as his wage, which is, or rather, his wage is nearly as high as his value, I suppose. It's the best way to look at it, right? Ah, dear. Love to see it. So yeah, now what did I miss? Definitely. But yeah, I got distracted. Literally, it was the Hugh Laurie thing that absolutely threw me. I'm like, you know what? Yes, we're both British, and that's the closest comparison I really have to him. I've once been to the doctor. January transfer window. Well, you say that, but we don't have any money. Windows would take ages if I had any money to spend, but currently we don't, and I don't know how much more we're going to get in January. There's a couple of guys I want to try and move on, which will allow us a little bit of cash. But one thing I am excited about is when January comes, if we do get any money, exploiting the shit out of Transfer Room In. I was editing the, I was doing the cut down on it for the scouting video yesterday, and I know I mentioned that I found a Vanuatu and 5-star, or 4.5-star potential player in that. I also, in that same video, forgot that I also found a Tanzanian 5-star guy who PSG were trying to sign. From a team called Fountain Gate. January window is in Feb. Look, okay. I feel like the January window is more of a state of being, you know? Whether it's in January or not, it's a state of mind. Much like when you're playing in a league that plays through the summer and you're talking about the... when you say over the summer, you really mean the winter. And everyone knows what you mean, which is even better. But yeah, I know what you mean about it. It does feel slower on key highlights. That was one of the things that was pointed out to me when we first got hold of this. And it has improved. It was actually a lot worse at one point. So... It used to take an awful long time to get through games. Clappertudes that might... It is. Get off the wage bill. Yeah, I think that might be my second choice option, basically. Just, if we can't get an immediate sale for them, loan with an option, or just a loan to get them out the wage bill for the time being, and then they'll, in theory, be leaving in the summer anyway, right? I like the fact that Sweden could still qualify for the World Cup, can't they? Because of Nations League or something? Even though they've got like 1 point. It's not looking good, Brev. Also, shout out to Malta again, who gave Poland a bloody close run. I think it was last night, in fact. Was it 3-2 in the end, or did Poland get another goal? All I know is, fair play. Where have Malta suddenly got all this footballing ability from? They've got 3 goals in their last 2 games. They had 1 before that. So yeah, there's Troy Parrott. Irish hero, of course. God, he's still only 23. I remember when he was like an absolute goated wonder kid. Not even that long ago, honestly. Back when he was still at Spurs. I mean, he might still have decent PA for all I know. I mean, his record. So far, at least. Oh, that was in real life, wasn't it? 14 and 20. I mean, that's a goal like... What the hell? Oh, I thought I was getting a phone call there. I mean, as a Hungarian, I could see why you would hate that, yeah. But still. Ronaldo still banging goals, really? And what league is that in? Continental competitions will say, yeah, we used to have this exact same problem when we were managing in African Adventure. The amount of times I would say, oh, if we have a really good year, we might qualify for Europe. Because saying things like, we might qualify for Africa, it just doesn't sound right. I ended up having to say things like, we qualified for a continental competition, but it's such a mouthful. In the end, I think we literally just went back to saying, oh yeah, we're going to get into Europe. Because everyone knew exactly what you meant anyway. It just works, the aura is off. Exactly. Thoughtful gaming. Thank you very much for the very thoughtful follow of you. Welcome aboard, my friend. Lovely to have you here. Yeah, that's good there. Argentine Troy Parrott. No, I don't blame them, honestly. What's Messi got that Troy Parrott doesn't? Arguably, Parrott's got a better name. Bro's named after a bird.
Do you know
What
if
more
there's
do you
a
want?
train
Sligo
coming
Rovers.
anytime soon?
Oh, yes.
Love to
very
see it.
soon.
Owen Elding.
They are building it now.
Unfortunately, because of the scouting range that we have, which is basically none, we can't see much about poor Owen. Poor Owen Elding? He's having a lovely time playing for Sligo Rovers, or is he? Yes, he is. Oh, 16-17. Not bad, actually. Look at him in he jumper. Yeah, it's the first time I've actually been able to wear this. I've had this for like a couple of weeks, but obviously we've done three straight sponsored streams. That's really hard to say. My goodness. Jonah P, thank you for the follow. So there he is as well. And Fountain Gate. Yeah, so Fountain Gate aren't Vanuatuan. Fountain Gate are Tanzanian. But they're not a club I was familiar with. Because when I think of Tanzania, I think of Simba. And there's another team as well. But these are the lads that are... Look at that badge. Like, I'd never heard of these guys before. Are they even top flight in Saturn? I'm assuming they are. It's just because we've not got it switched on or anything, right? But yeah, it was really weird. And this is how I kind of knew that Young Africans, yes, this is how I kind of knew that that transfer in thing with the right settings could be goated. Because in one report, I found Vanuatu guy and a guy from Fountain Gate who was actually way, way better, but from a slightly less obscure nation. He was wanted by PSG whilst playing for Fountain Gate in like season 4. And I think he was 18 or 19 years old, which means you could have found him even earlier than that. It's crazy. And that's the sort of players I feel like we will be able to sign as well once we get to that stage in this save. Weird kits too, yeah. Their badge is kind of sick, although it does look a little bit like clip art, but like fancy, nice clip art. Dublin Airport renamed itself Troy Parrott. Did they actually? I mean, I do like that kind of stuff. It's international football, I feel like, gives a way better kind of... It gives more memes. There's more like... stuff like that, basically. People renaming random stuff. I bet you there's at least several local restaurants in Dublin that have now launched the Parrot Burger or the Parrot Pizza or something along those lines, you know? This first season, nice. Actually, that reminds me. What saves are you guys actually doing? And are you on your like full saves now? Or are some of you still doing beta stuff, if you like, while you wait for like maybe one more patch? Because this is what we saw that conversation about delaying fun as to whether you want to jump in now or whether you want to wait for one more patch. But then with the way that FM is right now, it's like, what is the one more patch? So from Match Jumper, they did. It's called a Fulham design. My VOD comment. I did, Steve. I did. And not only have I seen it, I actually saved it for one of the things we're going to discuss in today's Matt Reads the VOD comments section. It was one of the ones I highlighted for that. We'll get to that, though, maybe after this game. I won't do it at half time this time like I did last time. Yes, we've got a few players out today, which is not great. Full Youth Academy. Wow, that's going to be crazy tough. The 100% challenge. Wait, is that all of the achievements? Because there's some weird ones in FM. Some of which you have to do like online nonsense and draft. Well, not anymore, I guess. Oh, dear. One more game to one more patch. Yeah, I am starting to get the one more game vibes, though. That was one thing I was missing for a bit. But now that I'm playing this save, I'm very much getting that. Especially after the 4-all. That game against Legia was the greatest... Is there really, Brenda? Oh, that's good to know, actually. I kind of hated that you had to play multiplayer in order to get achievements in a game that's historically a single-player game. Like, maybe have them separate things. But that's kind of cool, actually. Maybe there weren't any in the past. I don't know. But I think there wasn't there, in previous games? Right, let's get these guys loaded in. But honestly, that Legia game, it can... Ooh, hello. It contained everything I liked about the match engine this year. And has their groundsman been having a bit of a... What's going on there, lads? I guess in Poland you can have different pitch textures. I like that we're still not even in the top 7 despite our 14 points. Love you too, Pog. You're lovely. Pog's had a fry-up, so she's happy right now. She's had a fry-up. She's at a marina. Living her best life as per. Oh, no, it seems to be fine now. I think it was just the texture from afar. Just want to make sure that my graphics settings are still set to custom. Yeah. Just want to make sure it hasn't gone back to like the old settings I used on my old PC or something. Rejumpers, you got to. Plus, I'd say it's technically Movember, and it is, but that isn't the reason. I just like having a mustache. I kind of alternate between having a mustache and just going like, not clean shaven, I look weird. The stadium mods are getting there. They're still far away. But one cool thing, though, we are most likely getting Bassy Boy on the pod soon. Not immediately, in like a couple of weeks. Because I think that's going to be a really, really interesting conversation. Because it's a really unique sector of the game at the moment. The modding, specifically that style of modding. And I'm really looking forward to that potential podcast. Just to sort of get an idea of his process and how he does it, why he does it, etc. I think that's going to be a really, really interesting interview. We've actually got a lot of good stuff coming up soon. which is really exciting. Got a double interview tonight as well, actually, which is really cool. It's going okay, Ginger. This is our first game of the stream, to be fair. I even got it loaded into the game, and then Square, please. Oh my God, is he going to give a penalty for this? If he does, I think he is, right? If this is given, this is amazing. That's brilliant. The player dwelt on the ball too much. Our strikers nicked it off of him, albeit him standing with the ball is a little bit dodgy. But the fact that he nicked it off of him, pulled him back, and it actually gave the penalty. That's so sick. Who takes our penalties? Is it Rodado? I think it's Rodado, right? I assume it would be. It is Rodado. Come on. Good penalty, 1-0. Get in, lads. That's lovely. I just like seeing cool stuff. Yeah, I do want to do... I don't believe it's hard to add Ice Pappy. Because, bear in mind, we have the Polish Women's League switched on for this save, even though we're not managing in them. I'd have to ask Hadrian how hard that was to add in, because he did this for me, obviously. But I don't believe... And he did some extra stuff that you probably wouldn't even need to do, really. I think a lot of the case, if the teams exist, it should just be a case of turning them on. Yes, Dan, sorry, apologies. If you've not tuned into one of my streams for a while, yes, I did move house. In fact, it was 1 year and 2 days ago that we officially got the keys to this place. So, yeah, this is a new setup, hence the standing desk. And the fact that this is an actual office and not a bedroom, most importantly. That's the crucial part. I actually have an office in my house. Oh, what a day. Oh, God. Ooh, he's going to shoot, isn't he? Oh, fucking hell. I like not being mad about goals and feeling like, oh, that's annoying. That deflection is a heinous deflection, but I understand completely why that's gone past our goalkeeper. This is glorious. Like, I like being annoyed about conceding a goal because I've conceded a goal and not because of the way the goal has come about in the sense of the actual game itself. That is one of the things I'm really enjoying about the match engine in general. Okay, that's really annoying. But to be fair, our goal was cheesy as hell at the same time, so I think we'll be okay. This will be a tough one anyway. You're actually playing with them. Was he the one that took the penalty? Oh, he was the one that struck the ball there, yeah. That's the thing. It's all about progress, Daz. Like, it's all proof of concept at this point. I'm just excited to see where they can go with it, and with the rate of development... Oh, please, not another one. That's a good clearance header, but I think at some point I am going to have a closer look at our defending set pieces again, because it seems like we're only leaving one player up a lot of the time, and I think that's costing us chances on the counter-attack, because the players that are back aren't pushing out far enough. Does it actually now? Oh, that's cool. Oh, God. Okay, we're actually losing now. Typical. I called the stream Unbeaten Run, and we are 14 unbeaten, and now we're not. Well, we won't be at this rate. Every update makes a huge step forward for me. Did he knock this down for him? Okay, that's just a bloody great goal. I can't even be mad again. I mean, our defenders have got to do better, but it does look like their striker is an absolute mountain man. Makovsky here, I would imagine he's at least 6'4", right? Oh, he's not even a striker. He's a number 10. 6'3" with 15 jumping reach. Yeah, he's probably going to have the better of our centre-backs today. And it's kind of cool because they're clearly playing into that style. And I don't know what we can do about that tactically. We're going to probably concede goals in this game because they're going to have a better option of us. No worries, Gijo. I'm always happy to explain. Keep things up to date. Oh, that would have been such a nice goal as well. That would have been such a nice goal. Oh, that was a bit shady as well. I think it was my fault. I truly think that, Renzo, most of the time in the game, it really is the issue is usually the big meaty bit behind the screen, and that's us in this case, and it's now 3-1. We're 3-1 down to Tichi. Or Tihi. Hang on, is this club pronounced their surname? The last part of this pronounced Tihi. Because the C would be silent, wouldn't it? Like in Harrogbury. So is this club, is it actually pronounced Tihi? Because that's incredible if it is. Now that I think about it a little bit more. Where I don't want to think about it is the fact that we're 3-1 down here. This is going to be really, really tough. I'll see you later, Stoily. The Michael Jackson 11, innit? Because look, GKS, Tihi. So, all right, okay. So, Tihi. Either way, it's brilliant. We need to ask Tome, really. Notifications. I don't know, Gijo. If you look below the stream panel, there's a little notification panel bar, like a little bell. Sometimes that gets ticked on or off defaultedly. So that could be the reason. Yeah, we've kind of... I say we've cooked. We haven't created much outside the penalty, truly. This has just been a bad performance for the most part. Like with Jackson. In it. Yeah, the 5 clear-cut chances thing. Sometimes players are just going to go bad through bad patches, of course. But usually there's little things you can do. Like, for example, we had a lot of issues with Rodado initially. I say a lot. He was still missing chances, and we were getting a lot of players missing chances. I think what we've tried to do, basically, is try to put them in the best position to succeed. Now, obviously, if they're missing clear-cut one-on-ones all the time, there's not a lot you can really do about that. But, oh my god. I still feel like we can salvage a draw out of this game. But it does look like the unbeaten run is coming to an end here. Right when we had a chance to go back into the top 7, finally, which is really annoying. Gulazzo! Thank you for the 2 years, my man. How are you? And Kaku with the 47 on top of that as well. I'd love to see it. Oh, dear.
Did you know that there's a mega rich Arab trying to buy up every fish and chip shop in Britain? His name is Sultan Vinegar.
Sultan? Honestly, I find the crowd noises aren't really that good. I don't believe they match the context of the situation or the league, or I think that a lot more work would need to be done on that for me to want to turn those on, because I don't believe they're not very immersive. I find I feel like they're essentially the same whether you're playing at Old Trafford or a non-league ground for the most part, and I don't think they match the context of what's going on the pitch enough for me to want to use them yet. Be a thriller in it. Oh, that was a nice little deflection as well, actually. Borzic, technically, he is still underperforming. I checked before stream. He has 3 goals in the league from 3.4 XG. So he is still actually our underperforming king. He's just getting a few goals while doing it, I guess. Like in everyone. So, Tichy? Fiona! I guess it's tough with using an example of everyone because the Y isn't really pronounced particularly strongly in that word. I understand that's the kind of example, but it's tough to use that as a phonetic pronunciation test. Ah, dear. Ice Pappy, thank you for the follow. Much record crowd sounds. I think more to do with licensing. It's the same reason that football chants aren't really a thing in a lot of games, because you'd have to actually license the original songs and all that sort of jazz too. It's tough to do. It's the same reason that they don't have stadiums in this, right? It doesn't help that we've got 3 first-team players missing from our lineup today. I mean, should we be losing this? Probably not, but they actually have been the better side in the end, really. Like, in terms of creation, all we forgot is our penalty. If we remove that, we've not done a lot today other than keep the ball. So, with that in mind, Jesus, Leliveld has been shocking. A rare clanger from him, in fairness. Farini's been awful too. I still have Kuziemko, right? Yeah. He's still not quite content with that role yet. Borzic maybe for him? It's tough to know what to do at that point because the rest of the team is just not at the races today. We've got 2 players suspended, which doesn't help. Very attacking. I mean, I'd maybe move to attacking, but very probably not worth it. But attacking could... I mean, at this point, we've got nothing to lose, right? E. So, E. So basically just like E, then. Every. So, Tichi. Oh, no, Tihi. It would be Tihi in this case, wouldn't it? Oh, I love it. It's pronounced Pulisic now. That is true. Tixie? Is that Tixie Beginistan? Oh, go on, get one back here. Do something before you get substituted, lads. Or slip it through. Ah, there's one more play. Wait, I don't think we're done yet. We're continuing to recycle the ball. Come on. Oh, mate, Luboy, that's my whole strategy with this one. My whole strategy is to... Everyone makes an E sound. Everyone. How else would you pronounce the word everyone? 2 years of
watching this mediocre streamer.
Everyone.
Up to Wisła.
I don't know. Cotton, thank you for the 24 months as well. There's a lot of 2-year subs today. You'd love to see it. Look at count. It's much with the counters. I find that with very attacking, you generally end up with less discipline. Not less discipline. It's the long-range shooting that annoys me, for the most part, with the very attacking. That might be different this year, honestly. But I feel like I still prefer to go to like attacking at the very most, unless it's like last 5 minutes and we're desperately losing and need something. But I'd honestly, at that point, rather make the changes with personnel. James is through! James is through! It's 3-2. This man. 2 years after start model. I guess it is, yeah. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Just about. Look at this. He's bundled his way the entire way through. He's playing 1-2s off of defenders. That's brilliant. The fact that he's just bundled his way the entire way through is a really nice finish again from James. Attacking is totally viable as a start. It just means that you want to play high risk. So that's how you get like quite high. That might honestly have been why some of your players were taking their chances a little bit weirdly as well. Because it does make players snatch at things a little bit, I find. Or it did in the past anyway. Sub stuff is now live on my channel. Nice! Yeah, if you needed any help with it, I would have helped you. Because it's is it the WB or W8EN form or something that you have to fill in for the IRS stuff? Otherwise they'll withhold like 40% of your revenue. Morning, Dagger. Sorry, morning, Dag. Dag? Igbekeme is glorious, frankly. Oh, hang on a minute. I'm telling you, this still feels doable. Oh, keeper's missed it. Come on. Krzyżanowski pulls it through, and it's in! It's Rodano, it's 3-all. Come on! Up the Wisła. Angel Rodano. Wow. We've come out of nowhere. Tee-hee! It's 3-all. We're playing some lovely stuff. Look at this. The goalkeeper's complete... I mean, to be fair, he does get blocked off by his own defenders, as well as our attackers here. But Krzyżanowski, to just drop that low, Rodano gets across the front post, 3-all. Bang in. Lovely. Oh, that's beautiful. A chocolate orange Rocky bar. Ooh, I could do, but I mean, I'm not sponsored by them. I'm not sponsored by anyone at the moment, as it happens. Which means this is open ad space. If you happen to have a company, you know, get on in there. I'd just settle for a 3-all draw at this point. Like, we probably, in the end, actually did deserve the win just because of those substitutions actually made a huge difference in this game. And going on attacking genuinely brought us forward more. Title remains valid. 15 unbeaten. Is it annoying to drop points here? Yeah. But... like GKS aren't like a super bad team. What I would say though is, and I was looking at the stats after the last stream, we had conceded 0 goals in our last 6 league games. We'd kept 6 consecutive clean sheets in the league, and then we've conceded 3 in 1 game here. So a little bit against the run of play in some ways, but still, that's glorious. Better mid-game data. It definitely does need better mid-game data. They need to bring back like just more advanced stats, or at least the ability to see stuff within highlights. There definitely needs to be something cracking there for sure. Whoa, what the hell was that? Mid and during game, yeah, for sure. I would love to see just more data available to you mid-game. It's Prozone. I don't think Prozone's been in it for a while, to be fair, because obviously Prozone was a sponsored, like a branded thing. But essentially the chalkboard stuff is what got removed, which we did know about, but I don't know if we realised how wide-ranging some of those things were going to be in terms of what actually got sucked out. Right. I'm going to still praise the team because they came back really, really well. The substitutes actually did a great job in the end. I mean, did they? Giger got a 7. Nika, yeah, they all did. They all gained rating. Lovely. I like that it just takes us to the random roof shot occasionally. Just a little stats panel I can bring onto the screen or something. Just anything. Bamford for Walsall in League 2. Yeah, I do wonder if... though to be fair, which season is that? Because... I noticed in the beta that it was quite easy to sign players that maybe you shouldn't have access to. Like, we had Lewis Miley on loan in the Czech League. First season, yeah. They probably do need to nerf that a little bit. I'm always kind of glad that I don't have money at the moment because it means that we almost can't do any of that kind of stuff. Not that I would, unless it was like a Fulham player. Like, if I found, like, Dennis Adoy somehow. Speaking of, actually. Attacking actually did save it, yeah. That and the substitutes. It was probably a little column A, little column B. I suspect, I mean, this is the thing. It feels like more tactical stuff goes on behind the scenes as well as for the opposition teams. I reckon they probably shut the game down a little bit, and as a result, they sat off, allowed our pressure, and then the attacking just kept on punishing them. Let me see where Dennis Adoy's up to. He might have retired these days, actually. I think he has, you know. Or he's not playing. Oh, hang on, was it 1N? There's only 1N in Dennis. There he is. He's at Kortrijk. Love to see it. Should have known. I'm going to scout him. Oh, wait, am I allowed to do that? That might have cost us some money. Oopsie. Hakim Ziyech has a penchant for joining random teams in my saves. Do you remember in my Hungary save where he joined Budapest Honvéd? In the 2nd tier. In Hungary. In like season 4. Really, really wild. Silly teams in the first seasons. Yeah. Exactly, Wizard People, because obviously it's a single player game, so like whatever you do is going to be only affecting you, but I like to try to play with, I say realism because that isn't true. We're doing building a nation, right? That's the least real thing imaginable, but I like to try to have my signings be a little bit more in the realms of what I would consider to be not even realistic, just fun, I guess. Like I sometimes make the exception if it's a really interesting name, but from what I've heard, people have seen some really interesting signings coming to Poland in their building a nation saves because of the transfer preferences and really interesting managers later down the line. Hadrian had a list of some of the managers after like 15 seasons and it was wild. So Booty, as far as I know, is still at Barrow. I mean, depending on... Let me just add him to the shortlist for the time being. I'll whack him on Santa Baby. Wait, move to shortlist. Wait, is he already on short? Oh, no, he's not. He was on the other shortlist as it happens. Actual Malta, I know. No, to be fair, I did get a comment on the main Building a Nation video, someone complaining about this exact fact, about the fact that, well, this wouldn't happen in real life, and this is a simulation game, and I'm just like, the end of the day, it's a video game. You're here to have fun, right? Obviously, play the game how you like. It's just very odd when people call out other people for playing a game in a certain way, when ultimately it's an entirely individual decision, right? I personally enjoy playing a game like this. That's why I do, right? And if you don't, that's totally fine too. Like, respect all the different options there. Unless you're playing with attribute masking on. Off, rather. I'm kidding, of course. But the Y pronunciation. Yeah, I mean, I would pronounce it everybody. Or everyone. So it becomes an E sound, I guess. Because a lot of Ys often do become that kind of E sound. And other English players, they do count as non-EU, as far as I know. Craven Cottage recently, not for a while, unfortunately, no. I've been to more local games because it's just expensive as hell to get to London, and Fulham, as you already know, is incredibly expensive as a football club as it is. So it's just not super feasible most of the time, and I'd rather, if I can, go support local, because it's just... I feel like my money actually matters there, if that makes sense. Whereas Fulham are just happy to fleece people, and I'm just like, I don't really want to be a part of that, whilst also still supporting the club as an entity, I guess. Who's my local? You realise you can't see that, can you? I think I was relying on your eyesight being absolutely impeccable there for no apparent reason. Hometown club is fun. Yeah, I do want to do a hometown club save at some point. I'm thinking about making a long-term video that you might see around Gooch Week sort of time, while I'm away from, like, while I'm on my little winter break. Just whacking a random video up in the middle of Gooch Week that's like an hour-long sort of story-driven video or something, just for a bit of fun. So there you go. You're welcome. So people are also finding, I mean, hey, at the end of the day, people can do what they like. I just think it's Gooch Week, sorry, yeah. The week between Christmas and New Year. Sometimes it gets called Gooch Week. What tier? I believe it's the 9th tier. Let's start story video. Oh, and I've done some of them in myself in the past, so more like a me-style story video, I guess. Not everything has to be the style of someone else, right? It can be your own thing. That's the whole point, right? It's like whenever someone does like a lower league save, it's like, I see you're copying Jack and Kev. It's like, well, they could just be doing a lower league save. But yeah, that kind of thing. I'm not sure, really where I want to go with it, because I need to find the right story for it, I guess. Women's team, they do actually, yes. They have quite a lot of squads for what is quite a small team, because the facilities are, I would say, well above the level that you'd expect for 9th tier, because of the just where they are. They also have like an agreement with Cambridge United as well, so they have like Cambridge United youth stuff involved with it, I believe, which is pretty cool. Leatherhead. I think we had one of the Patreon regions at Leatherhead in the last save, right? Lelyveld. Laleveld? Laleveld. Hang on. Lelyveld, but without the final bit, the sound of the Y. The final bit of the sound of the Y. See, this is why it's always difficult when people give me pronunciation tips, because usually the reference point is not something that is a reference that I can use. So the final bit of the pronunciation of the Y, I wouldn't be pronouncing a Y there at all. So Lelyveld, but a bit shortened. Lelyveld? I don't know. It feels like one of these names that I'm never going to get like perfectly correct, but I'm trying, I guess. Tactical advice pre-match. Which tactical advice are we talking about? Probably not then, if I'm having to ask that question, I suspect, but unlikely not. Morning, Tay. Cambridgeshire, yes. They actually do quite well. There's like a local Cambridgeshire Cup that they compete in, and they actually got to the final of it last year, which was pretty sick, which got played at Cambridge City's ground. Loading Twitter. I haven't tried to. No, that's not true. I did, because I was trying to message Will, my thumbnail guy, this morning, and I didn't even get his message, which was really weird. Google Translate might help. Fair enough. But like, it's one of those things where I think sometimes you just have to accept that as a non-native speaker, I'm not going to be able to get a pronunciation 100% perfect. I'm going to try my best, but it's also going to slip sometimes when I'm in like the flow of speaking, I guess. Mike Thunder, thank you for the follow. Don't I go on Twitter? Yeah. That's how we communicate through the DMs. Ironically, exactly how we did with my last thumbnail guy as well, as it happens. Sometimes you just have those platforms that's how you communicate with people. As if we've actually fallen out of the playoffs again. Right. Local clubs. Yeah, I always believe that the first round of the FA Cup is better than the third round for me. Like, I love the third round. Fulham save boring for me? Yeah. The only Fulham save I've done is when I first got a little touch of the alpha before I did that stream. That was all I really did. And it's just like, I don't really like managing Fulham because the challenge is not really that. It's a Premier League team already, and the methodology I would go through there is quite simple to the point where It's a shame they fixed spoilers into. How dare you?
This isn't where I parked my car.
Remix, thank you for the follow. Last Friday's under 21 Poland Italy goal sites. No, I haven't. That was a bit niche. No, I haven't seen that. Paint me a word picture, if you will. When it went down, yeah, I noticed when I tried to send the DMs yesterday, it made me set a password for them, which was really weird. I don't particularly like managing in England either, because I find that the lower leagues I can do, but I just find that the Football League itself, particularly with the work permit rules now, it feels a bit robotic. I like the romance of the random leagues out and about, like playing in Poland and stuff like that. It's just my biggest thing now is that's why even when I'm not doing a Building a Nation save, I'm doing like Outcast to Icons, where although England is technically viable in that, realistically I was never going to go there, right? Couldn't get work permits? No way. 15, that's amazing. So you brought them with it, didn't ever play them because you couldn't, and you still got money. That's glorious. It's the work permit stuff, yeah. I mean, I assume it's just as awkward in the WSL, which means my Fulham women's save, when I do finally get around to doing that, is going to have the same problems, isn't it? Let's see if I can bring my best selection back in again now. Okay, so 2 players can come back in, crucially, but Godfrey, unfortunately, is still injured, and will be, I think, for at least another couple of weeks, unfortunately. Now, when does the winter break start in Poland? Because I was told that there was one, which should be helpful in terms of progress, at least. It'd be a useful marker that we can use to break up streams in the future. Let me just go check the fixture schedule. Oh, wait. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I not take him out? Or did he just get replaced immediately? Oh, no, he's there. None selected. I'm an idiot. Does it actually show the players that are in your team or not? Oh, okay, that's a useless screen then. It'd be good if that one there showed you players that weren't in your squad already. Or like these guys down here. Either way, I can just drag and drop, I think. There we go. Sick. Who goes to buy? You don't, I guess. Right? Balance issue. Yeah. Foreigner rules and stuff like that are not fun. Oh. That's weird. I thought the transfer room was bringing you players that you could realistically sign. Right? Isn't that the entire point of it? I thought that's how it worked. Now, I might be wrong about that, in fairness. High potential youth players got on the appeals thing as well. Yeah, see, all of this has changed since I last even did England. It's been a while. XGA should be red, not green. Oh. Right, hang on. So what this is saying, basically, is that they have conceded 5 less than they should have done, right? So their goals conceded above expected is 5, I guess? I understand it's green because it's a positive thing, but it is still weird. I'm not sure how they could really structure that differently to make that more clear. I think the way they'd have to do it is by actually showing the data properly rather than the... They just need more information on the screen, I think, would probably clear it up. I just tried to click the X button on your own screen. Provisions are fixed. It depends on what season you're in, Quince. Like, the reason I sort of slow played this first season a little bit was to allow it a chance to be fixed. That, and I just wanted time to like work on tactics and stuff. But I'm 99.9% certain that it will get fixed in tomorrow's patch. Or the crucial parts are, right? That's the thing. I have a good authority that those things are going to be fixed in the next patch. Mostly because they already said that they would be, to be fair. But, you know, you hear things. Patch day tomorrow, yeah, it's Wednesday patches from now on. Sorry, not from now on. For the foreseeable future, I guess. Which is, I'd say that's a good pattern to it. That way it's consistent. You know what days the patches are going to be, so you can sort of plan around that a little bit. But we'll see. I think, and the fact is, it's going to be save game compatible anyway. Which is why, like, obviously we've got Polish sides doing stuff in Europe this season, but ultimately in a Building a Nation save, this early season is likely to make little to no difference, particularly with Poland, because pretty much no matter what happens in Poland over this first season, they gain spots because of the fact that they're losing an absolutely appalling year. I think Poland are losing a 4-point season. So even if they do really badly in Europe, which they kind of have other than the 2 in the Conference League, we'll probably go up to like 10th this season anyway. Not 10th, sorry, like 12th. 10th would be a bit excessive. Be Thursdays. I assume so, because I think those... Yeah, sorry, when I say patch, that's for the beta branch thing, which I'm assuming most of you are on Steam specifically. And that will be the Wednesdays. The other patches obviously come a bit later. Oh, pull it back. He's got to be pulling it back. It doesn't matter because Angel Rodado's in the right place again. He's just always there. Promoted first season. That's the hope, anyway. But I don't know. We'll have to see. We're not even in the playoffs right now. So when we get to that point, we'll have to see. Like, the fact that he shot there is absolutely insane. But the fact that Farinia didn't shoot, I do like that. he was obviously on his wrong foot or something, so he's just passed it back to Rodado for the tapping. The absolute twattery of it all. That's delightful. I think it seems like most of the stuff they're doing is mid-save compatible, and I suspect that's down to Unity and the way that it's more easy for them to do updates, and the things aren't so broken underneath that everything requires a reset, which is cool. I think without that, we'd be looking at more of a disaster. And now we've given away, this might be our first penalty given, and he's pushed him. You could clearly see it. Looking forward to the best team in the world. There you go. But now you'll get accurate coefficients while you do it. Polish team have a different start time. It's, I mean, starts the usual sort. I mean, actually, if anything, it starts a bit earlier than some other leagues, Poland, I would say. We started playing our games in, like, I think late July. Our first league games were here. That's a good penalty, annoyingly. Can't really complain. It was a blatant foul. Farini's turned out solid. I think, given time, I maybe would have used the transfer room in stuff and found someone a bit younger. And I think we could have actually got someone maybe slightly more affordable. But I didn't know what I know now about scouting with that kind of system. So I think that's going to be really useful in January onwards, if we get any cash, and certainly for next season. Save compatible. Yeah, the only thing that's exactly it. Is anything that infects the actual database itself. Obviously, that couldn't be save game compatible, but that's fine. We all knew that anyway. That's a standard kind of assumption based on FM in the past that we knew would unlikely to change. Oh, that's lovely little intricate stuff. Oh, why is there so many penalties happening today? If this is given, this will be the third penalty in 2 games. 1-year contracts. It depends on what he'd want. No penalty. Edge of the box. Damn it. So, unfortunately, Peter, it was supposed to be yesterday for the patrons today, and then today for everyone else, but I spent 10 hours on it yesterday, and sorry. Farini scored anyway. And I was only able to get the cut down edit done because I underestimated how long the video was actually going to be in terms of the original recording and then the cut down edit after that. So the original recording was 2 hours and 10 minutes, and it takes about that length of time to cut it down into like the basic outline edit, which is what I have now done. So it's about 48 minutes long at the moment. So it's just going to take a little bit longer, basically. Like, I didn't want it to, and this is not through like, he's same old Matt. This is genuinely like, because I want it to be as good as it can possibly be, it needed that little bit extra time in the oven, I suppose. So I might get a little chance to work on it after stream today, but largely it'll most likely be tomorrow or Thursday for Patreon, and then we'll figure it out, basically. But it's, with a video like this, I needed to make sure it was completely correct and important and worked, basically. Oh, go on. Farina again! It's 3! Farina! He's only up 2 goals, but you get my point. Because Yemka's getting there, but we think he might have low... Yeah. Which nations? I mean, Poland. Look at this build-up as well, by the way. The short corners actually paid off for once. Farini's just able to walk it. They didn't like the defending there. Although there was 2 guys on him, in fairness. They just didn't do a very good job. Poland, Hungary, Ireland, Austria, if you want to start further up. Those are like the big 4, I like to say. But I'm sure there are others that I'm actually forgetting about that probably are kind of good for those. But I just haven't looked at the rules lately. Denmark's another good one, actually, but I know they have some squad reg rules, but not reg rules, rather. It's to do with, like, player wages, isn't it? But other than that, you're okay. That is using Bandicam? No. Those are the days. No, it's, at some point I might do, when there's a bit of time to do that, because basically the second I finish one video at the moment, I'm just straight on to the next one, which is great. I love being able to do that again. I haven't been able to do that for, like, 2 years. If not longer, honestly. Have I ever really been able to? It was always a struggle. Surely not. Wait a minute. He's got a hat-trick. Louis, speak about him more, please. He's got a hat-trick. Since you said, he's doing quite well, isn't he? He's gone and got a hat-trick in the last 20 minutes. It's 4-1. That's glorious. Yeah, they've dropped down quite a lot in Poland, unfortunately. It's basically just their penalty, isn't it? This is amazing. Firmino is finding a lot of space in their area at the moment. They really do not suit defending against our tactical style. But yeah, so the flow for me at the moment, and I'm going to try and free up this a little bit, is I write an outline, and obviously with a scouting video like that, it was a case of writing an outline of all the tips and tricks I know, and then I had to go through and test all of them, because obviously it's a different game, everything, so everything had to be tested, which is way different to how it would normally be. Because normally I knew that it was going to work. And there's obviously new methods I had to test myself, and some of those I haven't really been able to fully test either. Not as much as I would like. And now it's 4-2. What a game. Dreadful defending, lads. So once that's written, I then go through and write the script for it. And the script for this one was 13 pages. And that isn't all just like... That's basically things I want scripted. And there's also bits in the script that will be like, explain the method here. Because there's no point in me writing out how to explain it when I'm going to be showing you on the screen. So I'll talk it through while I do it. So in actuality, it's a lot of scripting. It's where I'm writing jokes and cutaways. And I also edit my videos in the script. So I'll put like edit notes of what I actually want to be doing while I'm writing it through. That way it helps me later, and I can visualize what I want, and I can stand in certain places, say certain things, etc. And then after that, I'll record it. And obviously this one was 2 hours and 8 minutes of recording yesterday, with my face cam being separately recorded like that. But I'm going to sort that out soon because there is a better way to do that, and I need to sort that. Then it's into Adobe Premiere, do the cut down edit where I just go through basically, chop it up into the order of the clips that I want, and gets rid of all the blank spaces. Then after that, I go through and do a fancy edit pass, which is what I need to do next, basically. And that's where I go through and do all like the zooms, the face cam stuff, the text on the screen, the cutaways and all that jazz, special effects, basically. And then after that, and while I go through doing that, I also mark transition points where I want wipes and stuff. Then I go through and do transition and music after that. It takes a while, but it is a very fun process. It's 5-2. What is going on? This game is incredible. Hello, Mike. So you've gone to the back of the waitress. You want to go to the front. Yeah, literally, if you're willing to change the rules in a nation, any nation is possible. One canvas. Yeah, I know he does that. I did that when I was doing a thing called Match of the Delay with Hood. But I tried that on my old PC, and it basically didn't like... My PC wasn't strong enough to take the face cam footage and the game footage at high enough quality and render it correctly at the right time. This PC is probably more capable of doing... In fact, it is capable of doing that. So I need to look into that again now and sort of redo all that. But yes, that is the next step in that. It wouldn't actually make it that much more efficient, but it would just cut down on time a little bit. The only difference there is that the files would have to be local rather than on my SD card, but it doesn't make that much difference. But that's the current process. It should have been 6. We should have scored a 6th goal in the first half here. What is this match? This is insane. I'm loving this. I mean, I don't know where our defensive ability has gone, because we had conceded no goals in our last 6 league games, and now we've conceded 5 in our last 1.5. But we're winning. What was this spell? This is brilliant. Still equal XG, isn't it? I mean, most of that is their penalty. It's basically the opposite of the last game, where for a while in the last game, we had nothing except our penalty XG carrying us through. Holy Lord. Okay. Bozic, we've scored 5 goals in the first half. Bozic, still under a 7 rating. I respect his ability to commit to mediocrity, frankly. It's amazing. What's their goalie's rating out of interest? 6.2. It's not even really on their goalie. Their defenders have been giving us way too much space. And actually, what system are they playing? Really, the guy who should take most of the blame, and it looks like match-wise actually kind of is Ernat here, because he's really supposed to be the guy that's picking up Fariña, and he just isn't. Like, he's letting him have free... He's got a 10. And he could go better. He's absolutely... This is his best performance in a Wisła shirt, obviously. Score reflects that, of course. Just go out again, lads. If anything, like 55 minutes 60, I'll just make a whole raft of subs. Keep the legs fresh. This is brilliant. Oh, Harrison Reed. Don't even tempt me. It's glorious. I'm just... Rodado as well. Like, he's had a great game and he's just gone under the radar because Fariña's been in total control with Wesker. Total control with Wisła. He's just everywhere. It is giving second half 0-0 though, right? Oh, hello. Actually, wait, he's all the way through. Bozic! Oh, so close. He does, and I wonder if at some point we just commit to going Nikai, because Nikai always does stuff off the bench. Like, oh, hello, Fariña's on again. Go on, lad. Oh, okay. He provides memes, exactly. Who's going to underperform if he's not on the pitch? The right centre-back. Is he? It might just be the way that our system functions. Like, because it might be mistaking it for the middle centre-back, potentially, who, in possession, does actually move up into midfield. No, this is on key highlights, Dan. That's how much insane stuff is happening in this one game. I actually don't have a new command for that Bristol City, but you're right. I really should do that. I'll just tell you for the time being, but I do need to make a command for my new PC specs. Oh, he's injured. Oh, great. Cotton wool. It's time. I mean, who else right now than Kuziemka, right? That's what we need. Get Kazi on. Obviously, Nikai on. The fullback. Wow, the fullbacks have been... Oh, to be fair, Lelevel has done okay. Krzyzanowski, we can't really take him off because of the under-21 rule. Get Jaguar on, why not? Who else do I want to bring in? I'll bring you in as well, just to give you some football, because otherwise your parent club are going to kick off. He's going to do it. He's doing 5 subs. Look at him go. Dude is just... He's an underrated, just solid player. Regan Booty still knocking about a barrow. Can't afford him yet, but there's a chance. You're right, he does. To be fair, without Godfrey Stephen, we can't... Godfrey's injured at the moment, so there's no one to bring on for Krzyzanowski, so we may as well just keep him on the pitch anyway. Our standard substitute is not currently there. So, yeah, PC specs. So, Gordo will know for a fact, but basically it is a Intel 265K, I think. It's one of this like new thingy they've been doing. I don't really understand where they slot into the main ecosystem or whatever, but it's a 265K, I think. Oh, those are the crucial things. I can't remember the motherboard's called. Crucially, it's a 265K and a GTX 5070, it's the gigabyte one, in terms of the GPU. I actually forget what the motherboard is. And it's got really nice RAM as well. You're right, I thought I would just be able to tell you what it was, but then it turns out I've actually forgotten most of it. Other than the crucial headline things like the CPU and the GPU, really. Hello, Dave. Yeah, I've heard that Kazemka is doing very, very well. Basically, all I want from him is to finish learning the role that we're trying to play him in. But I wonder if he has low versatility, potentially. And that's why he's taking so long. Oh, go on. One more goal. Just give us a second half, right? 1 second half goal. Kazemka, do a bit of magic, buddy. You're allowed to. He's going to cut inside and bend it. I can feel. Okay. Oh! It's 6-2. Wisła 6. An assist from Kazemka. Beautiful. Thank you, Dave. It's a jumper. This is a Fulham Christmas jumper. I realise it's November, but like I had to start wearing it at some point. I'm getting my Christmas months out of this, damn it. That was really nice. I really like the way that he almost shapes to shoot and then just sort of lofts the ball to the back post for Nikai. That's beautiful. I mean, I'm not saying he disguised. It almost looked like he disguised it from his body shape, but it is going to be a 6-2 hammering. Oh, his bar clause. I don't know, actually. Oh, you mean Nikai? Oh, I mean, I don't think he has one, and if he does, it's probably not worth it to us right now. But Fulham and Christmas, I know. What would Christmas look like for us, season of tackles? What's the best Christmas present we could get other than Rodrigo Muniz conveniently not being injured anymore? Yeah, I forget what the RAM is. It's, oh, Christ, what is it? I think it's Kingston. Kingston Fury Beast or something. It's DDR5 6400. Potentially. Really? Jedi back would be good as well. We're unlikely to have Europe by Christmas, I would have thought. The return of William... God, look at that. 24-minute hat-trick from Farina. And then I would say he went to sleep, but he didn't really. He got injured and I took him off. They can consider... Watch really are on an absolute downward... Where you get them. This was classic football shirts. They, every year they have a selection of Christmas jumpers that they do, which are based on old football kits. So I've got a couple of them. This is, and they finally had a Fulham on this one. So this is obviously based on, I believe, our promotion season, or either the promotion season or the season after. So we've got like, we had Pizza Hut as a sponsor that year. So we've got the Santa's Grotto Pizza Hut style thing here. We've got logos up there. It also has Sahara on the back, which I just think is really, really sick. Camera apparently disagreed with that potential assessment there. What's going on? Camera, hi, lad. Note to self, don't show myself in full face cam or the camera will just decide to disappear. Come on. Come back. Don't make me reach for you. Good to know. Yeah, at least you know my camera settings now. Okay, 1 second, chat. I'm going to have to turn the camera off and on again. This is annoying. Basically, my dummy battery's on the fritz, as you know, and I keep forgetting to buy a new one. Hopefully that will work better this time. And there we go. Ah, dearie me. Yeah, I've got I think it was the Palmer one from a couple of years ago. That was really, really nice. Real faces cameras. Yeah, that's actually my real face. Face reveal. You now know my ISO. Do not use it for nefarious purposes. I beg of you. What's the dummy battery? Just me when I've got a battery, I guess. The Palmer one's super nice, yeah. What I would say is they are a little bit more baggy. In a good way. I felt the Palmer one was a little bit tight, and that was a medium. Although, I might have just been fat. So there is that, and I haven't actually worn it for a while, so maybe it was a me issue. Once again, it could be a skill issue rather than a jumper issue, I suspect. Right. Yes, the AIO is actually really... Once I figured out that I needed to remove the fans and put them on the other side of the radiator, this AIO is so nice. And the temps on this PC are golden. Even when I'm streaming, so encoding, streaming, everything, it's even the CPU temp is barely going above 40 most of the time, which is crazy. So, no, you didn't, Steve. Don't worry. Thank you for reminding me. Please don't be too serious. Okay, that's okay. He'll be back. Time to do the VOD comments, in fact. Perfect time for this. So, got a couple of them, one of which was, of course, yours. So, I don't know how true or false this is, actually, as I've not actually heard this before, which was the idea that the add players to playable team things had a max potential of 130. I didn't know if that was a thing, personally. And to be fair, that guy could still have a max potential of 130. It might just be that for some reason he has a CA of like 128 or something. And you do find that happen sometimes. But I don't know. That's a question I'd have to ask Hadrian. But I genuinely don't know what... just had no idea that that was even a thing, to be fair. A lot of websites are like that. That's most likely because they're all using the same, like... It's like when Cloudflare had issues a few years ago and it took down loads of different websites because they were all using the same back-end thing. The lava lamps and stuff. Also, 2 comments that were right next to each other that both said the exact same thing nearly, which was just really nice. Obviously, for Pog, you know? I know I'm beautiful. I don't need to be told, but it was nice for Pog. Is it Cloudflare again? That makes sense. Someone's broken a lava lamp is what's happened, right? So as always, Voddies, if you want to get your question or comment in the actual streams as well, just drop it in the comments to the VOD and I'll take a few before every single stream and just dump them in here. Particularly if you're nice about me as well. I mean, I'm obviously going to show that off, right? Restrictions on international caps in the player search. I don't know. Also, when you're searching for international caps, if you set it to 1, you have to set it to 10 and then back to 1 in order for it to actually show the right thing a lot of the time, which is very annoying. Open Task Manager, click Performance and see what GPU usage is. Let's have a look. Oh, as in a match. Okay, cool. If you remind me when we go into the next game, I'll have a little gander at that. Because obviously outside of a match, it's going to be not doing a lot, is it? It's just processing menus at the end of the day. Let's see. That's what I was going to check. Oh, matches for live broadcast. Nice. 109k. Oh, it's money, innit? Our finances are doing all right for the time being. But being nice, it's true. You can. I'm not going to pretend that you can't. If you're nice to me, it's generally a better thing to do. That's just a metaphor for life in general, right? Be nice to people. Everything was... Oh, is it really? I wonder if Pog's... I was going to say, I wonder if Pog's having any issues. She won't be having any issues because she's probably sat at a cafe having a cup of tea at a marina. They're roasting you. I don't know. You got to be really set. You got to be really treading the needle with that. People have done it. They have. But it's difficult. Because we've got to ban him. I'm joking, of course. Yeah, the new jumpers this year on classic football shirts are super duper cool. Right. What I want to see is exactly where the Christmas break starts for us. So November. Okay, so we've only got 4 more games until the Christmas break, which means we should cover quite a lot of ground today. Because I don't think we get Youth Intake preview until like here. I love Watcher. I like it. I've never heard that expression before. Like hate watch I totally get, but love watch. I guess that's just enjoying a thing, isn't it, really? It's almost like we don't need a term for it. 2-month break is absolutely fine. If anything, that's going to be really convenient for us when it comes to those last few Champions League games, when we are in the Champions League, of course. No, Park isn't enjoying the LPC just yet because, oh dear, that's unfortunate. Thankfully, he's not starting, but that does limit our... Then again, I'll bring in Kaziem off the bench anyway, right? Not people like... I've heard both things. Which probably means that it's about the same as it was last year, because I've heard a lot of people have been able to do it really easily, and also other people having issues with it. Which does make me think that it's most likely just exactly the same as it was before, because that was usually what was sort of... See... Well, I guess you could be hate watching the game. Although I feel like that's mostly gone away. Because you don't remember the first few streams we did in 26. There was a lot of people that were simply going to come in to not even complain about the game. They were doing that, but it was more just like outright disdain and hatred without any kind of real constructiveness to it. That seems to have entirely vanished now, and I assume it's because those people weren't really that interested in it in the first place for the most part. Probably just wanted something to complain about, right? Whereas now it's more like constructive criticism and like legitimate criticism of the game, which is lots of. It's getting better every week. Exactly, yeah. Ireland is tough, but just because it starts so low more than anything else. Decent state right now. It's a better state. There's still, like, oh my lord. Speaking of injuries, could really do without these though. It's just getting there. I know in criticism of the product. Fair enough. You just hit the window. I get it. See you later, King Chimera. 80s cop show. I mean, MUFC fan. You say that like it's a bad thing. I'd happily look like I'm in an 80s cop show. I realise that people in 80s cop shows didn't wear Fulham Christmas jumpers, but I do have some outfits that kind of do. Then 24. I guess it depends on what metrics you measure it by, right? Better is such a subjective term because to me, better is just a sort of sum up. It's just an amalgamation of loads of different factors of the game. Some are better, some are worse. Like the match engine is objectively, for me at least, so not objectively, subjectively, way better. Hello, JCC. Sorry, JJC. My apologies. I've mixed up the letters and I feel terrible. Hello, Tom. How's it going, man? Nightbot's just shit the bed there. Error connecting to web proxy service. No, chat, they've got Nightbot as well. It's just as well. This wasn't a sponsored stream. It's bad. Yes. I think there's things I'm learning to not like about it, but learning to use. But there is some things I still will never understand. Save Your Save Building a Nation edition. I feel like I don't really like taking concepts that are just something that's so known to another YouTuber, basically. I just don't feel like that's rather like it's the sort of thing where, say, Zealand did a Building a Nation Save Your Saves special and I was on it as a guest. That's totally fine. But I wouldn't want to just, do you know what I mean? I feel like at a certain point, that's just kind of, it's not something I like doing, basically. So, for example, the Weird FM thing I'm going to be doing, that I feel like is something I might be able to turn into my own little thing, which is going to be really cool. But we need enough weird things to happen for me to actually collect them for that video first. Lots of weird stuff that needs tweaking. Oh, absolutely. But that's, you can say the same thing about 24, right? That's my favourite quote. What was the favourite quote? Oh, the Nightbot one. See you later, Kraken. Oh, Smates, Mission and Shah. Speaking of that, actually, I'll just quickly show you before you leave, right? There's another Smates. So obviously Smates is crushing it with the Wisła ladies, which I'd forgotten was the second tier. Wait for this. So in the second tier of women's football, which is called the First Division, they are second. Legia, 1 goal conceded. It's somewhat imbalanced, but that's not the point. I looked then at the squad for Wisła ladies, and to say they're having a slight injury crisis is, yeah, a little of an understatement, I suppose. Could start shouting loans now. I've been shouting them the whole time. That's apparently a big issue with the women's football side of the game at the moment. The injuries are too many. Ah, it's a hip injury as well. It's one of our loan dudes, which is a real shame. I'm gonna treat him. Send him to the old, the specialist. Is the ball a misogynist? It is. The ball is a misogynist. I always knew this. How many are ACL? I'm guessing 115% of them, it would seem. Not much we can do about that, other than wait for the patch that does fix that. Like, I know that there's a statistic that says that female footballers do get injured more than men, but the balance is way off in FM at the moment, anyway. Or Sven's gotten fully Felix Magath on them, and he's just got them running up and down the hill the entire time. Which could easily be that. Recognize all those lines. Yes, Josh. We've converted someone else to the Eurotrip Massive. Right in time for me to go and change the follower notifications. Well, was okay a streamer? It has to be. I aim for average. Really, Luis? Really? Okay, well, looks like Kuzyenko might be starting the next game. That is irritating. Wait, Jens Lehmann? Is that a real life thing, or is this just Poland doing Poland things already? Because if it is, I'm 100% on board. Kuzyenko, he's, at the moment, I think he might have quite low versatility or something, because he's struggling to learn the role which we want him to play, and as a result, he tends to get punished in games. But when he is doing stuff, he is doing fun things. He's just not getting a consistent run of the team yet until he's like comfortable in the role. In fact, to be fair, the player we've been playing ahead of him actually has just got injured, so it means that he most likely is going to now get a run in the team of the next 3 weeks. So that'll be quite curious to see how he does now, considering he's going to have to start some matches for us. Oh, Telef, thank you for the follow. What's I going to check? I've actually forgotten. Oh, Schlonsk. I'll just type it like that. It'll know. It'll know. Where is he? Club staff. That is a big-ass list. My goodness. Does it still do the thing where it sorts it? Wait, what is it even sorting by? Ah, of course, the first names, of course. There he is, Jens Lehmann. This might be a real-life thing for all I know. Huh. Hang on, where can I see this? Is there a starfish? I'm sure there is. It's not. Wow, that's cool then. Yeah, you're right. It begins. This is the beginning. Duck Kite Manager. What? We actually played them, or unless it was a different team. No, he's not. He's actually manager of Dordrecht currently in the Dutch league in this save at the moment. But we are going to see some crazy managerial appointments for 100%. Japan and China are in the game. Japan is... No, I think they both are playable leagues, are they not? I haven't got them loaded, obviously, as far as, like, playable. But they do both exist in the game, as far as I know. Continue loan. Yeah, you can stay out on loan. That's fine. Arrived untoasted. Ugh. I've never been a huge fan of Subway, to be fair. Even though I removed and excluded it from the contract. Oh, that's annoying. That's super annoying, actually. Because most of the time I can never be bothered to try and do that because the demands that they put on you often in those situations are far too high. And so I mostly just go, you know what, I'm going to upset you in 6 months and that's fine too. Thankfully, as far as loanees, most of the players we have on loan are not integral to our system. Really, it's just Nikai, who's a backup striker, Niziuek, who's also a backup striker, and then Ariel, who hasn't really played a lot. To be fair, we haven't really needed him. We're definitely going to get some really weird managerial appointments and it's going to be dope. I think when that screenshot Hadrian sent was from like 15 years into the future, I think 15 of the top flight managers were all like recognizable names who are former footballers that are playing now that you're like, wow, okay. Some of them were like League 2 players as well, which is just really, really weird. Hey, we've actually got a chance to go second with a win, albeit with some of these injuries. We're chefing now. Are we still top of the XG table? Damn right we are. Only just though. It looks like between us and Schlonsk for the top 2. Wilder reported England manager. That is kind of wild. Who's leaving at the end of the season already? No. For me, that's going to be a case of... The reason I don't know who's going to be leaving at the end of the season is because I don't know where we're going to be next season. Like, if we get promoted, then it makes it a lot easier of a task because we're going to want a bit of a squad clear out because there's some guys here on bad wages that aren't really playing, so they'll all go. And we'll obviously want a bit of space to bring in some new lads that are going to do it. But we don't want to get rid of too many of the Polish guys as well because we'll need those guys while we bring through some youth players, hopefully. I haven't touched them at all yet, Harv, no. I wanted my first save like that to be the women's save with Fulham, but I haven't had a chance to yet because I want to get the save into a slightly better... Sorry, the game into a slightly better state before I start doing that. Zlatan as the youth coach! See, get him in at the women's team. There'd be so many injuries, it's ridiculous. Right, let me just... use my selection filter again. No! Hang on, I want to just check to make sure this hasn't done what I thought it did. Because remember, there was that bug where Quick Pick would change some of your roles around as well, which is the exact opposite of what I'd want from a Quick Pick. I should stress. Like, that's the last thing I need is you touching things you shouldn't be. Yeah, so that's fine. We'll bring in Kuziemka for a start today. It's a risk, I realise. But we've got to take it. No, we've got a couple of good Polish youngsters, and I'm hoping that with our youth intake, we'll get some more. Because I've seen some really lovely screenshots. Now, it might just be that people are sharing the good youth intakes and not the bad ones. We'll know a lot more once we get that preview later. Wow, Orniches. Oh, we're going to have to play Kutvar again. I might go with Victor here instead. Because Kutvar did not do well in the 2 games he played. That was when we had that little wobble, was when he was playing there. And then the final one, we'll just bring in... We probably should put Zieko on the bench just so we've got a backup left back in case we need him. Yes, you're absolutely right. His star rating he's got somehow less familiar with this role. FM, have a word. I am training both of these, right? Training. Individual out of possession training. Yes. Individual training. Position role. Yes, he is. Okay, that's super weird. Like, a graphic display in the current song. The reason I won't probably do that is just because it then takes up space on the screen and then that ends up being in clips and stuff I put in videos and it just sort of doesn't need to be there. We do have a song request bot that will just tell you in chat, which sort of does the same thing when it's working, which apparently today it is, which is nice. But other than that, that's probably the best bet. When you play free roll, you're right. Because we were training him to play a channel midfield role before that. I mean, to be fair, just having him play the role, he just needs to be able to play the position, but that's a good point. We haven't changed his original training over. That might have made a little difference. The volleys can't hear the music, yeah. Only in possession training does. So what's the point of out of possession training then? Hang on, what? That doesn't... Surely that can't be true, right? Because then what would be the point of it existing? If you can't train their out of possession position, then how do you ever get them to play other positions then? Wait, because I thought that was the case initially, but I thought there's no way that could be true. So then what's the point of it then? Can't play centre mid. Oh no, we know he can't, but we were training him to play centre mid using the out of possession thing, so that doesn't do anything. What's the point of it then? That's so silly. So if I set him for an out-of-possession training role, he doesn't learn the role. Wow, that's really dumb. Okay, in that case, it's probably better if we put his main training thingy to be as a central midfielder then. In the possession. Yeah, but that defeats the point of its existence then. That's an absolutely asinine method of doing it, if that's what's actually happening. Because it goes against all the logic that you would normally apply to those things. Right, in that case, we'll start retraining to play slightly deeper then, if that's the only way we can do it. That would explain why he's not been learning it, though. Right, what role do we even need? Well, the other problem is none of these roles are what he's going to be playing, because obviously he's only there out of possession. Yeah, absolutely, Gordo. I guess midfield playmaker, but that isn't even the role that he's using. I guess it would try... Yeah, we'll have to do that, I guess. Wow, that needs to be assessed and changed then, because that's so silly. It's also incredibly illogical. Like, no new player would ever figure that out. Change colours and thresholds too? No. You can't change thresholds. You can only change colours to their 4 presets for some apparent weird reason. Under pitch. What, you think it changes it on here? I don't think it does. That just shows you what they're... No, that just shows you what they're, like, good at for those things. Any role that trains the attributes you want. Yes, of course you do. But if you pick a role that trains the attributes you want, you don't get familiarity with the position on the pitch, which is what we're trying to do. That was where I was so confused, because that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Right, well, not the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I've said way worse myself. That's kind of shit, honestly. I really did not know that, and I think you can all understand why, because logically that makes no sense. But okay, we'll try that for the time being. And yeah, because then he could lose tactical familiarity there. Right. It seems like, right, if you're going to bring in and out of possession stuff, where players can play different positions in and out of possession, as well as roles, you need to then have a training system that is capable of handling those changes, right? That's, No, it does let you click it. But apparently on UFC Pro, that doesn't actually train the position. It just trains the attributes for the role they're playing in that position. That's what I'm being told anyway. Which, if that's the case, is the silliest thing in the world. So it would just... I mean, it has to be the case, because there's no reason why he wouldn't have learned at least, like, the tiniest little bit about this role by now, if that was the case. So yeah, that seems to be how you have to do it. And then you have to train them in a position that they're not even going to play, because the role that they'll be playing isn't available for that, because it's only out of possession. So bizarre. Actually play the role. That is simply not true. That I can tell you, because I've played the game before. Believe me, on... Hang on. Of course it was the same in FM24, because there wasn't in and out of possession in FM24. So of course you couldn't train an out of possession role in 24, because it didn't exist. But in 26 it does, which means that... Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's move on. That is still silly, though. Let's get into the game. We'll have to do it like that and see if that works, which it probably will do, because I don't see how else it can work. Hello, Magic Head. No, the right midfield position. Yeah, I suspect that's probably the reason for it. Playing there while training his attributes. We have been playing it in there. That's where he's been playing this entire time. But he's not learned a single thing about it. Unfortunately. No, the players do change position over time, because you can train them to change positions, or you can play them there. That's how it works, historically. But this year, I was under the logic, basically, that it followed the same logic as training an in-possession role, just like it did in 24, whereby if you want a player to play as a midfielder in the centre, but he actually can't play there yet, you would just simply set his... well, you have to set his role training, because there's no other way to do it, to that role, and then he would learn that whilst playing the role, and that's how it would be. So I just assumed that the out-of-possession tactic thing there, which lets you select the role, would do the exact same thing, because obviously. But apparently not. Standing desk. Yes, I am. This one was from Amazon, which is pretty good. I think it's made by a company called Denuvo. They have several different options. This one's quite a long boy and quite a deep boy, but I like that, because it means that there's more space on the desktop. It can be a wee bit wobbly at times, hence the camera wobble sometimes. But for the most part, it's been a dream. I think this one was like £160. Yeah, I think it's just because I tried to apply logic from the... I think I just tried to apply logic to it, to be honest. Sorry about that, Steinmax Superfan. Well, basically, there's no Wonder yet at all, because obviously we're only in the first season, so we haven't had... I say that, actually. There is a guy at a top flight side who we found, who at 15 had 4-star PA, which is mental. Taskbar, yes. Let's have a little look. Now that we're actually in a highlight. Soulstar will be out of the highlight of it. So Task Manager. Performance. GPU 22%, 23% roughly, and all right, 24%. About 31 degrees. It's not exactly pushing itself, let's put it this way. Yeah, I think that it's definitely, I mean, I only really use it for streaming because I think it allows me to be better when it comes to streaming, but that's an annoying goal, but fair play, keep us unsighted. I don't really use it for much else other than that, but it's definitely I'd say it's a good investment. It keeps me up, it stops me from getting back pain. I say if you're on the fence about it, give it a go, right? Because they're not that much more expensive than a normal desk for the most part. I mean, this one's quite well built because it has a tray underneath that you can put like, I have an extension board under there, and a lot of the stuff, for example, the PC, monitors and stuff, they all plug into that, and then it goes down further there. It's the back pain thing, yeah. Sitting all day, like yesterday, for example, I was sat at my desk from 9 a.m. till like 10 past 6 in the evening, really without a break because I was doing this video. Oh, no, it's not true. I did have a 2-hour break because I was standing up recording the video. But other than that, it's quite a lot sometimes. It's more comfortable than the fence, 100%, yeah. No, so basically it's an adjustable desk. So it has a panel on my right here that has up and down, so you can adjust it a centimeter at a time, I think, or something like that. There's different settings. Oh, good block. It also has memory settings, so you can basically put it to a certain height, go, oh yeah, I quite like that one. Then you can commit that height to memory, almost like a radio player. You know, when you're in the car and you just push the button and it takes you straight to that radio station? It's like that. So I have two settings, 1 and 2, which is basically standing and sitting. So about dropping when it's finished, basically. I was talking about it a little bit earlier, but essentially it was a longer video than I'd anticipated and required more research and scripting than I thought it would. Thus, it took longer to record, longer to edit, etc. But yeah, it'll be out when it's out, really. I realise that's sort of very echoey of Matt from before, but this is not that. It's just I just needed more time to finish it, basically, to make it actually as good as I wanted it to be. Discipulo du Amorim. Thank you very much for the follow. Are you a disciple of Amorim by any chance? Asking for a friend. More energetic and charismatic. Yeah. I don't know about... I'm not sure I really needed the more energetic part of the standing up, but you're right. It probably does help. Yeah, no worries. It's... Totally get it, because I did on Sunday stream. I was like, oh yeah, I'll be able to get that up Monday night. And then got to 6 p.m. yesterday. I was just like, well, that ain't happening. It's... I'm still getting better at understanding my new capacities. I keep going into days and going, oh yeah, I can definitely get all that done. And then I realised that no, it's not that before you would have been able to get that done at all. It's just that, like, now I'm just like overestimating the amount of hours there are in a day and my ability to work within those hours a lot of the time. Different energy. I think it is, yeah. I feel more comfortable standing up too. I'm not like stuck in my seat, I guess. See us losing recommended attacking. I have no evidence that this would work. Don't know what you're talking about, Chincho. Uh-oh. It's been a bit of a poor start, actually. Bozish is on a 6.4. That might be half the reason. I'm going good, friend. How's it going? How are you? I assume... I'm guessing you're Portuguese, which means probably a Sporting fan as well, I'm guessing. Go on. Go on. Oh. You're right. Literally, we've not managed to keep a clean sheet ever since I said we haven't conceded a goal in 6 games. Every single league game has been like, and now we concede. They're playing a really narrow system, which I'm curious because I like seeing how this shape or our style comes up against different tactical styles and shapes. It's always interesting to see how we interact with them with this style of play. We should now at least get an awful lot of space out wide for the likes of Leleveld. Oh, here we go, Bozic. Come on, laddie. Oh, wow. You've got to be doing better than that one, bud. Oh, Joao Bellini a fan. Oh my God, me too. What we could do with a Joao right now, or a central midfielder in general. Although frankly, I'd probably still just trade that for a striker. A YouTube save schedule. How do you mean? I'm not sure. Forgive me. I'm not sure I understand the question when you say YouTube save schedule. Advanced wingbacks versus narrow systems. I think they're already pretty advanced, and I'm always kind of a fan of the if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because like arguably we've still been the better side in that first half. It's just we haven't managed to take our chances, and our fullbacks are actually probably the 2 best players on the pitch for us right now. Unfortunately, Kiziemka's actually been the letdown a little bit, sadly, as has James. So we're definitely, in fact, generally our spine is a little bit where our issues are. Now the injuries haven't helped. No, I won't like it on attacking straight away. I'll give them another 15 minutes. Right, that'll do. Oh, I should not have done that one. Got to give them some kind of confidence. But hey, we've been on the threat. We've been threatening to lose again for a little while yet. There's plenty of chances. We'll turn this around. I said just like we did last time, but technically we didn't actually turn it around. Doesn't like this position. No, not yet, because he hasn't learned it yet. Just streams and stream summary videos. Yes. Well, so... I love it. Anyway, the streams will be on the second channel, and obviously on Twitch. The recaps for those streams, or for the seasons, will be on the main channel like they were back when we were doing Building Nation, Malta, and MTK, and all that sort of jazz. I'm making other videos aside from that, but I'm not doing like individual... I'm not doing like a Let's Play save on the main channel. If that was... Actually, right. If that was the question, no, there isn't a Let's Play save on the main channel, essentially. Sanderberger. Oh, I do like Sanderberger, though. A goalkeeper. I think we'd have a better chance just bringing Sveni in at that point, right? Yeah, sorry, my apologies. I just got a little bit confused. But yeah, I haven't done Let's Plays on YouTube since 2022? No, 2023, technically. What was it? No, it might have been 22, actually, now I think about it. Yeah, I think it was. The last one I did was Nordic Nomads, but that was at the point where I decided to switch my content up, and if I hadn't have done that, I wouldn't be in a job, basically. I have debated the idea of maybe doing a fun little Let's Play series on the second channel, like proper old school style, when things calm down a little bit. If I find a save idea that I'm really passionate about, that might be something I'd be tempted to do, but not in the way that I did them before, or most recently anyway. Oh, go on. Marco. Come on now. You've got bodies in the box. Right. That's it. It's Nikai time. Oh. I have to do it like this, don't I? Silly boy. Because Yemka's been bad today, unfortunately. And we don't really have an obvious... We might have to play Ertl Taylor in there, which isn't ideal. Oh, at least Godfrey's back. But now I can't take him off because we've... Damn it. We'd have to leave him on otherwise. Let's try... Has Leleveld done okay? He's dropping off a little bit. Those injuries have just sort of hindered our ability to make meaningful subs off the bench. Yeah, Nordic Nomads was fun to make, but ultimately it wasn't a successful thing for me as far as YouTube goes, which means that while it's fun, I couldn't sustain it. Blue Star, maybe that's the one I do for that random Christmas video, who knows? But yeah, that was actually going to be my plan going into I guess it was 23, right? Yeah, I suppose it must have been. Yeah, that was actually going to be the plan for 23, was the Newcastle Blue Star thingy. Luxembourg was fun in 24. We had a little bit of a fun time there. Oh, go on. Okay. This shocking side nettery is still quite frustrating to watch. Shetel Rekdal. The name does ring a bell. Oh my god, that's not great. No, I do recognise the name. I think possibly because he was probably managing in Norway when we were, right? Or at least was around that kind of thing. That sucks. Time to attack. Yeah, I think we're going to have to. Even if we bail out a 1-1 draw. I mean, we were going to lose eventually, right? Oh, that's a good save. Nobody's really... I mean, Nikai again, I think this might be the time. I do think Božić might have to take a step back for the next game, because Nikai consistently comes off the bench and improves his rating upon doing so. I think I need to remember that before the next game to actually put Nikai in the starting 11. I think he's earned a right. Oh, keeper. That's fine. We're good. Low crosses instead of shooting. Not that we could figure out. We have them on shoot less often. We have low crosses as part of the tactic. From what we can work out, that patch, not the last one, but the one before, seemed to change some gameplay stuff that unfortunately led to that kind of tight angle shooting, which is something I hope they do look at a little bit. He's done it again. Ardit Nikai. He's starting. Best for the algorithm, White. End of the day, I'm not going to make content I don't want to make, because that's not fun for anybody, and no one wants to watch me make a video that I don't care about. So the fact is, a save in Northern Ireland or Wales wouldn't really do anything for the algorithm anyway, because it would be a Let's Play save, if that's what we're referring to. That likely wouldn't make any impact at all, because Let's Play content just isn't really... It's not viable the same way, unless you're a very specific type of creator that's not really viable, and I'm not, for the most part, which is why I switched away from it in the first place. Nico, I mean, he's... Oh, hang on a minute. Come on. 88th minute. If we turn this around now, what should be Nikai again? I don't even know where he is in the box, but who cares where he is, as long as he's on the end of this. I'm feeling it. Here we go. It's Duda. He's going to just shoot here, isn't he? And I don't blame him, actually. He's gone to a good spot. Oh! On the algorithm. I think that might come from a slight misunderstanding of the algorithm, because the algorithm doesn't... algorithm only cares about viewer retention, watch time, all those sort of things, right? Now, obviously, there's different factors that lead to those things. But just because something is, say, based in England doesn't automatically give it some kind of algorithmic bump if the content itself isn't actually interesting beyond that, for the most part, from my understanding anyway. At the end of the day, it's just data, which is why I've been able to do things that aren't that and still have a reasonable level of success back when I'm actually going well. We didn't lose, we should have won, but it's more points gained, right? We're still sticking it out there. I think that's 17 unbeaten now, which is dope. I am disappointed for this one, though, because we definitely got better when Kiziemka came off. But maybe now, a few weeks of him training that new role, and we'll actually get some kind of joy out of him there. I realise that from a viewer, this is not the sort of thing you normally have to give a shit about anyway, because at the end of the day, your position as a viewer is like, if I find something interesting, I will watch it, right? And my job as the creator is to try to figure out what that is, and then try to make things that also I enjoy making. I'm in a good place to do that at the moment. Once I've got through these guides, like, I do want to try and do an agent video, but the problem is the game does not make that very easy this year, sadly, because the biggest thing is that you can't search through the player database when you're not employed at a club. Just one of the weirdest decisions of all this thing that doesn't really matter to most people, but it's just the strangest thing that to just randomly stop that from happening. It makes zero sense to me. Right, recruitment focus update. Is there any new ones in here? They're probably not, right? In fact, they've actually completed. Wait. Oh, there is a couple more. Oh, this guy, man. Also, he's actually turned 16 now. He's just ridiculous. 8 games in the top flight this year. How long do you reckon it is until he gets a Poland cap? Because it can't be that long. No, there's a lot of things you can't do there, of course, yeah. New game currently. Well, that being one of them. The fact the coefficients are broken. But the biggest thing for me is the two things. The fact that at the moment, if you go to a squad page of another team that you have scouting knowledge of, the stars for potential and CA or whatever are not visible on the profile, even though the columns are. It just says unknown, even then you go to the profile and they are there. But the biggest thing for me is the fact that you can't import and export and save scouting filters, and some of them don't work properly when you just use them normally as well. That's my biggest thing that I dislike about it. It does make things needlessly complicated in certain areas. Building a nation niche. I like it. It's been my little niche for a while now. But I do like to sometimes get out of that and do other stuff. Hence Outcast of Icons and stuff. It'll be fun though. But that's the thing. It's fun, but it doesn't work. In the same way that when I did African Adventure, for example, it's easily the least viewed stream content I've ever done. I still had a great time doing it, but you can't do that all the time. Otherwise you lose your job. Still see final attributes comparing players. I don't know about that. That might be true as well, actually. Let's have a look. Now's a good time to test that, right? Let's have a little gander. I know there is a way that you can, but that isn't the way that I was thinking of. So maybe there's 2 ways then, potentially. Little man, thank you very much for the 23 months. And Masahi, thank you very much for the follow as well. Let's have a look at... I guess we just want the player database and anyone we don't know much about, right? So 2 random dudes like this. So you, Matvey Janchuk, and you... how do you... I actually haven't used the compare thing for a while. What does that... Can you even do that now? Oh, is it that? Oh, you can only do shortlisted. Okay, that's fine. Oh, hello. I don't know if it does. I'm pretty certain I know this stuff about Regan Booty already because he's shortlisted. Let me check. Because if he's not, then that would work. But you can see that obviously we have the ranges for Matvey here, which is what we already know. It seems okay. Let me just check Booty, though, because it might only reveal it on one side. There is a way, though, unfortunately. Ah! No, you're right. It does. Because we don't know this information about Regan Booty. It seems to only reveal it on the other player, perhaps. Didn't need to touch. The thing is, right, there's a lot of... Because it's a brand new everything this year, albeit some of the code underneath is obviously still the same with logic, but it's not that they have changed things that didn't need to be touched. Some of it, everything had to change because it's a brand new everything for the most part. So I guess it's just that maybe they could have taken some inspiration from certain things when rebuilding it. And I definitely agree that some of the logic is a bit flawed. But for the most part, everything had to be rebuilt anyway. Oh, we haven't been able to get that scout yet because the board keep reducing the number of staff that I'm allowed to have. So since when we tried to get him originally, They wouldn't let us have him back then because we still had, basically, we had more staff employed than we had the numbers for staff allowed, which meant that I couldn't even sack anyone to bring him in. But then since then, the board have actually reduced those numbers even further. So it's going to be a little while before we can get that guy. Hopefully, he's on my staff shortlist, so he should be okay. We can get him soon. I say soon, maybe next season if there's a chance. Oh, yeah, it's totally a shame. I'd love to be able to do Africa Save again. So much fun. Some of my favourite memes and stuff from stream, like the Harold Bishop Ultras thing, that is from African Adventure, technically, even though the actual clip itself has no relevance to it whatsoever. Which is why I still like to do them occasionally. Right, because Yamka's going to get another chance, because why the hell not? Wonder if he's got, like, red. Ah! Literally, within a week, he's got orange. So, yeah, that you were absolutely right, chat. I'll hold my hands up and say I was wrong. I'd like to at least say in my defense that is mental, that's how you have to do it, but you're 100% correct. That is hopefully going to help us long term now. That's so weird, man. Yeah, sorry, he's a performance analyst, but regardless, we still couldn't employ him, unfortunately. Are you really, Magic Fair? That's awesome. I do like a bit of the Offspring, mostly the older stuff. So, which album's this off of? Yeah, the older stuff. I remember these albums from back in the day. Oh, that was... We're talking like 2002 kind of time now, I think about it. Oh, Bozic, yes. In fact, let me just do the team selection thing again, just to see if anyone can come back in. So Ornic can come back, crucially. Farinia, he probably could, actually, but the last thing we want is him getting further hurt, right? So we'll give Kuziemko another go. Plus, it's probably helping him learn the role. We'll get you in for that. And then, more importantly, where's my boy? Nikai, in you come, son. Lovely. So he's got 3 goals this season. Bozic has 4. Probably certain features to read, but yeah, exactly. I do feel like certain elements from a design level have been designed by people that have never played the game. That was there's certain screens I'm just like, there's no way that someone who's played the game has gone, yeah, this is what we need to do. So don't go too fancy. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you've got to take risks on it as well, but you just don't want to commit to long-term stuff if it's a huge risk, because if it goes wrong, you're in big trouble, basically. Building a nation is always a safe bet, just because it's fun, right? Plus, I just want to see if there's any cool new stuff this year. And to be fair, things like the loan screen, despite looking horrendous, does actually function ridiculously well. As does the get team report screens, actually. It's much easier to go through national team squads now and get the team reports than it was before. The menus condense slightly, so you don't have to move the mouse as much, and it actually feels so much better from like a ergonomic standpoint, right? Broden in the winter transfer window? Not really, no. Because we can't afford one, and we're not going to be able to get rid of our starting goalkeeper at the moment. So a goalkeeper for me right now is not a priority, because I think he's done okay. He's not been brilliant, but we kept 6 straight clean sheets at one point. I know we've been bad lately, but for the most part, he's doing okay. I don't think he's the issue. He's not doing great, though. There's other areas of the team where I think the investments are needed a bit more. Edit stat colors. You just do it in preferences. There's a... Hang on, I'll show you. It's just in here. There's only 4 presets at the moment, unfortunately, which is annoying. But I just use this one because it's the sort of closest-ish to the one I would use. It's not really in any way, but it's slightly better. They're still not particularly high contrast, which is frustrating. Swaps the roles as well. Yes. I think that might only happen if you do it on one of these 2 screens and not on the combined one. I think that's what causes that, because I did that exact same thing when I was switching players around before. Custom edit them, no, you can't. Well, there's like mods that do it, but I don't know how well the mods work anymore because of all the patches. Was he a beardy boy? It's a solid beard. Oh, his name's Beard. Camille Beard. Even better. And he does have a beard, at least. If anything, if my surname meant Beard, I'd probably just not have one for the memes. Not for the second team. Oh, I don't know, actually. I seem to be getting both here. We get those like emails about the match feedback for the most part. A power nap. Yes. I mean, there could be better. To be fair, most of Sunday's stream was just me going, oh my god, what's going on? Because that was just ridiculous, frankly. And I was... you have no idea, man. That just come out of nowhere. I was just incredibly grateful. So, no, I didn't. Shadow Place. To be fair, Pog and I haven't had a chance to do the big shop yet this week because I was working so late yesterday that we kind of gave up on actually trying to get to Tesco's and Sainsbury's and Aldi and all that jazz. But I would really like to get a pack if I can. Who's Scotland playing tonight? There's some cracking beards in the world of football. It's a shame the game can't really represent them, but you know what? It's one of those things where I'm thinking to myself, ooh, imagine a mod that just gives everybody a massive like ZZ Top style beard. I'd be totally on board with that. Denmark, ooh. Because it looked basically over for Scotland, right? Until the whole Belarus debacle with Denmark. Pick up, that's what we were discussing. If I can find any salted caramel ones. Because I still haven't been able to. I'm going to stay on the lookout for them. Hello, Bone Idol. Lovely to see you, my friend. Welcome back. I know you've been there all along, but still welcome back nevertheless. I hope life is treating you well, friend. Santa hat for this. Oh, I do have a... Oh, where's it gone? I do have a yellow Santa hat, which I bought many years ago. Good luck getting one now. You probably can, actually. But back then, there was a whole website. It was a Belgian website that would sell Santa costumes in every colour imaginable. It's the strangest thing, but I was able to get a yellow Santa hat, which was pretty sick. Yeah, the reason I couldn't say about Tesco's with the sponsored streams, of course, was because I, generally speaking, go to Tesco's and not Sainsbury's. But obviously the deal specifically was to do with Sainsbury's. So you actually can get them in Tesco's for the same price, I believe, on Clubcard. But the Nectar price deal was part of the campaign. 2 Christmas quizzes? I would, but there's still, as far as I can tell, not a viable quiz system that would actually work. Quiz Kit was the one. They were the chosen one, and they joined the Sith, and they were supposed to defeat them. Last chance of pickups, unfortunately, yes. There's only one pickup left in the house, and it's this dark chocolate one. Which I will definitely be enjoying at some point today. Have Ipswich Town... I guess some clubs make them themselves, or is there an Ipswich Town classic football shirts one? Because I know some clubs do them as well. Fulham briefly had this thing called a going away shirt, which was basically a Hawaiian shirt, which was really, really cool. But then it never actually, as far as I know, got put on sale. I believe there was some technical errors with it, with like names and stuff. But then the shirt never actually seemed to get released, as far as I know, which is sad because I really wanted one of those. Wow, we've been really bad today. I think the issue is that Koziemka is just not allowing the link up in the way that Fariña does while he's playing this role. Because we're just not cooking in the same way at all as we were before. It's like quite noticeable, in fact. I'm going to yell at them. Get it with it, lads. Hopefully it'll improve. CONMEBOL is the only federation with no weak teams. CONMEBOL is South America, right? I mean, Chile haven't exactly been cooking lately. Neither have Bolivia. Oh, hello. Rodado! Oh, my goodness. Bolivia are okay, I guess, because they've got the home games. And Venezuela, historically, have been not exactly that special. I mean, they've never qualified for a World Cup, as far as I know, right? Peru have at least been to a World Cup or two. In fact, were they at the Brazil one, in fact, in 2014, maybe? I remember their kits, because it was a really lovely, like, red sash. Tremendous work. Oh, no. So after Christmas, it's tough to say, Bone Idol. I always say, like, don't, like, delay fun if you can have it. And I feel like there's a lot of fun to be had in the game right now, compared to before, for sure. And with the weekly updates, I reckon in a couple of weeks, honestly, we'll see what the next update brings, I think. That'll be an interesting sort of clue as to where we're going. Because if it's another big step in the right direction, then I think you could safely in a couple of weeks go, you know what, this is going to be in a really good place if it carries on like that. Right. We've not chefed at all here. At least we're not losing yet, though. Which means we can at least make some tweaks here. Fariña could actually come in. Maybe I should just bring him in and risk him. See if he can take this game over a little bit. We can't leave Koziemka on. Not until he's learned that role properly. Well, how's Lelevel done? He's been okay as always. Oh, Krzyzanowski's been dreadful, but I don't really have any options to take him off. I mean, I guess I could bring on... No, I can't, can I? We'll go Ertl Taylor for Duda, maybe? I might even bring Bozic on for Rodado. Rodado's been dreadful in this game. I'm going to give Bozic a run in the other role. Might be on his wrong foot too, actually, which could even work out well for us. Do I want one more sub? You know what? Fuck it. Fresh legs. That always works, right? Oh no, this has been bad from us. We've not been creative at all. And I think we are genuinely really missing Farinia. That free roll, now that he's learned it a bit better, does seem to be really working. That's surely offside, right? Yeah. Whew. A save. Yeah, you do need that save that's going to bring you in, I suppose, yeah. Sick of work permits. I know, it's what's kept me out of England for a while. And that's the thing, as much as I really want to do, like, say with my local club, I just know that the second I get into the football league and stuff, it's going to get really tedious and annoying for that exact same reason. Actually qualifying. True, but I guess it just depends on what you mean by bad, right? Because if good means on the verge of qualifying, then that basically counts almost every team in world football for the most part to some extent. So I feel like you kind of got to draw the line somewhere when you're determining who's good and bad, right? Not everyone, obviously, but a lot of teams have been close to qualifying at times. But Venezuela, historically, are usually comfortably the worst team in South America for the most part. I would have loved to have seen them qualify. It would have been amazing. But, oh, go on. Oh, it's blocked. But for the current song, exclamation mark song will tell you what's currently playing. A parody of One Beer by MF Doom about only having one pickup left. I might have another one. I think there might still be one in the Choco Milk box, though Pod keeps eating them. He does have some of the best teams in the world, absolutely. But we were talking about the teams that aren't as good, more specifically. So I see what you mean. If you were to put Venezuela in, say, a European qualifying group, where would they stack up, I guess? But ultimately, you can only really judge them on the results they've got. But I'd love to see Scotland. So if Scotland beat Denmark tonight, is it home or away? Do they actually win the group? Because that would be incredible. Oh, hello. Nikai, go on, lad. He's got to. No! How have you missed? Oh, dear. Are you channeling the spirit of Marko Bozic? Come on now. Oh. Most lenient rules. Poland, Hungary. Estonia. I've always wanted to try Estonia, to be fair. Oh, home as well. Oh. What time's the game start? That sounds like the sort of thing I might actually genuinely be interested in. That'd be tremendous. Bit underrated. Oh, absolutely. But, like, I don't know. To be fair, with good or bad, unless you're talking about, like, teams that have never won in their lives or teams that win World Cups, it's all kind of subjective within that, right? I guess you kind of got to draw the line somewhere. We are still second and still unbeaten. We're just having a little wee wobble. And Farina gained rating when he came on the pitch, so I think that now that we get him back next game, we should be chefing. Like 18 games in, we've got 30 points. Catching the top is going to be tough, but I think over the next, 16 games, we should be able to pull away from it. Wow, that's tight, though. 2 points between second and eighth is still insane. Or the cottage. No. Sahara and Boa Morte, when Boa Morte was a little bit, I think I was like 13 still at the time. Losing a goal, that's true. We kept the clean sheet. Bro does the boy. It's because he heard us talking smack about him pre-game. Still not happy with that, though. Nikai did okay. 3 at the back system working. I mean, I'm walking 3 at the back right now, I guess. Technically. I go, actually, I suppose. It depends on what you mean by 3 at the back, right? Would we consider this 3 at the back or 5 at the back? I mean, at times it's 2 at the back. I don't know what I'd even call this system. It's 3 at the back out of possession, and then even 2 at the back, I suppose, in possession right now. Czechia League compared to Poland. Actually, yes, I do. We actually were managing in Czechia on the beta, as it happens. Icevox, thank you for the follow. The rules are pretty solid in the Czech League as well. Oh, there was one thing about it that used to annoy me when we were in Czechia, and I can't remember what it was, but they are pretty relaxed for the most part. I think there's rules to do with this. Oh, is it to do with non-EU players in Czechia? I think there's like, you can only have 3 non-EU in the playing 11 or something, maybe? Which might have been the thing that would have put me off doing building a nation long term there. In the youth team, not easily, and if we did, he wouldn't be available for first team matches where we really do need him at least as an option off the bench. Oh, starting more games. Victor, Buddy, regular starter. He's not even that bad. Problem is, our defenders have done, for the most part, pretty damn well. Import training schedules working. I don't know. I haven't really done much with the importing of training schedules just because I find that the training in FM26 at the moment is diabolical as far as the interface, and therefore I've tried to stay as far away from it as possible. I don't have a link to my kits, not at the moment, because it's only kits for specifically Wisła. That's the only different kit I'm actually using. The rest of the kits in Poland are either built in or not added yet. Much Moneyball? Not really. Again, we're only in the first season of the save, and this isn't really the design of the save, I suppose. I guess it depends what you... Moneyball, I think people now just use that to describe buying and selling players, I guess, though. out of the wage budget if he goes away. Yes, but we also then lose our backup centre-back. So it's like, money good, lack of player, because he's actually a good player too. That's the problem. I'm not running a speed up mod. I'm just using the default speed up settings in the actual the ones that the game provides itself, which generally speaking have been good enough for me. I can't really see how it could get any faster in truth. But maybe it's just because my PC is actually designed for this one. Oh no, sorry, I know what Moneyball is. I just mean that I feel like a lot of people misuse it with regards to Football Manager, where that just means that they're buying and selling players a lot of the time. But no, I'm not currently doing that. I'm just buying players who I think are going to be good and not really selling anybody right now. I do love that film though. And the book. Book is solid too. Oh, wait, hang on, I've gone past that meeting. There's not much I can really say to him other than like, is he... This is the problem. Because he's actually a solid centre-back. His contract's up at the end of the season, really. I'd like to basically... He's one of the guys I'd want to like bring through the year with us, and then maybe he leaves at the end of it, but I don't really want to lose him mid-season because we don't really have different playing time. He'll never accept that though, will they? I mean, we could try it, but as far as I know, he's unlikely to accept this. Then again, it used to work quite a bit on... Let's see, it did used to work more. Where is it? Cup competitions? So I'm not used to this new interface still for this bit. Can't give you the football. Sell you. Good of your career. Compromise. Squad play. This is the one. Yes. Right. Sorry, it does still work. Love to see it. Yeah, I mean, the reason I've never trusted the Moneyball stuff in FM is just because I've never trusted the underlying stats to actually be correct enough. Because so many times I've scouted a player and I've looked at like actual statistics for that player, and it would have things in there that are like simply not possible. There was one player that had, it said that he had something like 3.7 XG or something, but the guy had literally taken like he'd taken like 7 penalties that season, which meant that he couldn't possibly have that low of an XG. So it was things like that that made me a little bit like concerned about the overall data. The board's expectations, oh god, here we go. They're all at it now. Although I should be able to do it on all of them, right? The board's expectations are playoffs, which is what we're currently achieving at least. When's your contract up? It'd be lovely if we had that information on this screen. My god, it's better than your... Apparently, there's actually a football deck builder roguelike game coming out. I saw a random clip of it on TikTok the other day, which was really exciting. Oh, that Polish centre-back, he's ridiculous.
I'm the Pope. Cooper,
I think...
take off the Pope.
I don't know what to make of him, honestly. But if that's the kind of players that we can find doing that, then we've actually got a bit of budget to sign guys like that. Holy, that's going to be exciting. Logan Pine, thank you for the follow. I might just have to... Nutmeg, that's the one. Yes, that's exactly it. Yeah. Go no with this. That's fine. You can be a twat about it then. But, like, realistically, I'm not going to start you over James. You've got 2 years on your deal. Unfortunate. When it's done, basically, Bone Idol, it needs a little bit more work than I was expecting, just because of the length of it. But I'm tweaking as I go. It's recorded. It's just basically needs the edit now, the full, proper edit. It's just because there's so much stuff in it. It needed to be correct for a start. Sod's Law, the patch that comes out tomorrow, will fix half the things in it, which is actually a good thing in a way. Yes, we should get Youth and Take preview soon. Because we've got, what, one more game, I think, before Christmas? Maybe? Have we drawn 3 in a row? Ooh. Do you know what? That 6-2 is a bit of a bright spark in an otherwise annoying set of matches, to be fair. So we've got 2 games before Christmas. Oh, it's the Cup. Lovely. Does anyone know when the Youth and Take preview is in Poland? Because it's usually like middle of December, right? Money trouble. But I guess if you're in South America, money trouble can be less of an issue because you at least have the good youth ratings so that you can produce quality players and then get like some nice clauses in there to sort of pump your values up, I guess. Right. It's a cup game. Last chance Koziemka. Perini probably needs one more rest day, so I'll let him start one more game, but we might have to bring him on halfway through anyway. Oh, if we won the Polish Cup again, essentially, that'd be incredible. 4 months. Okay. Yeah, because it does tell you Youth and Take date now, doesn't it? Which is a little sad. At least we can see it tracking each season. Yeah, so we probably could work it out. I don't think we checked that in Poland yet. It was kind of hidden. Actually, it wasn't hidden at all. I say it was hidden. Hidden from me, which could mean any number of things. Let's go off this and have a little quick go. I think it's in... Is it in squad? I think it's in squad, isn't it? It might not show it first season. If I remember correctly, it was here, right? Where it would show it. But I think maybe because we're in first season, you get that weird thing where it considers the players from... It just considers your youth team to be your youth intake, I suppose. So maybe... Then again, we had that in Czechia, right? But yeah, I think it's in here where... Or in there where it would have been. Either way, it should be in a couple of weeks, at most. Is he actually Lord Suhao? That's awesome. Hang on, are you for real? That's incredible. Talk this fast in real life. Hey, that's just how I talk, man. Forgive me. When I get excited, I talk real fast. New emote from Harv. Is it pasta related? That's actually kind of cute. How dare he bring that kind of energy here? Okay, same team again, I guess. Legia Warszawa. That makes sense. But if he's done one in Poland, no reason why I couldn't do more, potentially. Wisła Stadium's quite big as well, which would be kind of nice. I just really want one for Craven Cottage, to be fair. Yeah, I do apologise that I speak quite fast sometimes. It's just my natural cadence of voice, I guess. It would be very us, actually, to knock out Legia from the cup and then go and lose to a team lower than us in the league. Oh, we got the snow! Tell you what, I'm enjoying the cup more than the league at the moment in this save. This is tremendous. A cup game in the snow? I'm totally here for this. Provided we actually do a dubby. Yeah. Did you think I was just speeding it up for videos? If anything, I slow it down for videos. It's better when I'm scripted, because then I actually have to try to remember lines rather than just going off of it. We're playing against Pogham. And a little bit of snow. I want to see the ones where the snow actually settles. Now, because we've got a winter break, we may not see too much of that, because our next games after these little patch aren't until February. Then again, you still get some snow in Febs, right? Apparently we're supposed to get some snow this week. Or so I'm told. That'd be lovely. Well, these guys are predicted to finish way at the bottom. Oh, you are. That's nice. I'm hoping that that can be us. I do think the idea of us winning this title is going to be... Oh, you definitely get in friendlies, but I don't want to have to watch friendlies just to see that. I'd rather it be organic, you know? Like, for example, the game in the last round of the Cup where we beat Legia 4-4, and by that I mean on penalties in the end, it was the hardest rain I've seen so far, because I thought it was just you either get rain or no rain. Not different levels of rain. But we actually had like absolute buckets of rain for that game. And there was just something about it. Under the lights, in the rain, against Legia, it was an incredible vibe. And that makes me really excited for future like Champions League games in this save and stuff. Like the European nights with all the cool graphics and the weather effects. It's going to be dope. Oh, James making a little run. Go on, please don't shoot. Oh, actually, maybe you should. Oh! Never let me tell him not to shoot again. That's incredible. He's like Iron Robin. I love his hair. Look at this little jink. Ships one way, on his left foot, does the defender, pops it up and... Oh, that is phenomenal from James Igbakeme. What a guy. I think he may actually be our second highest scorer this season, and he's playing central midfield. Although, Farinia's probably up there as well now. Iron Robin's hair, well... what he's got left, you know? But I was more referring to old Jamesy boy with this lovely, somewhat... He must use a lot of gel in that ponytail, you know? Is anyone going to close down the short corner, or are they just going to let us take it? That's nice, actually. Oh, could have been two. Robin is just such a classy player. I love any footballer who you know exactly what they're going to do, but you still can't stop them. There's something quite foreboding about that in a way. We're still giving up quite a lot of shots. But then historically we always kind of have. It seems like we have a lot of games where our opponents will have like 15 shots and like 6 on target, but then still only manage like 0.4 XG, which I assume is basically just us only really giving up chances from distance because of the block system that we play out of possession, or maybe like random headers from crosses and stuff, because we are trying to invite that kind of pressure. Oh my goodness, look at this football. If that had gone in. Oh. Somebody is letting them cook at the moment. A little bit of pressure off in the cup. We lead, albeit we've kind of done a bit of that ourselves today. You almost could have pushed forward a bit more there. That was delightful. They're playing a very similar system to us, actually. The only difference is that in possession, they've still got an extra centre-back, which could make all the difference, to be fair. That's delightful. Honestly, I just kind of want us to get back to winning ways again. Because Yemka as well, not had the worst day. Krzyzanowski could really do with the rest now. He may be one of my first subs if I'm allowed to. Actually, what I might do is take Krzyzanowski off, bring Godfrey on, and then just leave Kuziemka for the full 90 today. That way we keep that rule in place. Not that we'd have a choice. In fact, I might even do that now. Because he is looking knackered, frankly. And we've got Kuziemka, and he seems to be... Oh, he's losing rating again now, though. Ah, you know what? We're winning. Don't risk it, eh? Got a 10. Oh. Maybe he loves big matches. To be fair, our goalkeeper hates big matches, like, with a burning passion. So, we really don't want Camille the Beard when we're playing in European games later in this save. And I feel like by then, hopefully, we'll have a better goalkeeper anyway, but we certainly don't want him in the goal, because he will be an absolute disaster class if that was to be the case. Rule apply for the cup. I think it might do. I forget. I'm just kind of treating it as if it does anyway, because it is going to encourage me to play more young Polish players. But what I kind of want is just a couple of guys from this year's youth intake to be, like, a bit all right, so that we can bring those lads in. That's what I'd really like. So I would not have... It might be that there's different rules for the cup, potentially. But, hey, it can't hurt to give him a more run in this role anyway for the time being. I just want a couple of guys in this year's youth intake that we can use that are going to be dope in those first few seasons as Lelevel's through. Look at that. He pulls it back for James. This is tremendous. He probably... I'll say he could have done better there. He's got it on target. I don't know what more he can do. The keeper saved it. Or, wait, did that go for our own player? A 1-0 win is still a win at the end of the day. So as long as we get the dub over the line. I like how since Nikai has actually come into the team to start, he's not really done a lot. But that's okay, because it means when I bring Bozic off the bench, he's going to absolutely chef. Here we go. Go on, Godfrey. Haven't seen much of Godfrey lately, just because we haven't been able to bring him off the bench. But he's got a bit about him. Here we go. Go on, Godders. And cut it back. Or just keep going, and it's 2. Godfrey Stephen finds Angel Rodado, and that should wrap it up nicely, which means it's perfect time for some subbies. Probably to get Nikai off as it goes. Get Bozic on. Save some legs on Leleveld. We obviously... I probably could take Kuziemka off, but I think just playing in the... Wow, he's dropping rating again. He does get complacent really easily by the looks of things. We'll get Ertl Taylor on for Duda this time, and then just leave that last sub, just in case. FM birthday cover is 30th. I've released as late as 30. I'm getting gone when he turns 27. 27 club means something very different in my FM saves. Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of reasons why that could happen, Lord Justinian. Like, consistency is one factor, but the big consistency in big matches are what are the two big things that are going to be impacting on that are going to cause problems. The DiCaprio of the FM world. Ooh. I was good in Titanic, though. So there's that. So what changes are you making, Lord Suhail, to Poland? Because Poland actually, as it happens, is pretty relaxed to begin with. He's going to shoot. Oh, he's not shot. Okay, why have they suddenly stopped shooting from there? Which is great. I'm glad, but... Oh, another block on James. They just sat very deep on us now. Shigem might even be like, he's lost the ball. I'll take it. 2-0 lead makes us a lot more easy to deal with now. It gives us an opportunity to give up a silly goal, which he gets. Actually played very well off the bench. Bozic has not lost any rating yet, I suppose. I'm glad we're not in a league that splits. Those are always a bit of a weird one. Did Poland used to split? No, it didn't, did it? Wait, or did it? What was that year where... Oh, no, it was a different league that was splitting, wasn't it? I had an issue once. I think it was... Because in the original Building a Nation with Poland, we had an issue where we lost an entire season of the save because the game just never generated any fixtures. It was the strangest thing. And I'm pretty certain that was the Poland save. So maybe there was a split in Poland back in the day. I don't know. But I think what it actually was caused by was me turning on a South American league right as another league that I had switched on, which I believe was Serbia or something, did some random split as well. And it just caused all kinds of weird issues. Yeah, don't give up a goal here, lads. Too early and we... Oh, that's a lot of space. Oh, that's an annoyingly good goal. Can't really argue with him, but he has kind of done our fullback. Which is my fault for replacing him, in fairness. Yeah, it's to do with removing leagues. It was something to do with adding and removing leagues around the same sort of time that a league was splitting that I had set to playable. But I don't think it was Poland. Because Yemka, pretty poor in this game, really. He's sort of been the one player on the pitch that hasn't really had an impact on the match and has actively lost rating. Consistency up. To be fair, consistency is one of the attributes that will go up a lot. Just with time, most of the time. You just need to... a lot of young players will be inconsistent because it's one of the ways that the game sort of... It's the closest thing the game has to, like, experience, I find. Which is obviously not an attribute, but... Players that are younger statistically will have lower consistency. Not all of them, of course, but on average they will do. And you'll find that if you got a guy who's 18 and he's not super consistent yet, that's fine, because by the time he turns 22, it most likely will flip over. Not everybody, but for the most part, that's how it works, I find. Tangerine Dave, both with the follow and the immediate prime. Wow, that is incredibly kind of you, my friend. Thank you so much. It's not even come through yet. Pulling Rakov and Norwich in it, yeah. Yeah, he's miles offside there. I hope this isn't going to cost us. We lost a full season that year. It was... I've just never seen a bug like that, but it was actually a bug that was reported on the forums at the time. But just one of those things. That's the sort of thing that if that occurred in Unity, I suspect that they'd be able to fix that. But back in the old method of whatever it was. So it was... Right, so there you go. So it was because of that. So basically what happened is I turned on like some of the South American leagues with the aim of turning them on to playable to get some more players, because obviously I didn't know about the database setups that I do now. Please don't give away a penalty. Oh, his manager's going to hate him. And because I did it right after the league had like concluded the first stage, the keeper's up. Wait a minute, are we going to score an empty net goal here? Go on, they've pulled the goalie. Marco, shoot the ball. Marco, shoot the... Bro thinks he's Ovechkin. To be fair, I can't argue with the result. I can't argue. He couldn't have given himself a worse angle for this shot. And somehow he still nearly put it in. Oh, brilliant moment. Who got this? Was it James that scored off the end of that? Or was it Koziemka? Or was it Koziemka? Do you know what? I take it all back. He was trying to set up the lad. No assist. And to be fair, he deserves the fact that there's no assist on that. He did nothing. Oh, dearie me. Do you know, I thought he was time wasting it. Yeah, genuinely. So we get the win in the end. No thanks to Bozic. I guess they are, but I'd like to think that... I guess I can't really complain. I am doing no long-range shooting. So it is just funny that when there's no goalie in goal, he's not going to give it a go. He just wanted that perfect angle for it. But it's the fact that he took it wider for no reason. He still hasn't run 5 in a row. To be fair, that's kind of difficult. I've not won 5 in a row. Well, have I? Actually, you know, I might have done, you know. Now that I think about this, I might have done. Amazing. Kazakhstan, well, yeah, is it Satpayev they've got? And there's a couple more knocking about, right? They don't have the lowest youth rating, if I remember correctly. He's been bailed out so much by that header. But if a good performance in that position gives him, like, confidence, then I'll take it. You know? Thank you, Jason. I was thinking to myself, that's just straight in the recap right there. The cup has just produced the action. I'm loving it. Satpayev, that's the guy, right? He's the guy at Kairat, I think. His former team that he left managed to win 5 in a row. So you're saying he's the problem, basically. Stands to reason. Ever been to Krakow? No, but I'm looking to go next year. Because I tend to pick these Building a Nation teams now with the idea of like, well, that'd be a fun place to take Pog. So there we go. Which is exactly the plan. That's why we went to Malta last year, which was really dope. Oh no, I don't think I have won 5 in a row. We did 4 in a row there and 4 in a row there, but we haven't run 5 in a row. But what we have done is now gone, what's that, 15, 16, 17, 19 games unbeaten in all comps. We've not lost a game since July. This is incredible. One more, if we can get through one more game, which is ironically a team we have lost to this season, we're ready, I'm telling you. Plus we might get, oh, maybe not, it's only 3 days away. Ooh, that's going to be a toughie. Oi. Beckbala, I've not heard of those two, but obviously Satpayev was the one that everyone was talking about because of the Chelsea thing. Yes, we are getting reports on these. I'm obviously a friendly for our beating because I don't know if they're actually... Well, they are in a league, but the league isn't playable, so as a result, you kind of just get this. Let's have a look at the player recommendations. I don't think we can do much with this list at the moment just because this screen is a bit of a nightmare. Oh, God, the fact that you can't add age on here is absolutely... Is there anyone that's like super young that we might be able to have a look at for future options? Although I suspect that most of these players are just guys from our recruitment focuses, I suppose. Although these are all on loan. I think most of this data is absolutely pointless to me at this moment. Oh, there's a couple of guys at Hamron. No way. Does this sort properly? Yep. That worked brilliantly, chat. Let me just quickly progress through that and come back again in a minute. We'll try that a second. Oh, no. You're right. Saving before doing anything. I mean, luckily we have. Let's just pretend that doesn't exist for the time being. Let's just clear all. It was anti-courage, wasn't it? Oh, I can't even clear all. Am I going to have to do it one by one? Change the view. Oh, is it the view? Oh, it is the view. Wow. Can I do it on that one? Okay, regardless, this is that's so bizarre. My God, they've actually got them. Yeah, so anti-courage was obviously the guy that was at... Gosh, taking me back to the old days. Wow, he's actually not bad technically, to be fair. Love a good free roll. Earning quite good money for Hammer. I guess Hammer would have sort of become a lot better since the last... Okay, let's just use this screen. I genuinely think the scouting inbox at the moment, because of the fact that you can't add columns and there's no view that really contains the right information, it's not very usable at the moment. I think most of my scouting is actually going to come from recruitment focuses, our other methods, and Belgian amateur scouting and stuff like that, and for the time being at least. And obviously the transfer room in. You mean Fantasia? Yeah, he's okay, but not great. I could just select all. I'll keep the reports for the time being, but there's not much we can really do with this right now. I think you're right. Cards genuinely might be more viable this year. Once we've actually started getting reports for stuff we genuinely care about, that makes more sense to do. But I think in January, if we do get any money, I'm going to just transfer a room in recruitment focused stuff instead. Oh yeah, I mean, Hammer would have smashed it this year. It was incredible to see a multi-side actually do that, which is dope. Yeah, Fantasia in the end, I think I might have trialed him again, actually. Let me just have a little quick. Oh, I just sent him away again.
This isn't where I
like, he was
my
fine.
car.
Where is it? Basically, I don't think we could afford his wage. I mean, we can't afford any wages at the moment, but it might be worth bringing him back on trial again, since his rating does seem to be continuing to be good at least. But thank you for the follow. Not yet, Hood, no. It'll be out when it's finished, basically. It just needed a few little extra bits and bobs is done to it, basically, that just the time did not allow for. Yeah, we'll bring it back on trial. He's the kind of guy that, when we do get a bit of money, if he actually does have potential that's as high as that, it wouldn't be the worst idea to bring him in. Yeah, Malta Poland, they may have lost, but it seems like that win has absolutely galvanized them to actually start scoring goals again. Roundup responsibilities. No, I'm not changing that. Hell to the no. Weird, silly top European League occurrences. Do you mean like... actually, no, I'm going to have to ask you to clarify what you mean by that. Do you mean like Europa League stuff? Because we do need to check on that actually anyway, for especially the Conference League, to see how the Polish lads have been getting on, because they should have played like possibly all of their games. In fact, let's do that now. They might have one game left. 2 more games? Have they spread the schedule out a bit more? 6 months in game. Roughly about 6 months in game, yeah. It's because the first few streams we were playing on dynamic highlights while working on tactics and stuff, whereas the last 2 we've been just bombing through games instead to catch up a little bit. So, Poland. We've got... Hang on, I definitely saw one. There we go. Legia Warszawa, 7 points, just outside the top 8. Not too bad. And sadly, Lech Poznan really letting the side down. I would show the stuff here, but unfortunately... Hang on, what's he going to say this time? Yeah, it just shows 2 random games that they definitely didn't play. Oh, does it really, Dan? Sorry, Dan, James. Because I thought that all of these games were played before Christmas in real life, right? Or is it different? No, I changed it in fairness. Listen to Maltese Eurovision song, because it's a slapper. It wasn't even the most recent one, was it? Because their other Maltese Eurovision song was the naughty song. Yeah, except the coefficient screen that shows that doesn't work either, unfortunately, Lord Suhail. I'll show you what I mean. So, for example, the screen I assume you're referring to is this one here, where it shows you how many clubs are left in Europe. Unfortunately, this isn't correct either. So you'll see here, can you see that? Yeah. Poland, it says 0 out of 4, when in fact we have 2 teams still playing in Europe. So these numbers aren't correct either. I believe it's because they may have lost second legs, and that's the way it was counting coefficient points, so therefore it gets carried over. Oh, so they have got 2 more match days. So did it say 1 out of 10? I love the idea of Norway getting 10 teams in Europe. It's the dream, chat. Oh, that's credible. Yeah, so that definitely needs a little bit of a look at. It's going to be a great feature when it actually works properly. think it was a fail. I think the reason is because they actually lost their second legs, and one of the ways that the game was misinterpreting coefficient numbers in order to generate the points was it was counting the second leg result as the aggregate score or something. It was a bit weird. I did, Kaka, yeah. It's crazy. There's been all these derbies lately between like nations and teams I've managed. It's been brilliant. Literally, Wisła last weekend were playing Polonia, which was sick, and they lost, which was less sick, unfortunately. Actually, one sec. We'll just have a little gander at the, because that's the only nation. Oh, sorry, the only league or anything we've got any Polish sides in. Okay. Sometimes it remembers. I mean, it did, but sometimes it actually remembers the search. We have no one in the Europa League, unfortunately. Villa are currently top of that. Forest are doing quite well. Kairat obviously didn't get into the main thing in real life, or like they did in real life. FC Noah getting ripped apart, honestly. Which you'd kind of expect. Bodø struggling massively, in fact. And I imagine the Champions League is largely the usual suspects. Well, okay, but oh my god. How are we supposed to build a nation? Oh, it's fine, yeah. Yeah, no issues there at all. The top four is all England. They're all in the top 10 as well. So 6 of the top 10 are England. Thank God it ain't going to count this year properly. Good Lord. We are in trouble. Poland is going to have its work cut out at this rate. My God. Still in the first season. Oh, okay. So fun fact, Orhusby, I can't click IMGA links because I live in the United Kingdom and we're not allowed to use IMGA without using a VPN because it's a big scary website and we wouldn't want to accidentally stumble across titties. So you're going to have, could you just screenshot that and send me to a different website? Forgive me. Ah, Christ, this is not a good selection headache to have. Because Yemka might have to start again, honestly, because that way we can start Godfrey. Plus it gives our boy a chance to have a little rest and I can start Victor so he'll stop complaining, which is always good. Right, it's very scary, Orhusby, to be fair. I saw a boob once, never recovered. It's crazy. Can't trust it. I can't be trusted, to be fair. Last game before the winter break, which is perfect. Which means it's the last game before the Youth and Date preview as well. Well, it should be, at least. And then we can maybe get rid of a few guys. Live in Switzerland for 5 minutes. I wish I could, but if I turn on I actually don't have any VPN stuff installed on this PC. And I do find that it gets in the way of streaming and stuff. Although, probably would be fine now. Maybe I'll look into that. Like, Victor, he's a good defender. I just think that our other guy was slightly better. Build an island. Oh, I was so happy when we moved to Tenerife in the last save because I thought, oh, we could get to go here. That'd be really, really cool. Except no, because of course it did. Wow. Canada in the World Cup semis. You'd love to see it. Yeah, the VPN's probably gone as well. Exactly, yeah. 3 whole boobs. I see you've seen Total Recall. Is that Total Recall? Oh, wait. Ah. Right, they wanted to know what love is, and now we've got too many foreigners in the squad. We'll go Božić instead. God, this is how he's wheedled his way back into the lineup again. Naughty boy. Not all at once. Ah. Yeah. I've never even like properly seen Total Recall. I just remember one time as a kid coming downstairs and my parents just had it on, and I literally, the very first thing I saw was that scene. It's a solid film though from what I remember, but I was probably like 10. I mean, it's an action film from the 80s, I assume. It's probably fine. Nah, they want to big themselves up too much. I want revenge on these lads, really, which I probably should have clicked if that was an option, to be fair. Oh, the snow again! Our stadium does look... Wait, is this our stadium or is... No, this is their stadium, isn't it? Yeah, because we've got a blue roof, I think. Tire stream got thrown off. That's what happens when you see a boob. I mean, to be fair, you've been staring at a boob in the bottom corner for this entire stream, so... You're already, like, inoculated against it, I suspect, at this point. Okay. I got a really sweet text from Poggis, and I was sat there editing this video, and she was off at the gym, and she... Okay. Chat, heaven is a place on earth, and it's in Poland, apparently. Whatever you do, left side, do not walk towards the light. Okay. That's good to know. Cloudfire is down, and apparently it's right here, in this tiny part of the stadium. That's where they burst their lava lamp. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Pog was at the gym. That was a Rabona cross. Oh, I quite like this. I quite like keeping it like that. I want the giant floodlight there. It looks like someone's parked a rally car in the corner of the ground. Yes, she sent me a... wow. Basically, she was at the gym, and you know how Pog's been lately with her sort of self-esteem stuff, and I hate it because I like you know, I wanted to be confident. And she just goes, that workout was great. I felt so good and strong. And I was literally just sat there celebrating at my desk. If I could knee slide, sat down, I would have done. It was just really nice to see. Oh, that was a lovely little setback as well. We've come out firing here. And with Kuziemka actually starting the game. And a knockoulation. Amazing. You're not going to get better than that. You've peaked. I hate to say it, but you've peaked. Also, what is this system? This is their in possession. Hang on. What are they playing out of possession then? I see. It's a bold strategy. It's just... Basically, they're playing my out of possession style in possession. No wonder we've got so much of the ball. I'll be amazed if they can get forward at all. I guess they've got wingers, which is where they might catch us because they can overload the wings perhaps. Half an hour in, Kuziemka's on a 6.8. Don't mean to cause a lot. Oh no, please not like this. But he's actually having a not. Oh dear. They're going to do the double over us, aren't they? No, it's fine. We've come back before. Oh, it's on the profile page. Okay. Right. In that case, remind me when we get out of this game, we'll have a look on the actual club's profile page. For some reason, I thought it was on the squad page. Okay. Pushing up. Well, not that much, he's not. I do like our away kit. It's cool, isn't it? I really like the shorts as well. That's an unfortunate one to concede, to be honest. But at least we're not having players like Kuziemka actually dropping... Well, Lelyveld has actually been the one really dropping it today. Oh, do I just throw it on attacking for the entire second half, potentially? Would this drop us out of the playoffs all of a sudden? Christ. It really doesn't take much of a slip up to drop all the way down, does it? We've got to start turning some of these random draws and defeats where we're the better side into wins. Because we've kind of dominated up until they scored the goal. Right, I'm going to yell at them, obviously. What was that? Lovely. Then try to, you know, you've got to sandwich the bad stuff. It's almost the opposite of a shit sandwich. It's more like a goodness sandwich where it's like a compliment surrounded by criticism. That's what I'm doing. Not the first season. Oh, I see. But maybe we can see it from the team profile page in the first season, which is where we are, I suppose. Any crazy low ratings? Wow, what's happened with Lelyveld? Yeah, I just don't want to keep him on the pitch while he's playing like that. We're going to just throw it at him. Fuck it. Why not? Let's go. I'm getting Giguere on at halftime. It's a rare Lelyveld L. He's putting the L in Lelyveld right now. Or Lelyveld. But we'll get him on. Because Giguere did okay the last game. Just throw some bodies forward and see if we can find an equalizer. Just get an equalizer again, right? Get into Christmas. We can bring some reinforcements in. And that would also make it 20 matches unbeaten. It would kind of suck if we actually do go 20 games unbeaten and still clinging desperately to the playoffs in this league. Wow, we've done nothing here. I no worries about that, Only. It's, I don't really know how they count that sort of stuff. It's very, very odd the way that Twitch counts it, but it doesn't really matter to me. The fact is, as long as you're here and having some kind of enjoyment from it, that's all I care about, right? Whether you count it as a viewer in terms of Twitch's statistics, ultimately, it doesn't matter that much. It's only when it comes to things like sponsors and stuff for the most part, because obviously they care about the overall viewer numbers and the giant floodlight. Go on, Marco. Now's your moment. Oh my god, he's done a thing. It's perfect time for this song. Marco Božić has scored. That is, and an assist from Giguere. I'm very glad I brought him in now. Don't know why he played that pass, because that is not part of our style, but who am I to criticize that? Sets himself perfectly, takes his time, drills it home. What a moment for him. My baritone voice. Ooh. I don't know, would we consider... I don't really know where my voice sits on the spectrum. I think I actually have quite a high dynamic range, or like on my voice. I guess my normal talking voice is fairly low, but it could just as easily head into chipmunk territory quite quickly as soon as I get any kind of level of excitement, you know? Why streams are more lucrative for your YouTube Let's Play series? Because, I mean, basically, people watched the streams. That it really is as simple as that. A YouTube Let's Play series, back when I was doing them, for example, an episode of Nordic Nomads would get like 2,000 views, which would pretty much earn nothing for the most part. Whereas a stream, it's more fluctuatory because you're heavily reliant on the sub revenue be it primes, gifted, and bits and stuff like that. So it does fluctuate more, but overall, it's just higher with 2-1 up and Bosic just scored again. The other thing with Let's Plays is there's no room for growth. You basically can't grow a channel based on them anymore because nobody is coming into like episode 17 of a Let's Play as a discoverable video, which means you basically that's so he's basically done a stick tip in front of the net there. He's a Tori Lekkonen. This is brilliant. Good stick, Bozzy. I also find Twitch more fun in many ways because I like the live interaction element of things. Is that not the right song? No worries. How did it not get the right song? What the fuck? You couldn't have been clearer, Asher. Let me refund your points for that. That's so weird. And I almost didn't pick him. I know. What? That's unfortunate. I think we're giving away a penalty, but I didn't actually see that one. I briefly looked at chat. Oh, thank you, Judy. But yeah, basically, Dave, it just comes down to viewership and growth potential, which with Let's Plays for my channel would simply not there. So I couldn't keep doing them on the YouTube side of things. Twitch is much more friendly for longer form content, I suppose. Ah, dear. I have considered the idea of getting some multi-stream back going again, but I need to look into it and research it properly. At some point, I'm going to get a day where I can just do all that sort of stuff. But it just feels like at the moment, every time I'm finished a video, I'm like, oh, then I get an idea and I start working on that instead. Which is a good thing. It's the exact opposite of my previous problem, so I'll definitely take it of the two. But it hasn't given me a lot of time to look into those sort of administrative elements of things, I guess. How goes, but I know. They don't have the characters. Is it really? To be fair, I'm sure YouTube chat would be the same as Twitch chat, right? You know? YouTube comments are always so nice. To be fair, they normally are incredibly nice as it goes. Certainly within like the first few days of a video out, the comments are always absolutely lovely. It's after that when you get the weird stuff, man. That's the best part. I'm going to actually get you on for Rodado. I can't bring you on, can I? Actually, I could. I could bring you off and then bring Farina on. There we go. Lovely. Edit streams and Let's Play videos. No. Well, not. I would never consider it, but currently that is not viable. Why are they still doing them? Because they are much bigger YouTubers than me, and the same things do not apply at all levels to everybody. Basically, what works for one person is not the same as what's working for another people. Jack and Kev are much larger YouTubers than I am, and also have that's their thing, you know. Oh, and they don't solely make that type of content either, but that's the thing. All I can go by is what I experienced when I was making those videos, and the changes I experienced when I then stopped making those types of videos. As Farina scored off the bench. Come on. But yeah, I can't get an editor because I can't afford an editor, and thus the cycle continues, right? So, also, I don't think there'd be a huge benefit to me doing that, to be honest. I get that, Dave. But at the end of the day, sorry, Dan, if I did that, I wouldn't have a job anymore, so there would be no content at all. Those are the choices I essentially had to sum up, right? Irish nomads. What about Balkan nomads? Well, yeah, you just have to kind of find your thing. Yeah, like Let's Plays, just if you were starting an FM channel right now and you said what type of content should I make, that would be the bottom of the list, pretty much, because you won't be able to grow a channel on it unless you're offering something completely new and different. Naughty Nomad, ooh, just have to take all of. Oh, hello, go on. I think that might be offside. Yeah, it is. I hate to say it, but Marko Bosic has kind of done well here. He's got an assist and 2 goals, and it looks like we are going to actually turn this into a win. Tactics be a fun thing. Yes. I want to experiment. Excuse me. What was that noise? I want to experiment more with tactics this year. I do want to make some more tactics type videos because I'm enjoying the tactics side of the game far more than I ever have before. Take advantage before looking to impress like my streamers. Oh dear. Those bots. Yes. Those are so. I don't know why that channel for a specific period got like targeted like that, but yeah, it was really, really weird. YouTube Shorts and TikTok FM videos. Forgive me, I missed the question. In related to what specifically? I mean, I do those things, yeah. The match engine is very, very fun. I'm just enjoying. I'm enjoying the games, but I'm also now enjoying the scouting element of things again. Now that I understand it a bit better, once we actually get some money. What is glitched out? I believe it's someone's head. From what I've been told, it's someone's head. apparently, which is brilliant news. What we need is giant head. Weird that. Do you know what to do? I do them. I have 18,000 followers on TikTok and like 9,000 on Instagram from doing those types of content, except that the series that I run on the shorter platforms, FM26 hasn't yet really provided me with the ammunition to make some more content in those areas just yet. But when it does, I'll be straight back on it. Yeah, I mean, what you do is you build up presets, and that sort of helps, but it's still a bit of a pain in the arse for the most part. More head, please. Exactly. Weird FM works better when... It works better in an Outcast to Icon save, because we were looking through more leagues, and there was more active things happening in the world that allowed us to do stuff. Age videos, I'd love to. But... And I probably still will, but the game doesn't make it easy anymore, because you can't look through the database when you're not employed at a club. For some reason. But yeah, I'm going to do one soon. I'll just have to find a way around it, which is an irritating extra hurdle for no reason. Push from short form to Twitch or short form as its own content lane? Both. But that's really what short form is for the most part. Short form is essentially a giant net, and then you bring people to other platforms. Mostly Twitch with that at the time being, but now it's obviously to YouTube as well. Yes, profile screen, of course. God damn it. Hang on. I've been let down. After all that build up and we still can't say it. Do you know what? We're just going to have to wait. We'll get our intake soon. This is a different screen. No, I'm pretty certain that is the one, right? Can't start unemployed anymore. You can? No worries, Orsby. That's funny as fuck. You had no reason to believe that it wouldn't work because it literally does for you, right? That's so strange. Watch us just not get an intake first season. I may have found the Polish Fulham after all. Now that definitely should work because you guys have been doing this save. Guys, you think take that'll be a while away. Or we're just not going to get one. Good intakes. No, we're expecting good intakes because, especially the early seasons, because Poland's youth rating is actually fairly reasonable, and our squad's kind of shit overall, right? Squad screen tells you how many days till the youth intake. Does it though? Unfortunately, it normally does, but for some reason for me, it's not. That was our first place to look, unfortunately. Because it's normally there, isn't it? But, weird one. Youth intakes... Yeah, they bring them back for 27. Yeah, no, it should do, Ollie. That's the first place I looked, because that's where chat told me it was before, and it was in my last save. It might just be I'm having weird stuff, because first season. Maybe we don't get it until we get that official preview for the first one or something. But that doesn't make any sense. Either way, it'd be a nice surprise. Yes, the DLC. I could see why he'd be upset about that. I'll sort it. Just like I said last time. And you listened then, right? Development advice. Anything fun in here? I love that. The reason to get future issues and it's a positive thing. Language. Oh, you could... Yeah, no, go on. We'll do that. Oh, shit. No, I've just applied all advice. I assume that was just for him, right? Am I about to praise Marco Bozic's form? The last time I did this, he kicked off. Oh, to be fair, he's had one good game, but it's really doing a lot of heavy lifting for him there. Leleveld has almost been the opposite. Oh, is he going to kick off about this? No, he's not. Good. Yeah, I have seen this weird bug where if you try to start unemployed, it will just randomly assign you a club, but I have been able to start unemployed recently when I was doing database tests for scouting, so... It seems to be like a really intermittent issue that I think has something to do with which leagues you've got switched on and how many are set to playable, I think. But it is very strange. Like, things like that are just not helpful, are they? Yeah, I get the feeling that that's the sort of thing that we may well see a resolution to in this week's patch, hopefully. So I wouldn't worry about it too much, but it is still incredibly funny. I do miss the structure of making Let's Play content back in the day. It was really nice to be able to go into a day and be like, I know exactly what I'm doing today because it's like I've got 1 or 2 episodes of this series to make or whatever. But I didn't really think it allowed me to be as creative as I am able to now. And I think that my content is better now than it was then because I've been able to be more me. And streaming, I think, has helped with that as well. I think I found my voice as a human being a little bit more. I think I was quite, not robotic back in the day, but was less jagged around the edges, I guess. Usually it's the other way around. Usually the stone that's jagged gets like smoothed off over time. I'm the opposite. Hey, Youth and Take preview. In a giant distraction, we've got a Youth and Take preview. I'm also going to whack in a few friendlies. Okay. Right, let me click on everything except that. Amazing. Let's free float. Yeah.
I'm the Pope. Cooper, take
Makes
off
the
the
buzzword.
Pope
Yeah.
hat.
It's the most on-brand thing he could have done in a way. If anything, he should be thankful. Siv, thank you. Was that SLB? SLB, my apologies. Thank you so much for the follow. And Rob Jordan, or Job Rawdon. It's amazing that I actually managed to call you Rob most of the time. Thank you very much for the 19 months as well, friend. That's very kind of you. A B now. Still unbeaten. We are still unbeaten, yes. Okay. Genuinely, chat, what do you reckon? What's it going to be? I think it's going to be an A. I'm feeling confident about our chances. We're 20 unbeaten. Things are vibing. I'm feeling a good youth intake here. I'm feeling an A. Or at least recommended coaching map. I don't know, actually. Obviously, I set Vida up very specifically for this save, so I tend not to notice those things, but I'd like to think that it would, but that's a good point, actually. Because you have to make your manager first now, don't you? Or is it the other way around? Okay. It's a bit like waiting for your friends at a bus stop and then your school bully turns up instead. It does at least say the names, yeah. Fuck it. Thank you for clipping that, chat. Brilliant. We found the Polish Fulham. So, Eric Marek, Mateusz Kujdra. Just, that's a good point. See, it's just as well it's not a youth only save. And the worst thing is, I've heard that this year, intakes aren't really a lie with the previews. It doesn't do what it used to do on previous FMs where it would just, yeah. Job Rawdon. It took a while, Rob. Like, it's actually weird that my brain is able to interpret that. Like, I think it's just because it doesn't read it fully. And so for once, my ability to not read things correctly has actually worked in my favor. When it comes, well, yeah, but apparently this year they're much more correct. Still got an intake. Oh no, we're going to get an intake, but you can check in squad. You can't check anything because we don't have an intake yet because that's the preview for the intake. No, unless you know a way to do that. As far as I know, you can't though. Yeah, those guys were already in our youth intake from before. Those are just the random add players to playable team guys that we got. In fact, I want to just check on these guys again to make sure I've not overlooked someone with insane PA. Nah, he was the best one of the bunch, but he's a long way away from being usable if I remember correctly. It's only getting there though. It's not horrendous, but obviously he's one of the original guys you get to begin with. That's disappointing, but we'll get better youth intakes than that. At least we've set a low bar. We now know where the floor of our intakes is going to be. Because if we're getting a bad intake in season 1, it's the only way is up from here. In fact, just to celebrate the only way is up, I'm going to ask the board for things. Because we're 20 unbeaten, what's not to like, right? Oh, boardy board. There's two ways you can do this. You can go to Club Vision or you can go directly to the board as well. What if this is the ceiling? No, don't! What if this is as good as it gets? No one ever tells you that you're in the good old days when you're in them. So that in Ireland, yeah. We got some okay. To be fair, the best players we got in our Irish youth intakes were never Irish. We had one guy who was Serbian, his name was Manuel Jizzy, and we had an Icelandic dude who was really good as well, but never a good Irish player in our own youth intakes, other than Roy Galvin, of course. So doing multi-streams, I have, but I haven't sorted out the infrastructure for it yet. And because if I'm going to do it, I'd want to make sure it's right, where I've got the combined chat so I can see everything. I wouldn't want it to become a worse experience for anyone watching it because I'm doing that. That's what I want to ensure if I'm doing that. So we'll try. Actually, first I'm going to ask him about another affiliate club, because you never know. Players on loan? Oh, lovely. Good to know. Right, first thing successful. Second one, might as well try and do youth recruitment. In fact, I might be able to get one more, or am I only allowed to do 2? No, we could do one more. Facilities is probably a bit of a stretch. Oh, I could do junior coaching, maybe. Wait, there we go. Got there at the end. Yeah, I'll try that one as well. Because you never know. They might accept it, considering it's 20 games unbeaten is about the best time you could possibly ask for something like this. Lewis Offender, yes. Playing FM. Or they've just packed him on something, perhaps. A Brighton save. Nice. Are you a Brighton fan by any chance? Only 5-star striker had 4 finishing? Ah. He's what I'd call a defensive forward. Maybe he's just got confused with his graph and he's gone on the wrong end of the pitch. There's every chance. That's what I do need to do, actually, is schedule some... No! God, the amount of times I've clicked that instead of... Oh, when can I next put a friendly? Wait, does it not even tell me? Can I just start making them... Oh my god, this is going to take ages, isn't it? I'll have one there. We want very small reputation. You, random team. Wait, arrange friendly. Does it at least mark the date where the friendly... Okay, I think it does. Wait, I come upon? Oh, that's Christmas, Matt. Why can't I put a friendly on Christmas Day? He said, denying players a chance to eat their toiki. Very small. We'll have a bit of... That's the same team. Of all the teams in Poland, I was like, no, we'll have them again. Youth intake. It wasn't the youth intake, it was just the preview, but trust me, you missed very little. It's an E. We got an E-rated youth intake preview, and I am fuming. I expected big things, and I was very much not... They didn't live up to it, shall we say. Go through a Twitch session. It depends. At the moment, I haven't even really worked out the flow of how many games takes place in a stream yet, because we haven't done a full season. And some of this season has been done on a higher highlight settings. Sorry, like on dynamic. So I don't know yet, really. Like, so for example, last stream, we got through... I think it was 7 games, but there was 2 cup games in there. But today, we've already played 6. And we've got an hour and a half left. And so if this was a normal set of matches, we'd probably get at least 10 done, if not more. But obviously we've got winter break now, so we'll probably still get a good chunk of these guys done. We'll probably will get up to this. Or we might not. And it might just be because we'll be dicking about with transfers and stuff, potentially. But it does tend to vary. I know. It's woke nonsense like not playing on Christmas. How could you? Okay. This is a song. On Boxing Day this is... It feels weird. Like, I do love a bit of Boxing Day football. I used to love coming back from, like, a relative's house as a kid. Hang on, they're not increasing that, but they're increasing that. Come on, lads. They probably will go for this. No, it's just fine for a club like ours. Sorry, Yaroslav, did you see the preview, bud? I feel like I'm asking for a reason here. Yes, go on, Yaroslav. All I've done is I've literally grabbed him by the back of the coat, dragged him through into the scout's office, grabbed the back of his head and forced it into a binder full of E-rated regens. Nice. So, pro tip, do that. Yeah, it feels weird. It was a really nice thing. I understand it from the player's perspective, totally. But like any Manny, good point. But it was a nice thing. Like, Boxing Day, you're at home, you're with the fam or whatever, and then just getting a chance to see Fulham lose in a festive way. There's something quite wholesome about that, right? Okay, Manny time. What are we saying? I have packed some good players like that. I actually packed Van Dijk the other day. Had to discard him because 1, I couldn't afford him, and 2, his form has not exactly been good. Like, it's Brighton. Speaking of Brighton, 17. Oh dear, it's Jorginho Rutter. Yeah, that's not worth. He's not worth £1 million of my salary cap, unfortunately. Oofy, I hope your pools are better, chat. Bread out players in front. Hey, you know what? That's a good point, actually. Hey, the grayed out guys need a chance too. Do you think? I'd like to hope so. Although, good point to check, actually, because that's under... Where is that? That would be in responsibilities, and then it's advice and reports, isn't it? Youth development information, yes. So, yeah, Damien Brila is the guy at the moment. Now, obviously, we're going to get a better Hoyd at some point. How good are you, actually? Fairly professional. His personality's okay. Likes a 4-3-3 DM wise. We've got DMs in there. Okay, could be okay. I mean, obviously, we'll get a better one day as well. Working with youngsters is elite. Judging CA and peer. So maybe he's wrong. Potentially. But at least he's got a fairly professional personality to begin with. We'll obviously want to find ourselves a model professional guy later with decent attributes. But for the time being, he'll probably do for a couple of years until we can find a proper dude. I don't mind a bit of that. How to get out of a job now? It's fine. You send the bots. You'll survive. So it's weird now that we even have our preview that we still don't know when the date of our intake is, right? Which is a little odd. Unless it now shows it. No, it still doesn't show it. Wow. Huh. those of you that were able to see it, did you maybe start those before the last patch or something? Maybe this patch is... Then again, I did too, so I have no idea then. Yeah, I mean, it should default to your head of youth development, but maybe if you start a save and the club doesn't have one, it may well do. Because I have seen that exact situation when I've joined clubs on like a journeyman save and you've just, for some reason, your Hoyd is not in charge of the youth intakes, which is very odd. It was pretty empty. So was that not even a proper preview like the ones you guys have been getting then? So when you guys have got a youth intake preview, because I didn't even consider that actually, does yours look like this, or have you got more information in it than I've got here? Is this just like a really weird thing where maybe that's actually wrong, perhaps? And maybe this number here, or maybe this letter is still relating to our previous youth intake, because that was what it was saying before our intake preview as well. So mine is super weird. Oh, okay, that means we might be in luck yet then, potentially. Because as far as I remember, this was saying E, below average youth intake, even when we hadn't got the preview, because it was talking about our previous year, if you like. So maybe there's hope for us yet. Shouldn't it say grades for positions? Yeah, I thought it did. So in that case, we might... was it F if I... Oh, that's not good then. If it had stayed the same, I would have been like, oh, maybe it's that. What we like to call this chat is copium. Now, if you'd like to cope with me, you're more than welcome. Worked itself out after. Interesting. Either way, as long as it resolves itself, it's not really a huge deal. But if anything, this has given me a wonderful opportunity to be surprised when it might actually be good. Infamous, yeah. What? Just not get one first season. Maybe reload. Do you know what? It could do. Yeah, they're afraid. To be fair, the way I reacted to it and the way that I dragged my head of youth development down there or the board, I can sort of see why they'd be scared to tell me, to be fair to them. Wait, hang on. Why am I on the map? Just to clarify, I'm fairly certain my assistant is in charge of friendlies, right? Or did it not save? Right. Friendly matches. How am I no longer in charge? Right, there we go. I definitely did do this though, right? On a previous stream, I went through and I delegated that. Right, sick. So you'll probably make some friendlies there, but the problem is now I have to holiday through it a day, don't I? Because it won't let me... Because if I hit go to match, it will take us straight into the game, won't it? Because you can't do it on the day anymore. So I'm going to have to holiday one day to go through the friendly. Maybe that's what broke it last time. I don't know. Weird. Yeah, Vidazine is a scary looking boy. We'll just sim one day. Can it be results? I suppose I could, yeah, actually. What am I doing? Yeah, why did I not just do that? Oh, I'll tell you the reason I didn't last time is because I would have had to switch the entire squad out, but this time obviously it doesn't matter because we've not got any other games. Let's see if it stays after this now, because I don't want to be managing these friendlies. 6-0. Should sim more often. This is where we've got like an entire squad full of injuries now. I think. Right, sick. Now let me go check in the responsibilities again, and it should now. Maybe I didn't hit confirm last time or something. Look at that. That's intriguing. I swear I hit confirm though. It keeps changing it back from Vidazenia. Huh. Well, that's new information, I suppose. I'll check it again after the next friendly, which isn't for another week, because obviously we've got the Christmas break now, where the players are finally going to get a little bit of rest time. And they deserve it, to be fair. And we're pretty close to the January window, which means I might be able to start getting rid of some players. Oh my god. It's all in my imagination. Most things are, to be fair. I do live a Walter Mitty style life. That's true. Intermediary suggestion. Oh, is this them? Oh, I see. So this is basically like when I offer players out. Oh, yeah, because I can totally afford a guy from Blackburn. Do you know what? I'm starting to understand what it's like when I'm constantly throwing players at clubs and they're like, no, why would I want you? I'm now in the opposite position. Training been ruined. I mean, training works the same way underneath, but... Oh, nice. What? Really nice. Living on a free. Regardless, I suspect his wage demands would be somewhat high on account of looking at 10 grand a week here. Can't hurt to ask, though, right? Can't quite stretch to 10 grand a week in the Polish second tier, unfortunately. Cheers for that, your random agent. Might be a bit of a push. to get to the 10k, given that our highest paid player's on 5 and he's earning twice what anyone else is. That might be the worst one of those I've ever received. Hello, Pog. But yeah, training is a bit weird. Like, it works the same underneath, but the actual interface is really, really bad, which is why I haven't touched it yet. Like, even during the last stream when chat were trying to help me with it, it was just, no, you're leaving James alone. What are we doing here? You step away from James. Although, where's Collie? I want to get rid of Collie. Because they're actually going to pay for him. Even though his contract's up in 6 months. This is the perfect moment. Sell him to a random Italian side. And get money for a player that I was going to let go for free. Does he want to go to all of them? Media to assistant. Yeah. God, yeah. Media to me is just... It's also the same exact thing as in 24. The questions, as far as I can work out, are identical. They just look differently on the different screens. So it's not an area of the game that I've ever wanted anything to do with until they make it worthwhile to be involved in it, right? View all offers. The infamous Pog. She of the gym fame. Ooh. Actually, I'm going to accept them all, because that one we get more money, and these ones are 50% at next sale. So whichever one he takes, I'm kind of happy. These ones, though, I'm going to just ignore, because we're not selling James. We can't afford to do that right now, but Colligon would be tremendous. I didn't even have to offer him out. He was the guy. Who was the other one? There was another guy I desperately wanted to get rid of too, wasn't there? Because he was costing us too much money. These guys are all useful. Victor I still kind of like, but he may go anyway. Jigesh, Zarinsky, you're young. You fit again now. Alan's gone. We did manage to get rid of Alan, at least. That was actually in the summer. Yeah, I think the problem is that most of our squad is actually, with the exception of Rafael, who to his, in his defense, he hasn't played yet because he had that horrible injury. And in fact, he's now probably going to be really useful for us. Because the rest of them are just youngsters. Jiger I like. Krishnovsky's a youngster. Victor, I guess we could replace him with someone better, maybe. It's a risk, but he doesn't play that much. So if I could find a sale, it actually wouldn't be the worst idea, I suppose. That's the thing. With those situations, because I just want him gone. Ziarko, I think he's quite young still, or is he a bit older, actually? Let's check. See if he'd be willing to... Oh. Because if we can drop some interest, maybe we'd have to wait until the window opens, but... Isn't generating any interest. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. We'll try again with the windows opened. But what about Ziarko? He's 22. Yeah, I don't think he's got a bright future here. It doesn't seem like he's got the ceiling. So he might be one as well to try... Oh, he hasn't even got a... Okay, he's just a straight up offer out. I don't think we're going to have much luck with that, but we can give it a go. We'll just literally offer you out for base whatever. See if anyone comes in for him. Most importantly, it's to get Collie gone. Because that saves us $2 a week and we get a little bit of extra cash back. And if he does go to Italy, his value might go up potentially. 5-star centre-back. Yeah, we found the 5-star centre-back guy, but he's not an affordable signing that we can realistically make, obviously. Yeah, injury guy. Yeah, good point. Because we've not had a chance to use him yet. Because there's 2 guys at the club that had long-term injuries. That... Duarte actually might be a potential out as well. I like him, but he's kind of fallen down the pecking order as the 3rd choice, if you think about it. Muggle-Tool, or is it Muggle-Tail? Muggle-Tool. Thank you for the follow. Because he's behind Kuziemka and obviously Farinia. And if we could cash in on Duarte now, reinvest that money elsewhere... Sorry, Ginger, it's so tough with tone on Twitch. Someone actually did try to invent a piece of punctuation called a sarc mark a few years ago. Quite a few years ago now. But never took off. Trial someone... That's the thing. It's just... The media stuff is just so tedious that the first thing I do in every save pretty much is just go in and tick all of it off. I'll just go in and talk to him. I'll promise to sell him. Cut competitions. Sub. Sell you. Oh, I was hoping he wouldn't do that. So that was just called Kappa. I suppose Kappa is the closest we've got, at least on Twitch. Right. That doesn't mean I'm not going to offer him out, though. I might still do it. Yeah, I don't know if we'd even get that much, because obviously, as we're the one trying to get rid of him, it means clubs will know that information and will probably bid quite low, but any money is good money at this point. Where the hell's he gone? Wow, he's quite far down, isn't he? Yeah, I didn't even consider that. We don't see as many Kappas. We're more of a lull chat than a Kappa chat. That is the most Twitch-coded thing I've ever said. Just have a look and see what his agent says. Isn't generating any interest. That is surprising. I'll offer him out, but we'll try again once the window's actually open for European sides. Because it's still only the 24th of December at the moment. Then again, they were bidding on us, right? Bidding on us. Bidding on our players, at least. I guess with him happy to stay, it sort of stops him complaining. And we know we can do that next time. Also, no panic. This is, I think it's a band called Youth of the Gospel Youth. It's like an English pop punk band from a few years ago. I was about to say Youth in Revolt, but I think that's the name of a song of theirs rather than the actual. This only really had like one album, I think, but it's just like solid British pop punk core, and I do like that kind of vibe. There's been a lot of bands that have fit that mold of they appear, have one album, and then leave. It is a bit Fall Out Boy, actually, yeah. Although I honestly say I prefer this. I've never been the hugest Fall Out Boy fan, to be fair. It's more Pog's realm. God, I do love this progression now, though. Particularly when you're getting through bits where there's nothing happening. These increased speed. My God, he's gone. He's going to Catania. Wait, was there a senior affiliate in there? Did I miss the email about it? Shit, my bad. Hang on. Was it further down? Oh, there. Ah. That's annoying. Predictable, but annoying. I think we were only realistically going to get one probably in Poland anyway, so probably it's not the end of the world, but it would have been nice to get one initially because it's just so useful, particularly if we get one in England or something. So Joseph Colley is going to join Catania. How much for? 4.5k with a 50% of next sale fee clause, crucially. So we get $2,000 off the wages, a tiny little bit of transfer fee, and a lovely 50% fee on top. Because Catania, they're like, what, Serie B? Maybe? No, they can't be. There might be Serie C, actually, now I think about it. They've probably fallen down, right? That clause is... And they put that in there as well. I didn't even have to put that in there. Benny! Thank you for the 6 months, my friend. How are you?
The 50% clause is meant.
In it just. Oh, there's a look up there for Polonia Warsaw. Our league rivals. I think... What leagues have you got switched on in your save, Taylor? Because I do think that matters quite a bit. So where are Polonia? Oh, wow. Polonia have slipped off hard. At one point, we were like neck and neck in the league, but they have, well, eaten shit. For want of a better phrase, unfortunately. Are my former club from back in the day. It's just nice to see them back up in the second tier, at least, if nothing else. Replicates the real world. I guess that makes sense. Like, it feels like that was something I only ever put in myself on outgoing transfers, but they'd always put in on the incoming ones for you. All big European... Really? That is weird, then, if they're set to playable. Because I think it does matter having them set to playable. I don't think I've ever managed to get a senior affiliate that wasn't in a league I had some kind of switch on for, I guess. Yeah, I know. The only other better one was the 6k one, but that didn't have the clause, did it? That's the best, probably I'd argue the best possible deal we could have got. Let's just see what his value is now that he's at Catania. Although it might not update straight away because FM, which is not new. Let's just go a day. Either way, that's given us money to spend. Which means I think the second... Wait, when does our window open? Because someone told me it was February, right? Do we not get any January window at all? Or doesn't it open until February? Let me just check. Got to get these nailed down. Because our summer window goes into like September. 26th. Oh, I see. Wow, that is quite far into it. Oh, that's going to be a pain in the arse for Champions League stuff. Or is it? Actually, arguably. Yeah, it still is a bit of a pain, but oh well. That's a bridge for later, Matt, to try and cross. And to be fair, just because we can't sign them and bring them in straight away doesn't mean we can't look for them and sign them and get the contract sorted out in advance. So we can still sort of treat January like a January window. We just get to sign players outside of it too, which is even better. So I think what I'll do is I'll get us into January, get the turn of the year ticking over, and then I want to set up... I want to renew the recruitment focuses, although I don't know if they're going to be that good for us yet, but I want to look at transfer options in. Because that seems to be brilliant. For the first div. Good point, don't know actually. I imagine it does. I suspect it's most likely a Poland-wide rule, but that is a good point. Hadn't considered that. That's not the right one, Matt. Ekstraklasa. Yes. It seems to be like a Poland-wide thing. Usually they are in those situations, but always good to check. Got Hoffenheim. Okay, so it can be done then. That's good to know. In my experience in the past, it's quite tough to get them. Yes, Jay. I mean, you can set them as ongoing if you want, Wally, but for some reason, the game is really bad about... After a while, they just stop doing anything, even though they're supposedly ongoing. So if you cancel them and restart them, they'll find players that they somehow weren't finding before. It's one of the things I've always found irksome about recruitment focuses is that exact sort of loop that you have to do. So I probably will restart them anyway, just in case they find anything crazy. They'll most likely find similar guys to last time. But it's the transfer room in stuff I'm really excited about. Because that looked... Ooh. Players retiring at the end of the season. Not retiring, sorry. It's actually quite a lot of guys, isn't it? Most of these... Can I set some of these for release now? No, I still can't. I think we can't do that until a month to go. Most of the... I mean, why do I have no knowledge of your potential? Do you not play for me? Oh, you're on loan. It's a bit weird that I wouldn't have any knowledge of that when you're on loan, but I have heard that's a bug. Most of these guys are not going to be useful for us. We're going to need a big squad. At least this means that we should get quite a nice wage budget boon when a lot of these guys leave. Because they'll get replaced in a couple of years with all of the youth intake guys we'll be bringing through. Set for release on the squad bank. Can you really? Okay, cool. Have to ask for them. Maybe that's why you got them, because they found them on your behalf, potentially. Okay, in that case, I'll go do that. Because that might be a way to get them out the door a little bit sooner, perhaps. But what I want to look at for the time being is just the guys I do want to sign new contracts to. Basically, players I've heard of or players who are young and have reasonable potential, right? All the zero youth guys. Yeah, exactly. None of them. I think Olivier deserves a new deal. He's only 22. He looks to have a bit about him. I think... Nah, some of them I definitely want to give new deals to. The younger ones that look like they've got a bit about them, I would be happy to. And I don't want to lose too much of the core of the squad so quickly, because it is nice to have that. But players that are a bit older and looks like they'd probably want a lot of money, it would depend on how much they ask for as well. Like, if they're willing to take a pay cut or around the same wages, then obviously I could give them an extra year, I suppose. But first things first, where's he gone? Oh, I forgot about Anton Chicken. Oh, there's a goalie too. We probably could do with a new goalie at some point. Right, so he's on £600 a week right now on a fringe player status. Oh, he's got a clause. Never mind. Probably said it on the screen anyway, didn't it? Or did it not? It probably did, actually. That saves me a lot of time. Keep him on the same deal. Raphael, I will hold off on for the time being, just because I don't know what he's going to be like post-injury. Facepack on Mac isn't working. I know that there is some issues with Facepacks on Mac. I can't remember exactly why that happened, but yes. There is definitely something wrong with Facepacks on Mac, if I recall, and there's like some kind of workaround that's needed to fix it. So 650. I was kind of hoping he'd have a clause as well. Does he even have an agent? Let's see what he wants. Important player. That's a bit much there, bud. So he's on 650 and he wants 700. Without a top division wage rise. Wait a minute. I'm silly. 1 second, chat. You're not getting Poland caps, are you? No chance. Would you like that? There we go. Then we get to keep him around for a little bit. Lower contract. It gives us a bit of stability while we look for a better goalie. And that way, we'll save ourselves a bit of cash because it will start immediately as well. And only saves us like £150 a week. But importantly, it gets rid of any clause. Because he might have had a top division wage rise clause anyway. Actually, no, he wouldn't have done because his contract's up. So that's fine. We'll work around for it. I don't know because I don't know what's causing the issue, but I do know that there was a thing I'd heard about that was specific to Macs. I just don't know exactly what happened. I've never owned a Mac product, or an Apple product, I guess. So I simply don't know. Piotr Starzyński. He's 21. The youth intake. Well, the youth intake won't be until like March. So no. But the preview is a bit weird because I think it's a little bit glitched out. Chat reckoned that the message didn't show all the proper information, weirdly. So, yeah, it was very strange. He might have an extension clause. He doesn't. But he doesn't have an agent either. 550. Breakthrough prospect is, I guess, fine at your age. What? Bro, I'm sorry, but you are I would love a sip of what you've been drinking, because I bet it goes down real smooth. He's a man that has not played for us this season. He's on £550 a week and his contract's up, and he's like, you know what? Yeah, double my contract and give me a wage rise clause and a wage rise for the top division and £1,600 when I play 10 league games. And there's no negotiating with that kind of level of lunacy. I'm sorry, Piotr, but that is a real shame. You could have been good one day, but not for those wages. Yeah, just make me one of the highest paid players in your squad. That's fine. Use me or lose me, I guess. And we will lose him. The contract extension ones possibly do. He is dreaming, yeah. Wyszycki, or Wyszycki... Let me just check his current contract, actually, while I'm here. So he's got a 25% promotion wage rise clause. He's on £1,300 a week, but he has played almost every game this season. And he likes me already, which is good. Apparently the next gen list is glitched, yes. It doesn't always show up. At least he's got... There we go. Contract. Still been on 26 of the chalkboard has gone. Not as easily, unfortunately, Casey, because they... I haven't actually got around to building an analysis view yet, as it happens, but they have removed a lot of the stuff that I used to use for that, and I haven't really had a chance to look into what's left to sort of piece it back together, I guess. But you could probably do a watered-down version, but it isn't as fun. Right, so he's on £1,200 a week. Oh, what a guy. That's beautiful. Okay, I respect you not dropping it any further than that. Now, the thing that could get in the way with him is because he's a fringe player there. And we've been playing him loads. And he's going to want to be a regular starter. Can I at least make you a squad player? There we go. And 1,100. So we'll get rid of this. It's a 3-year deal on a 30-year-old. We can natty cap him as well. Yeah. To just knock it down a little bit further. Not a huge amount more. But we can probably get to like 800. Maybe. Nice. Okay. 850, I mean, that's probably pushing it, actually, 800. I wasn't expecting them to go for that. They're more strict with it this year, which is good. That'll free it up a little bit, because we haven't been able to do any of this yet. And it gets rid of his wage rise clause, which is important. Or did it? I think I did. And then... Oh, no, wait. Wrong. Oh, my God. Is it taking me to the wrong email? There we go. We want... Victor, I'm unsure of. I think we were content with letting him go. Giguère? He's always going to be behind Leleveld. And I feel like I'd almost rather let Giguère go and get a younger player to play behind Leleveld. Like a guy with some PA, perhaps. And save us 1.2k a week. We almost don't need two vying for the starting role there. Farinia? I like Farinia a lot, but I get the feeling he's probably going to want a lot of money now. We need some young talent. That's what we're going to be looking for, I think. I'll see what Farinia wants, but he is 34. And I think that's probably going to be... And I expect now he's going to want stupid money. Okay. His physicals are leaving, but I tell you what, for 975 slash a little bit more, if we could get him on like £700 a week for one more year, just to have his experience and like technical ability in the top flight for one more season at £700 a week, I don't hate that idea. Just in case. Because the last thing I want to do is risk losing too many players in this window in the summer and then not be able to replace them, essentially, in the summer. I feel like we will be able to. Wow, he only wants 975 off the base. Do you know what, Luis? I'll leave that in there, just for you, because I'm about to screw you on the rest of your contract. So I will give you that option for the extension, should it come up to. But I'm going to go to 700 here, if you're okay with that, bud. You are. Nice. That basically halves his wage for the rest of the season, too, because I think this contract will kick in straight away. Because most of these guys are guys that I'm not super... thinking about long term. The only one I really think is going to be a first teamer for us for a little while is James, although he's 30. And I wonder if he'll actually even want to sign a new contract. May still fail. This is very true. But we're 20 unbeaten. You're right, we could still very easily fail here. Asking too much. 1.6 to 1.9, so it's a good amount. So it's only a minor bump for James. And I think I could get it pretty close to his current wages without overdoing it. And because of his age, he's 30. He's ancient, chat. If I could get him on squad player too. Oh, that'd be nice. So 1.7 he wants, and he's on 1.2 right now. That's fine. He's no way he's playing that in the final season. Yeah, we're sort of essentially paying him with Farinia's money. But I might be able to get him close-ish without taking the piss. If I can get him just to like nearly where he was, maybe. It's like 1.2. There we go. There we go. And I think the rest of them are just youth players, most of which I think... that's staff. We'll leave that for the time being. Youth contracts. You can't sort by potential here. Now, are there any clauses in here? I'll deal with that later. Either way, I think just getting those contracts done is really, really important. Just sets us up a little bit better. Nigeria cap, I would say it's unlikely, but it's not completely impossible. Like, it is always a risk putting that kind of clause on a contract with a player who's from, like, Nigeria, because they could just randomly decide to become good or get those caps, because he's playing very well. Discourage appearance fee. I find that the best way to keep the fees down is the international wage clause. Local team, am I actually? You'll love to see it. We will have plenty of... Once these go through, we'll have loads of wages to spend, plus the extra 2k. So yeah, this is Oscar Pietrzewski. Forgive my pronunciation. God. Jagiellonia, or is it actually just Lonia? Yeah. Jagiellonia look like they've got some insane youth talent. I mean, not just the regen guy that we found, but like actual players as well. They're going to cook later in this save, aren't they? I get the feeling they're going to be like the sweetie of this save, although they're better than that, I think. Yeah, it was one of the things we couldn't do when we first got to the club because pretty much the entire team was full of guys that had just signed new contracts, so I couldn't renegotiate any of them. I had to wait. For any free shirt? No. Not to my knowledge. I've actually had very little contact with most of the clubs I've managed in these saves. I've always tried to, but for the most part, not really. Tromsø were pretty good at dispatching that shirt quite quickly when Pog got in touch with them. Pog nearly was... She nearly managed to wangle... Sirens to actually get me to send something, but then they just didn't and stopped responding. When I was managing B67 in Greenland, they'd also promised me a shirt, but that never arrived, unfortunately. FMFC shirt. I did get an FMFC shirt. The reason you haven't seen me wearing it is because they sent me an extra large, which is like a tent on me. Like, it's... Even when I was a big boy, my largest at 15 stone, even then I was still only a large and not an extra large, so I simply can't wear the shirt. It's so big, which is unfortunate. Casey Eck, thank you for the follow, and Luette, also, thank you for the follows, friends. It's very kind of you. If you are new to today, if this is your first day on Earth, do you know what? Yeah, if this is your first day on Earth and you've enjoyed it, drop a follow. I'd appreciate it. What a day. What a way to spend your first day on Earth. Maybe it's because of Cloudflare, potentially. Hello, Inferno. How's it going, friend? Who are you? Swear it's a... I have been looking for some new pajamas, to be fair. Like, I got myself a little sort of, my current pajamas are what I lovingly referred to as Holt Who Goes There's, because it's very Scrooge. It's like the white t-shirt that's quite baggy, and then the proper blue and white stripy trouser jobby. You know what I'm saying? I need to be holding like a candle. That's the level. Pog won't let me buy a sleeping hat. And frankly, that's an abomination, to be fair. Viking, thank you for the follow. Yeah, has anyone received their biscuits yet? I imagine you probably haven't, unless you maybe won some on the very first stream. The aliens lurking in the watch list. And do you know, Dan, Twitch hate aliens too. They won't even count aliens as viewers. Absolutely useless. He's not horrible, no. We probably will go and extend those guys at some point, but that's just, there's so many of them that we'll probably just do that bit off stream. Or forget. There's little column A, little column B. Exploring his options. Your contract goes for another year, Casper. This is a great way to get your ass sold in the summer there, bud. They do count bots. They do. Only Jinjo's ones, though. And a big Maguire. Bad idea. I would wait basically like one more patch, because I think this week's patch, Maguire, should fix the most important things with building a nation. So I think literally just wait till Thursday. Although, if you started now, it probably wouldn't make too much difference, depending on how much you're planning on playing between now and Thursday. When you fall asleep. Yes, little hat and a lantern. It's Holt Who Goes There. It's brilliant. I was dressed in gown this morning, chat. That's how cold it was actually out there. It was like 1 degree when I woke up. I had to go full Scrooge pajamas and then dressed in gown over the top of that. And then under a blanket as well. I sat there drinking my protein shake. Just like someone surviving an Arctic adventure. And by that I mean my living room. Which is it's a tough descent, let me tell you. Right. I'll discuss it with him. What if the same things... Slippers, of course. I think you'll find moccasins. But yes. I was wearing my moccasins, of course. You don't want to get cold tootsies, all right? Is it the... Oh, it's the ambitious one, isn't it? Nice. See, a lot of the underlying mechanics with the interactions still are exactly the same. Because I think they've literally just gone copy, paste. Nothing simple about... Oh. More of a coffee man myself. The heat wave, oh, in it. The only downside, of course, is in the summer here, it's actually worse because I, for some reason, don't feel comfortable enough to have the window open, so it does get even warmer in here. Thankfully, during the last summer we had, it wasn't quite as heaty. I mean, if he wants to go there, that's absolutely fine. We might even be able to sell him in January and find a guy to replace him straight away. Because I just think we can do way better with the finances. James has got his new contract. Did any of the others sign new deals yet? Was it just James? I think it's just James. Which actually keeps everything the same as far as his wages. It's the others. How are we looking in terms of our wage budget now, actually? Where is it? Here we go. Recruitment budgets. So we've still only got £117 per week at the... How? It's probably because he hasn't left yet, right? Thingy-Bob probably hasn't gone yet. If I had to guess. He might go today, actually. Got a little bit of transfer budget we can move across, but we're opening back up again. We're getting there. God, Ash, I'm genuinely jealous of that. Training one develop well. I haven't touched training. I've actually delegated that to my assistant for the time being while the game maybe fixes the UI with training and stuff. But so far, I haven't noticed anyone training super badly, other than players that I'm like leaving out of the squad and are pissed at me, so they're kind of throwing their toys out the pram, so to speak. But I've noticed a lot of players training quite well. Right, so he's gone. In fact, not only is he gone, but he's brought his identical twin brother, Joseph Colley, with him. But that should help us a lot, I think. That alone should massively increase our... Oh, look at that. 2.4k. A couple of guys for like under £1,000 a pop, which I think we could find if they're young enough. With decent CA, we could be chefing the rest of this season. This is how schlonks get taken down. They think they're big time. They're not. What I want to do, though, is wait till these other contracts have gone through as well. Or at least till Farinia's contract goes through. Because he's the biggest wage, not drop, but... Did I look up Kuba? I think I did, right? But I assume he'd already got a club. Speaking of training, here, in fact, is our training. So if we look at the training recap, you'll notice that... Can I sort this? I'm assuming I can. For the most part, they're training reasonably well. The only players that aren't are guys that are annoyed at me, injured, or just, I guess, lazy. It's weird that James is training so poorly, actually. In fairness, I might not have him on any kind of... That is probably my fault. I haven't gone through and done proper individual trainings just yet. That is really weird, Gorbash. Do you have any, like, disharmony in your squad, potentially? Because I know that sometimes that can mess up with training. If a player is unhappy, they will just sort of down tools. Not always. But if they've got the wrong personality, they will. Per week if you play per annum. Yeah, that is dumb. If you've got it in per annum, it should display it in per annum for sure. Rodado is brilliant. Like, he's not actually been that good today as it goes. But so far this season, he's been phenomenal. 14 goals, 12 and 19 in the league, a couple in the cup as well. He's well worth the insane wage he's being paid. I could put it this way, when we get promoted, because I'm being confident about this, I don't need to sign another striker in the summer. Like, he is 100% good enough for the top flight. That's the great thing about him. And he's tied down for 4 more seasons. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yes. Gore, have you assigned your coaching assignments? Because I didn't do that for a bit because I couldn't remember how. So go into training and then coach assignments and then ask assistant, and it shuffles it around because mine were all wackady-doo before I clicked that, and I couldn't even find the menu. You have. In that case, I really don't know then. Rodado, oh, that'd be so sick if he did. I mean, there's some pretty good players in front of him, I suppose, but how old is Rodado these days?
So
he says as if it's somehow a new year. It actually kind of is. Southers or Southers, thank you for the follow. Right, Fantasia's trials, was it already been a month? Wow. I think my issue with Fantasia is I'm just not my favourite Disney film for a start, but also, what's he like with big matches? Peripheral figure. If he's super cheap, like super cheap, oh, I'll tell you what. Do you know what? That's worth it, right? £200 a week for Luca Fantasia. Just on the off chance that he might have insane PA. Because his reflexes are okay. It's his command of area and communication that are really bad. But as a future prospect, for that kind of price, particularly as I can only offer him a 2-year deal because he's only 17. We'll get rid of these. God, I can't wait to be promoted, so those things are gone. Stick him with an Italian cap clause. Maybe he declares for Poland one day. You never know. Probably not quite that good, but... And then I could maybe even drop this down a bit further to like 150. Can I put an extension clause in? Maybe even a 3-year extension clause? Lovely. 5-year deal for Fantasia. It's only £150 a week of our budget, but that little extra half star, after a couple of trials, sell backup goalkeeper, we do have quite a few of them. The benefit they have at the moment is that they're Polish, which means it's easier for our league. But it's definitely something to look into for sure. Ooh, no, the scout recommendations are still busted, aren't they? It's still broken. God. I should want to find any younger players in here that might have some potential for us. I should just use the scout recommendations for a little bit. No, these guys are all way too good for us, I suspect. Is there a way to see like highly recommended? Nah, it'd be cool if there was an option here that was like highly recommended youngster or something. That would be nice. Lose weight. The biggest thing, Dan, was just counting calories for the most part. Like, I know I did the running and stuff, and that definitely helped, but that was more of a kind of... Think of it like a power-up, like nitrous in a car, I suppose, where that isn't really what you're going to be using to drive most of the time, but it's just a little boost occasionally. So for the most part, it was just tracking calories. And over the last month, it's the appetite suppressant effects of my ADHD medication. But prior to that, it was all willpower. Now I'm finding a lot... Now I'm actually having to do the opposite, where I'm actually having to add extra calories in just in case. No bickies, Sancho. We are done with the bicky sponsorship for the time being. Age of my recommended one. Is the one called recommended? Cover all the biscuits recently. I mean, like I said, not a lot really. It's just it's what it's essentially done is just stop me snacking in the evening. At least this has got that on. I honestly think for the time being, this is not that useful to us. Until we... See you later, Sandra. I think genuinely just the offer in screen is going to be way better. Right. I'm tempted to just... I was like, oh, what positions do I need? But then I might as well just set one up for every position we play. Because it's so easy to do. And quick too. So create requirements, transfer, in possession. So we have striker... Out of possession, striker, 19 max. Maybe I'll do 19 max. Fuck it, we're going young. Bang. Create requirements. AM. Then you have to click it again because it's busted. That bit caught me out so many times when I was making these originally. And wait, no. Hang on, that's not right. It's AM. Hang on. In possession is AM. Out of possession is MC. Important distinction to be made. And then we've got an MC. In fact, we've got two of them. In possession, then out of possession, your DM. Have you like so. Then the wide players, they don't exist because we've got wingbacks. And your wingback in and out of possession anyway, so that's fine. Do a bit of that. And I don't worry about the roles themselves, as I find that just seems to not do a lot, to be honest. Bit of that, bit of that, bit of that. MC matter, you know. Dropping bars or something. Oh, wait, did I do the MC ones right? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. And then we have the DM in possession, who is then in possession, who's the DC out of possession. Sometimes he's Marvel, depends on how kind of a game he's having. And then we've got two centre-backs that are just centre-backs. Not to take any shine off what they're doing, but, you know, they're not doing anything too special. And then lastly, just goalkeeper. Just in case we do find an absolutely goalkeeper. Don't want to miss him. Right, and that should be it, right? Strikers are all covered. AMC's covered. Tremendous. I really want this to work as well as it did when, one, I showed you in the summer, and two, in my tests that I did. I'm excited now. Because they should come through almost immediately. Fullbacks. No, I've got wingbacks. So we've covered that. Because they're wingbacks in and out of possession. They actually stay in the same position. Ooh. Oh, no. I thought that was a bloody... Actually, we won, right? No, they've lost. But they've won, and that's the crucial part. Give it a try now. Yeah, it's definitely worth doing. I'm not doing it in a window right now because our window doesn't open until January. What's-a-majiggy? Oh, I wouldn't mind a couple more friendlies actually. I know my assistant's whacked a couple more in because he's found a friendly against Red Bull Salzburg. Fair enough. I'll take that. Yeah, I'll have a Wednesday friendly here perhaps. Wait, no, that our league game's on the Sunday, isn't it? When are our next friendlies? Yeah, so 7th of February. Oh no, 7th of February. That's the window that opens on the 26th. There we go. So I'll have a friendly there. We'll have anyone nearby. No, it's always them. Yeah, I'll have you as well. Just got to throw a few more in there. Got to keep the match sharpness up if we can do. So a new contract for Wazitsky, or however his name is pronounced. Broda's got a new deal as well. Farinia's got a new deal as well. This is going to be pleasant reading, isn't it? Oh, look at that. Now we're talking. £4,000 a week in wages to spend. And we've got like 6k in transfer budget, which we'll probably need for signing on fees and stuff. That's delightful. We only have £9,000 of scouting budget left because I did move a bit of that over. So we'll have to be careful with that, because the last thing we want is to run out of scouting budget, especially as our scouting range at the moment is costing us £3,000 a month. That's fine. It's 3 months worth. We'll be all right with that. Lovely. Okay. Oh. Now, a really good sign would be if we actually got an email about a player with the requirements. That would be very good. World Cup of the Euros with Treaty United. Once your team got so good, most of the players were internationals. Not easily. We essentially got to the point with Treaty where we had so many players that we played like a B team through that. And the benefit was that when we were that good, most of the loanees that we had at the other Irish sides, I think the biggest thing was that the other Irish sides couldn't play players against us. We didn't have that rule in the loan situation there. So it meant that they had to play a lot of bad teams against us. But even if they were going to be playing players against us, a lot of their good players were also internationals. So it kind of hit them quite badly too. Not as much. But yeah, in Ireland, we didn't have that rule. So I remember a game against Sligo where they played basically an entirely greyed out team because almost every single player in their squad was on loan from us and they weren't allowed to play against us, which is why from then on we started putting that rule in. Want to know, as far as I know, from my test, that wasn't what happened. It took a couple of days and then you sometimes get a report, but then if you leave it after that, you won't get any more. Let's have a look now. It should be populated at least by now. 64 responses. Mental. Lovely. Okay, show me something good. Oh, yes. Now we're talking. Hang on, I thought his name was Motor. He is injured, unfortunately, and he is also a wing-back. It's a little bit annoying to me that the excellent rated guys are... Neither of them are 5-star. We may know more about them, potentially, though. Anyone crazy in here? Can I see, like, nationality or something random? We can only see club on this one. Transfer? That's not going to show nationality, is it? Selection info? Why would that do that? Overview? Ah, that one does, but you can't sort this column. Oh, you can! He's a C+, and apparently that's good. A second Godfrey would be good. I want to see what's... So we've got Albanians. There's a Beninese dude here. That's cool. That's really cool. Burkina Faso. 2 Burkinabe guys. There's a Cameroonian who... He's intriguing. I'm going to just look at these. Let's have a look at you. You are injured at the moment, though, with... Oh, it's only a twisted knee. Serge Douara. Oh. The irony of him playing for Gazelle FC while he has 9 pace is not lost on me, I realise, but not super convinced by him. Cheap as hell, for sure, but hang on, he has a cap. Good lord, have Cameroon fallen that far? Oh, of course, naturally it takes me back there. Alan Foka, but he's not rated that highly. You are Croatian. Ooh, an Egyptian. Okay. His son... Oh, he's a centre-back. It's an Egyptian called Mohammed Medhat. He's got all the paracetamols just under his cap. He's not fast, but he is really solid from a... Technically, he's very good. Like, heading, marking, tackling, all of 14. Aggression is very high as well. 6'1", 14 jumping reach. He's not a quick boy, though. And the other issue is that he would cost actual money and also his wages. We could have the Medhatter's Tea Party. Scrolling back. Yeah. Great team. Ismaila Electricity. This is why I feel like one day this is going to be a gold mine for us. Once we get to the stage when I'm allowed to... Once we get to the point where I can actually afford to put a transfer fee on a player. It's perfect. Oh, I hate that so much. Right, who else we got? What's a guy from Bayern? He might be available for loan. Although I do... There's a goalkeeper. That's useless to me. Guy at Accra Lions. 17 years old. Lawrence Setorji. Fast. He's a D rated though. He's not that great. It'd be cool if you found a regen in here. Was he 17? That's the first one we've seen one of those. 2 up top. Thank you for the follow. There's a Guinean guy, but he's a last resort signing. A couple of B. Is a B minus here? Iranian. Farjad Favaz. Ooh. He's not... he'd cost too much money again. Yeah, that's why I don't trust the recommendations. I want to be able to see this information, basically, but I want to be able to see the CA and PA bits on this one. That's why this screen is a bit balky. Because you can't even just sort it on one and then switch it over. It doesn't let you do that. Budget saying, so we've got £4,000 a week in budget in terms of wages, but we have basically no transfer funds. So we're really having to be looking for guys that are essentially free or just free. But I'm looking for younger players too, because it's just more fun. It feels like these guys we just know less about, in fairness. So they could be good. If we a lot of the guys with the... Yeah, that's just more vague, isn't it? What is Matar and Dai saying? Senegalese, Casa Sports, fast. Ooh. Nah, it still costs too much money, I think. Because you know how we were looking for a Jaguar replacement? Matar and Dai could be him. He's fast as all hell. Crosses really well. Tackles very well. He's a determined little bugger as well. The issue is... Let's see how much they'd want out of interest. He'd probably be fine, but I suspect that it's the money they'd want that we can't afford. Keeping his options open. Wow, okay. Hang on. But they brought him to me. Wow, that's weird. Normally when they bring you a player, it's because the player will sign for you. That's really strange. We need 29k. You love to see it. That's quite a lot, actually. So thank you for that, chat. Anyone else in here? Oh, it just does my fruit in not being able to see the information I want on one screen. So we've got Eric here, who's Cote d'Ivoire. Yeah, the Bosman guys, that's the problem with those. Also in January as well. Like, they will exist, of course. But they'll obviously be older, and then we kind of get back into the Farinia style trap again. Not agree a contract, maybe. Let's see if anyone else is stepping out or standing out to me. Is there any regens in here at all, or is this all real players? I mean, I thought it was a regen. Oh, he's a goalkeeper. God damn it. Let me at least filter by position, because we can at least do that, which is good. So strikers, well, there's loads of those. 10 of those. Because we are going to want... I guess he could be free with an option. Oh, I could approach to sign him, but then he wouldn't sign for me, would he? Because he'd do the keeping my options open thing, wouldn't he? The coaching filter. So this one here. It's so close to being useful. Like, I get it. Like, ninjas and ninjas in this game. Call it whatever you like, right? Everyone knows what you mean if you say new gen or regen, so whichever one you want to say, people will know what you mean. It's a Polish guy here, actually. Wanted by some big teams, actually. Tomczyk. Ooh, God, I thought he had 15 pace. That would have been so good. I think it's just because when I did this with Rakov, but that was 4 seasons in, I was finding guys that were free from ridiculous places that actually were kind of good. Like the guy on a free transfer from Tanzania, for example, who was like 5-star potential, 3-star CA for a decent top flight side in Poland as well, which is wild. See you later, Dan. Thank you for stopping by. No, sorry. Hood, I know that what I meant is if someone says regen, you're not going to go, I don't know what that is. They're both words that are used interchangeably and mean the same thing, is what I'm saying. Because I think that's what Dan was asking. Actually, no, to be fair, Dan wasn't asking that, in fairness. But, like, that's... If you say either, people know exactly what you mean because they mean the same thing. Keba guy. There's an Abidjan guy here as well, actually. Call them shitters. That's the right approach. New entities. New people on this plane of existence. Wait, is your database lookup in this report? That's cool. Wait, is this him? Wait, let me just make sure that actually is him. It is! That's wild. You've predicted it. It was you that put him in there. Free agent on the next gen. Wow, I've never seen that before, actually. Refresh. They do not. Transfer in responses. What you get is what you get. You have to restart them in order to see any new responses. Yeah, I feel like if I'm just signing people, like, basically, Thomas, like, if someone says, hey, sign this player, then I might as well not be playing the game at that point, because I feel like it's better to just let the scouts do their thing, and it's more fun to organically find players than to look at, like, Wonder Kid shortlist or whatever. He's quite good, actually. Low value. It's quick, crucially. 6'1". Yeah, some of those things aren't put in there, and they, they get randomized in the same way that, like, with Malta, we had some guys that, who was it, Dick, who was, like, really tall on my save, but other people's dick was much shorter. Oh, yeah, you'll run into one kids that way too, but at least then you have found them organically. Because at that point, do you know what I mean? I've never understood it. Strikers terrible with penalties. More common than you'd think. Let's have a look. Because he actually has a longer term contract. Wages are cheap as shit. Just colder? Sorry, that took me a minute, Captain. You should have seen the guy I had called Balls. Tiny. He was all like testosterone had been taken. He's kind of good. These are the kind of guys that maybe the summer would be a better option for signing them. Because we just can't afford a transfer fee at this point. Oh, there's got to be someone in here. I might do a... Oh, hang on. A freebie. Here we go. Here's a player who doesn't have a club. He's going to be crap now, isn't he? But he is... Oh, he's Tajik. This is more like it. These are the kind of players I like. Free agent Tajik dudes. Abu Bakr Suleymanov. Now then. Advanced playmaker. I didn't realize you could even get free agents in this one. Usually they have clubs. They're just free. Not EU though. True. I guess that's 3 caps for Tajikistan. What's he going to want? I think honestly he's probably worth it. Just for the low wage. But I'm going to press him further. Because how dare you demand money from me. Right, we'll get you in anyway. Breakthrough prospect. This is where he demands £1,000 a week. £180 a week. You lovely man. Big appearance fee, but you ain't going to be making that many appearances. Also, I'm just going to suggest that. Oh, wait. No, I can't use the wage rise clause and you can. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to be generous. There you go. Our first loan farmer. Unfortunately, James, from what I can tell in the game, although this might be wrong, the only nations that count as EU in Poland are literally the EU nations. There's not like any extended things like in certain nations where they count a lot of African nations as EU, but I don't believe so. In Poland, that's a thing. It's literally just the EU nations, sadly. Panache, we actually did scout. Unfortunately, he's not what he used to be. CD Sal of... Oh, so he's still playing in Senegal. Can't unfortunately scout them either because our scouting budget won't let us stretch to Senegal yet. Give me a chance. But there he is. I don't know what he's done this season. Wait, he was on loan in Sweden? Fair enough. I like that he played for a team called Oslo FA in Senegal. You could start to get the opinion that they might have some connection to a random Scandinavian nation. Don't ask me why. Been really good. Oh, I'm sure he has, but we can't afford to scout him, unfortunately. And he's already got a club. Like, I don't unfortunately have scouting knowledge of Senegal yet because we can only scout in specifically even in Poland. Christophe Sankano. Ooh, I'm not sure he's in the game. Unfortunately, I don't believe... Wait, hang on. Sankano. Let me just do his full name just in case. Oh, there he is. No, he's a free agent. Wait, I already know about him? Wait, is this guy in the report already? Because if so, we could just trial him. Denmark, that makes sense. We'll just trial him. In fact, if there's any other free agents in here, I might as well just trial them too. Because that way we get a bit more scouting knowledge and a bit more time. And we can always send this round again. Right. Who doesn't have a club? So you... Oh, Nathaniel Lewis. Can't escape him. How could he have a part-time contract? I mean, I suppose he does have part of the time. Because part of the time he has a contract and part of the time he doesn't. That's incredible. He's inescapable. Just for that, I'm going to... Wait, you can't do multiple... Ah. That's irritating. I mean, it's not that slow, to be fair, because you can just go in here and do it, but... Yeah, we need more goalies. Why not? Is there anyone with really low transfer value, perhaps? That's nearly 0, but it's good value. Like, this guy here, who's only worth... Oh, actually, 0 to 80,000 could be any amount. That's such Dora, guys. This guy's at Brest. Seydou C is another goalie. God, I really shouldn't have looked for goalies, should I? For full knowledge. The reason I do 4 is because now you need to get 4 to do full knowledge, whereas before you didn't have to do as long as that. You could get away with 3, but on 26 it seems that you do need to have to do 4, so I just default to it anyway. This guy here. It's another goal. Why are they only goalies? Fucking hell. He's 6'5" though. All of the good cheap guys are goalies. Maybe next time I shouldn't look for goalies. This is a proper, like, beggars can't be choosers situation. Like, I've looked for goalies, and I'm disappointed when I have found them. There's this guy here at Dakosukakor as well, who's not a goalie, famously. Oh, I'll tell you what. Oh, he's a bit too expensive, though, isn't he? Bugger. How much of this could I move into transfer budget, out of interest? Because wage budget usually accounts for quite a large chunk, right? So that's still not that much. We're just working with quite small proportions at the moment. Good scouting method. I mean, this is one of them I think is pretty successful. Most of the things you could do in 24 still work in 26, with a few exceptions. Like, you can't do DOF scouting, for example, anymore, because your DOF has locked himself in an office and you can't get near him anymore. So we'll get these guys in. We'll get the brothers Karamov. And sadly, Nathaniel Nwusu, because apparently I can't escape him. Confirm transfer. Wait, who's transfer? Oh, so we've got 2 of them. Okay, interesting. Or is that a trial? No, that is a trial. Okay, cool. Literally, in 2 years' time, we're going to be able to find some monsters doing this. I can already tell. Yeah, you can't do DOF suggest transfers anymore, but the transfer room in is essentially the same thing, but better. Fantasia's a deal. Nice. So Karamov's in. I quite like here Toboggan Karamov. Actually, the more I look at him, the more I do like him. Pre-purchase in 26. I think there was 38 of them in the test that I did. The DOF you can still have him do like contract negotiations and stuff for you, but honestly, as anyone who's ever played FM knows, if you put your DOF in charge of it, you'll come back and suddenly be paying twice as much as you wanted to. So for the most part, they've lost a bit of use. This guy's actually quite good. His attributes are very nice, and he's only 19. Oliberg Karamov. He can pass. He's got good technique. He can actually cover the DM role, or he can play further up. He's not the slowest. He's very left-footed, but that's okay. Stamina's all right. Natural fitness is very good, actually. I like him. Wonder what he'd want. Just out of interest. Oh, these are the kind of signings I like. None of this 1,500 quid a week bollocks. £400 a week. That's the kind of money we're talking. To be fair, totally get that, Grizz. Anytime I'm doing a test thingy where I just don't want to be dealing with contracts, I'll 100% delegate into the DOF. But it's actually crazy some of the deals that your DOF will put them on. I did a video years ago where I actually experimented with what having a good DOF could mean for you from a contract level. And it actually did have quite a reasonable effect, if I recall. God, Nathaniel Nwusu is just bad, isn't he? What about... Oh, dear. Sekande's not looking good at all. What about you? Okay. Another Uzbek guy. Left back. He's mostly physicals and crossing ability. I think the only one of those that's actually really any good is that first guy, who I've ceremonially called Toboggan now. And such will it continue. Staff numbers update. Wow, we can finally get a set piece coach again, except we already have one, of course. When you click on a player, let's see. So 2 to 2 1/4. Oh, you're right, yeah. That is extremely different. One sec. Let me check his actual report. Yeah, I don't know what that is or why that's showing different information. Like, it's very different rather than being... Don't give it. I don't think we'll need to, thankfully, with someone like him, because he is on a low enough one. It could be the assistant, but it's very, very bad. Scouts opinion, I'd hope not. Unless I have really bad scouts. There's every chance that I also just have really shit scouts. Right, Fantasia's in now. Watch him have terrible PA now that we've actually signed him properly. Rebuilding cheek. To be fair, with Transfer Room, I can sort of see why it would give you full information, because you can have... like, it'd be weird if you knew nothing about the player, given that they're literally being brought directly to you by their club. Marco has actually done some stuff today, crazily. I dropped him from the team, The second I did, his replacement started doing absolute nothing, brought Marco back in, and he actually turned the game around for us. We were losing 2-1, and he scored twice and got an assist. Right, Polish course, I probably won't do that for you. I think he could be good one day. Don't believe you? Ah. That's what happens when you go away doing linguini things. Wait, confirm transfer. Which one was that? Oh! Suleimanov. That was the other guy we signed. So this is the Tajik dude. I would take... Oh, Kudvar's injured as well now. If we could get Suleimanov and Kazimov for relatively cheap. Well, obviously he's relatively cheap. I just like his, like, basic setup. Don't let your staff leave. Yeah, I've heard some issues with people getting... I think it was Luke was saying that he couldn't get anyone to join him as a scout at, like, Porto or something. So I think that's the sort of thing that I would expect to see fixed in this week's... I'm hoping, anyway. That feels like too big of an issue to not be in this week's patch. Right. We've got Suleimanov and Kazimov. Well, we haven't got Kazimov yet, but we will. I think. Unless I find someone different. We've got a chance to trial him for a little bit, so he may get worse. But I liked his attributes, crucially. What I might do, honestly, is wait... Oh, now we go. Follow up on my interest in him. Do I just go for him now? I'm worried that he might not have any PA. And given that he wanted, like, £500 a week, he feels like a bit of a trap, maybe, even. I'll give it a few more days, and I might just reset all these again. Maybe 2 weeks, in fact. Reset them and go again. Where you're playing. The tactic, yeah, sure, why not? It's annoying that we're actually, the one time of the season, we're actually not involved in matches as it goes. But this is what we're currently rocking. Let me just show you the both screens, so it's a little bit easier to understand. Basically, it's a possession-heavy style of play, where the idea is that we're trying to progress the ball using the ball itself and not the dribbling element of the play. So that way, the ball can travel faster than any player, so we're passing it a lot. Very, very heavy passing. So when we've got the ball, we've obviously got a free roll sitting up here. Then when we lose possession, everybody kind of shuffles back, so we end up with these two slip back to DM, he slips back into the central midfield, and then our defensive midfielder slots into the middle of a back three, basically. And then our wing-backs essentially just bomb up and down. They're one of the few roles on the team that have got license to just run with the ball, because we get a lot of space for them to run into, so I just let them dribble with it, as well as the free roll, who can kind of do what he likes. But for the most part, that's what we've been doing, and it's been... We're unbeaten in 20 at the moment in all competitions in Poland. We didn't win in our first 4 games of the season, and now we've not lost since then, which has been pretty good. Still not top of the league or anything, hilariously. I think we're still second, right? Or we slip down even further. No, we are still second for the time being. Well, I'm pretty certain our XG gap is growing even further. Yeah, we really should be winning this league. But those first 4 games have cost us dearly. Kasper Lopata, or Wopata. Yeah, hopefully the game will not go weird about this. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, good. At least it can do that. Oh, Bristol Rovers. On loan from Barnes, I'm guessing. -9. I would never. It's fun because I just wanted to try and play a different style of play. Like, considering how dribbles were so overpowered in the beta, at least, part of me wanted to do the exact opposite of that, because I felt like a true test of the match engine would be if you find something that's meta and doing the opposite could still work, then that's a good sign. Hello, Casey. Welcome in, my friend. I assume that means you are from the land of Poland. Which team do you support? Enjoy your stay, for as long as you can. For as long as you can stomach my absolutely appalling pronunciations of Polish teams. But welcome in, friend. Thank you for introducing yourself as well. It's very kind of you. I like it when people do that. It gives me an immediate jumping off point. So there he is. He's set though. Oh, of course. Yeah, I forgot about that. Shows you how long it's been since I've managed in England that genuinely I haven't ever had to encounter the whole settled thing. As far as I know, anyway. I think I'm going to go to the 15th. 1-0. Yeah, we had a lot of that in our first couple of matches this season. It was really miserly kind of stuff. So, in our opening league games, which is this little clump here, we lost 2-1, but we were winning this game and, like, doing fine. And then the arse just fell out of us. Then we lost 1-0. Then it was 1-1, 1-1. You see there's a lot of very low-scoring affairs. Eventually, it started to creep back up again once we... Well, there's a lot of draws in there, to be fair. The winter window starts on the 26th of January for Poland. So we go 26th to 25th, I think. But I still could look for players outside of that as well. AC Milan. Oh, wow. Fair enough. Do you have a local side in Poland that you enjoy watching as well? Obviously, you don't want to dox yourself. Maybe we should just wait till the window opens. I don't know. Because the thing is, all the players I wanted to get rid of, I pretty much have. Because as it turns out, clubs just bid on them for me. It was mostly just Collie. But Vickers were nice. Ban and if you, I know. I wonder what Don was doing too. And just because it's Don, I just assumed that is exactly what was happening. Not Don, sorry, Jose. Don's catching strays, he's not even here. There you go. £8,000 more for that. Yeah, there's definitely more ways to... I mean, we played long ball, big target man play in the beta, and now we've flipped over to this. So far, I feel at least like there's multiple options. I still want to make that wall of death tactic when I get a chance, though. Not that I'm expecting it to work, just because it should be extremely fun and funny. Banning, maybe. We still got quite a few, I say quite a few games. There's, what, 15 games left this season still? Viewers of 6 months. Yeah, that's right. You're not allowed to watch until you've been here for 6 months. That's the truth. You have to watch with the monitor turned off and just my ears. I wonder if you can play like proper 4-2, sorry, like 4-4-2, big man, little man partnership type of thing. Because that'd be sick. Okay, a bit of flu. The focuses should be done now, yeah? Nearly. Oh, is there anyone in here that's worth a look, by the way? I mean, outside of the obvious. If I just had £8 million... we've only got the top 2 leagues in Poland loaded because obviously those were the 2 leagues that were basic, like included in the game. And with the changes that we had to make to things, we didn't have time to wait for external databases for that. So yeah, we've just got the top 2. I have got the badges and stuff for the lower leagues and stuff, but just the top 2 leagues are actually switched on. I like the idea that somehow this guy's not going to come back as a match, which he may well not do just because of his price, but it is just funny to me. Fast, yeah, you basically crouch and Defoe. That's what you want, right? Next season, then maybe, yeah. If they're a regular entry to the second tier, perhaps, because FM's weird like that. It basically just chooses it on reputation. It's like a lottery, but reputation weighs heavily on it. I might recreate the... Oh, wouldn't it be so sick if you could literally just... I wonder if you change the requirements and then submit requirement, whether that does anything. It's just a thought. Rather than having to recreate them each time. Because it would be a better... If there was a better way of doing this than having to recreate them. Or you change like one thing on them, perhaps, and maybe that does it. I'll try this. So we've got 64 responses currently. See if we get any different responses now after like, I don't know, a couple of days. Because there's got to be a faster way to make those. Striker scoring a lot. One of my strikers is, yeah, genuinely. Oh, treat a club. Delete the goalie one. Good point, actually. We'll just go one more day and just see if that does any difference. I think I might have to actually make a change to them. Even if it was only to switch the age to like 20 or something. That might do it. Or it might just be that you need to recreate them entirely, which would kind of suck because that is unnecessary clicking. It'd be good if you could just say like redo or something. So 64, yeah, I think basically you can't do that. So let's change requirements. Let me just add it to 20 this time. See if this does work. Because if that does, that'd be a lot quicker. Because then you could just keep these in here and keep switching it between 2 different requirements the whole time and not have to keep remaking them. You live and you learn. But my prediction is, unfortunately, this is not going to do anything and that we will actually have to take them off and put them back on again. Which does beg the question of why you'd have the ability to change them in the first place. But I guess it's in case you make a mistake. I'll leave the goalie one for now, just in case it does anything. So, 64 responses. Cool. Let's try that. And Nathoya, thank you for the follow. Really lethal striker. Yeah, I mean, Rodado's kind of been that for us. So not interested in resetting them. That's a good show, actually. And does that actually stop them from suggesting them to you? Because this is all the sort of stuff that I haven't really been able to put in the scouting video about this, because there's so many different tests I'd want to do that's probably going to require its own video. And I was like, I probably do need to get this video out at some point, so stop doing more tests, Matt, essentially. Once I found the Vanuatu guy, I was kind of like, you know what, this has clearly got legs. Right, transfer in. 64. I'm starting to think that might not work, sadly. I'll give it a couple more days, but I think even if you change them, it doesn't look... You don't get anything new. Did we just beat Red Bull Salzburg? Fair play, lads. See? We're going to be great in Europe in a couple of years, I'm telling you. Do I just wait till the window opens? We might get more options. But then all their windows are open for selling players, right? Recruitment focuses, this is going to be useful. Is it just going to be the same thing again? I'll reset those as well. But at the moment, they're only finding players in Poland, obviously, which...
Oh, this is
because they're in Poland, they're all going to have... If they're really good, they're most likely at massive size, which means they're going to have decent clauses and contracts and stuff. SacMed or SacMedic? Thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well. That ain't going to work, is it? Fuck it. I'm going to go to the first day of the window and do it like that. Heads up about Duarte. Oh, let me guess. He's going to complain about match time. Oh. Do you know what? In a way, it's kind of comforting that the same bollocks is in 26 as it was in previous games. He thinks he should be starting more games. My love, Federico, I cannot be clearer when I say this. We haven't had a game in nearly 2 months, lad. Like, which game exactly were you expected to play in, out of interest? Because you clearly are playing for the friendly games. Does he actually care about the friendlies, maybe? He's here to win. Fair. He's like, he's impatient. This league isn't going fast enough on my liking. I should be able to just threaten to sell him again, right? That's what I did last time and it killed his dreams. There we go. Nothing quite like that. I think it's basically because when I made him that... When I said that the previous time, he has X amount of playing time. And because that playing time hasn't changed in the last 2 months, because we haven't played any games, the game just kind of goes, well, he's still not played yet. Don't know what you're talking about. To be fair, Captain Guinness, as you would have heard earlier, I wanted us to play on Christmas Day, but the league were like, no, you can't do that. We've got laws. Oh, who are we going to land? Jakub Szwowik. Wait, hang on. Nope, Slovic. From Yokohama? Do I want a 34-year-old goalkeeper who's playing in the Japanese league? I mean, I kind of do. But I get the feeling we can't... Wow. That's cool. Don't need him right now. But we need more goalies. We absolutely are going to get there every year for sure. And I'm going to react just as annoyed every single time. If people are going to be like, stop, we know. But I'll be like, hey, if I don't call it out, they'll never fix it. They'll never fix it anyway. Okay, so wages are actually not... I mean, it's still quite bad, but it's not that bad. It's just the fee. I'm just going to stall on that. Sorry about this, Bartosz. He looks... There's a teeny little bit of Nemanja Vidic about his face. Bless him. Recruitment advice. Oh, now you want to give me recruitment advice, do you? Offer contract renewals. Has top potential. Let's see what that looks like. Actually, to be fair, you're kind of right. Which means I assume you're also right about Kowalski. Isn't Kowalski one of the names of one of the penguins in Madagascar? Because if so, he's immediately up in my books. Recruitment focuses to create. Strengthen weak position. Plays a complete goal. I love it. This team is obsessed with goalies. Ertel Taylor. Svonomir. Wait, was Smeal even? Yeah, fine. I didn't realise he was here. Ertel Taylor. May run down contract if not. Well, we're going to do that anyway. Playing time changes. Isn't good enough to get the playing time he wants. No shit. That's why I'm not giving it to him. Aye. Just go to the 26th. This will all be over. I mean, I could have an in-possession defender who's a goalkeeper out of possession. I would have loved it if the game was so broken that you could actually do that. That would be glorious. Just the ability to have a goalie. Just the ability to have a goalie, frankly. Development advice. That's fine. Oh, actually, let's have a look at these observations. Wait. Oh, it's on this side, isn't it? Of course. So, no. Oh, it's form. Excellent form, excellent form. I daren't praise their form because sod's law, they won't count the form for the matches and it will just be from a friendly game and they'll be like, boss, I don't know what you're talking about. Duarte was supposed to play. Most common surnames. It's fine. They're all Penguins to me. I do see a lot of Novaks, for sure. Wait, we just lose to... Do better. Cool badge, but do better. When you lose possession, that says even better. That was a tactic I actually did try to build at one point in the alpha. It was basically the opposite of that whole... Basically, when we were out of the possession, everybody ran forward rather than the opposite. It was brilliant. What was I doing? Oh yeah, Sven's Hospital. Sven's Hospital for Injured Ladies. Sven. I like this because I type in Smates and Sven is not the first suggestion, but I type in Sven and he is. So shout out to him. Novakovsky, I'm sure they're there. Right, so Svenny boy and his ladies team, probably still second if I had to guess. 31 points. 32 goals scored. I'm guessing their draws and losses probably came against leggier ladies. But 2 points, for, 2 promotion spots. As long as they get the second one. I just love the gaps here between these teams. But the question is Sven's team entirely injured still? Some might even say they're even more injured now. Although, their ranks have grown. Sven has added loads more ladies to Wisła ladies, but then has continued injuring those as well. Right. I want to look at their transfers if I can. Oh my god, that's everybody. Sven's just... He actually signed a lady as well. This is tremendous. I wish I could see their team stats. I think I can, actually. I do have a view that shows some of it. 16-year-old left back. Really? Hang on. I'm trying to find a screen that will have, like... Playing time? I guess we can see their appearances. I'd rather see their goals. General info? Selection info. Probably be selection info, wouldn't it? Ah! Top goal scorer has only got 6. Is Hannah here? Hang on, where have all your goals? Have they just got like greyed out players or have they sold them all? They probably had to spread it around enough because they're all injured, I guess, right? You see they've got a left back who's like 16. Don't even know where actually. Might have been a greyed out player. Point is they're all injured. Say more difficult. No, because these clubs aren't technically linked. I mean, they are because we have an affiliate agreement with them. But it's just the default one, basically. So there's no true link between the teams. And that was something that Hadrian had to actually add because it wasn't in there by default. Basically, there's an issue in the women's game at the moment where they get injured way more than they should do. Like, there should be statistically more injuries in the women's game, but not as many as there are. As if they're offering me that same Norwegian dude from Blackburn again. Honestly. Oh no, he wanted 10 grand a week, didn't he? What am I talking about? Has he changed his mind a bit? Hey, he's down to 9k now. If we keep asking him about this every time he comes through, we might get him for like 2k in the summer. You never know. To be fair, my experience now is that players who are under contract with the club, when you try to approach to sign them for later, the amount they want is so much larger than it would be if they were on trial with you once that's expired. The trick is basically you trial the players as they're being released on the 28th, before they're released, keep them at the club, but don't ask their agent. And then once their contracts expire, then you ask their agent. And in my tests, you were getting anything from 27 to 77% discounts. I had one guy when I was with Rakov doing this test who was from Arsenal. I think his name is Andre Harriman Anus. 28th of June, on trial with me from Arsenal, but technically still under contract at Arsenal. He wanted 3.1 to 4k a week. 2 days later, after his trial was still going, but he'd left his contract with Arsenal, he wanted 775 to 900. It's a massive drop. Anus, I do say Anus, yes. That was his name. Andre Harriman Anus. I had a little gig into myself as well. As you do. Right, a couple of days till the window opens. Do we still get that email about like, hey, here's some players that we think might be quite interesting for you in the window? I'd love Scotland to win it. I also get the feeling that they might just not because they're going to have to go for it. I assume a draw for Denmark is enough for them to win, as in win the group. And with that being the case, I get the feeling that they may not want to risk it, whereas Scotland are going to have to throw bodies to try and get the dub. He's got the flu as well. I should terminate his loan because he's got the flu. Home you go, lad. Basically, yeah. I'd love Scotland to win, but I've seen Scotland too many times in the past. Like watching Scotland with my dad growing up, it's like they're a disappointing team a lot of the time, unfortunately. They'll let you down. So I get enough of that from Fulham. Oh shit, wait, that isn't our goalie, is it? Oh. So we've got so many beards at this club, and he actually, ironically, doesn't have a beard. Mother of God. We're doing well in these friendlies, though. Right, start a transfer window. I guess not. There might be an email about it, to be fair, but doesn't appear to be. God, that number is going to be so high. Just like ZZ Top. Exactly. Just like Frank Beard. Good point, well made. Right, in that case, I'm going to recreate these. Since they clearly don't give you any more responses even if you change them, which is a shame. But that's okay. I won't create one for goalkeepers this time since, well, that didn't work very well, did it? I might make them 20, though. Just in case. You know, I might find a 20-year-old who's out of contract or something. That's an age that human beings can be. Right? I haven't looked up. I'm assuming that's true. We'll do crit requirements, and then I want a CM in possession. And out of possession, he's a DM. 20 there. Whack one of these, and then we want a DM in possession. Christ. Who then becomes a DC. Not going to make the same joke I made last time. Come on, got to get new jokes. Be unlike me to retell a story. You're the same in both. Whack you one like so. You could definitely do this in under a minute if you nail it down to exactly what you're trying to look for. Oh, and then just centre backs, right? And that should cover most of our bases. See if we can get anyone different this time around. Yeah, 7 reports. Strikers, AMC, MC. Lovely. Is there any of the home nations and Republic of Ireland, I guess, that can't get in yet? As in, like, they are completely eliminated? Because I know Wales at one point was looking touch and go, but they've now sort of pulled things back a little bit as well. Seems like there's usually at least one that's just, like, completely done. And I guess a lot of them look like that at various points. Yeah, Matt, I am. I'm working on it at the moment. Well, not at this exact moment, but yes, I will be. Where it will feature all of this stuff. I do have quite a long section about the transfer in stuff. It's just I'm finding more and more things the more I use it. So that might need its own video on top of that. Northern Ireland, are they still... I swear they're still away from the Northern Ireland in some manner as well, but I might just be imagining that. Anyone good in here? 29. It'd be good if they had like an estimation of contract values and stuff in here, but obviously we don't know that because we haven't talked to his agent. I'm just going to go through 32. You're right. I genuinely think that for the most part, until they change some of those screens around, this might be the one. Just looking on this screen. Just looking for freebies, if nothing else. Like this guy, Juan Carlos Montenegro, who's from Bolivia by the looks of things. Because I could just trial him straight out of there, couldn't I? Yeah. Sick. You're free as well. Oh, no, you're not. Oh, no, you are. Got confused. Not Winston, Whiston. Very important distinction there is old Whiston. Screw it, I'll try you as well. Never know. Might find someone who's not 1,000 years old. Remulo. Ah, you're 30. You don't meet the cutoff there, bud. Eric Otenyo. Oh, no, he's at Rakoff. Hugo. Oh, wow, Hugo looks 28, but Uruguayan centre-back. I love a Uruguayan centre-back. Don't have to tell me twice. The list mode has balked myself. Yeah, I basically can't access it properly. I probably would be able to if I just restarted the save. Like, restarted the save? Do you know what I mean? But there's also just missing functionality that makes it kind of not very usable. The fact that I can't isolate their ages and certain information on one panel, whereas I can at least see this information here, even if it is a bit slower. Oh, it's another guy from Yokohama. Is that a second goalkeeper from the same club? Mr. President, another goalkeeper. He's dreading big matches, though. Falco. Oh, I see. So when they're a free agent, it carries over the badge from the previous club in this report. 23 years old. Okay. I sort of on a bid. Okay, probably not going to get a guy who was going to Atalanta. And even if I do try to trial him now, he'll just sign for them anyway. You're also 23, though. I guess this is because January, we've got all these South American players being released, haven't we? I'll try and triage this a bit faster if I can do. So I'm not taking up too much of your time. Bayern guy. Oh, that's old Mohamed Medhat. Medhat was looking kind of decent, actually. Esperance Zarzis. Nice. Freebie called Malcolm. Lucas Ribamar. Good name. Also, he's 31. 20 years at Isaac Polish side already. Caden Fortune. He was definitely in that report. Didn't actually look at him properly, though, did I? Big match is problem at this point in the save. Well, the fact is, it matters at whatever level you're at. It just matters more the further you go up. So, for example, when we go to the top flight, he will therefore be getting a slight nerf because we'll be playing in a much more high rep league because he doesn't like big matches. And if he's dreading them that much, it's going to be a massive one. So I'd rather avoid them if I can. Particularly if we find a guy who could be one for the future as well. Like, if he's going to be here for a while, he needs to be able to handle a decent big match, especially for a goalie. That's the one position I will not have a guy without big matches in goal, although our current goalie doesn't have it, but that's not my choice. Say, yeah, some of these guys are... This was the guy that scored an own goal against us earlier this season. He's only 18. Who's he under a bid from? Wow, okay. Do they know he got that own goal? Adrian Reed, who's Jamaican and plays in Jamaica. Hang on, Adrian, where did he come from? Yeah, I don't know what it would be like with the playoffs. I guess it would probably count that too. Adrian's kind of intriguing. Can't really scout him further because Jamaica, but... Jordanian dude. Guy from Generation Foot to the surprise of nobody. A few more freebies. I wonder if there's any specific order that it shows you these players. He's 30. He's called Wilder. So we've got Whiston and Wilder. We're going to make that 70s show. I don't know what position this guy... He's got a Paraguay cap. At 23 and he doesn't have a club. Kenna Valencia. Kenna Valencia? Tremendous. When your mum buys Enna Valencia on Temu. John Balanta. It's not Alvarez Balanta, but he's close. He's 27 though. That guy plays for... That guy was Iraqi, right? He played for Mosul. Marco Burke. Hakim Ziyech. There he is. Okay, I'm going to try out Hakim Ziyech because it's Hakim Ziyech. I knew he'd be around. He's always around. Right, that's that done. That takes way too long, but... Wait, did they all say yes, including the Jamaican guy? Oh, no. The one guy that said no is the Jamaican fella. Or his club, rather. They always do. Right, we'll get you in. I suspect these guys will all be out of our price range, but you never know. I do kind of like the idea of having Hakim Ziyech for half a season, just for the memes. And until we get some more guys through those reports, potentially. Okay. I mean, presumably they're just as good as we thought they are. I wouldn't have got them otherwise. If he went to Malta. Well, I don't know if he went to Malta. But he did go to Hungary, in the second tier in Hungary. Whoa, hang on a minute. Hugo, oh my god. Okay. I'm starting to be quite glad we have some of this money available to us, because some of these are looking a little bit spicy. Gee. I mean, you're a winger, actually, so you probably wouldn't fit into our system anyway, but that Uruguayan centre-back. Oh my god, there's more. Oh no, it's the same thing. One thing you can do is you can delegate finalization of transfers, and it means that it will do all the trials for you. But you do have to remember to turn it off again. So you're off of shortlist. Krishnowski, how are you training there, bud? Oh, I like this. If this actually shows you anything useful. Oh, wait. Can you not isolate? Oh, you can. Oh. Weirdly, the interface on this is actually... Okay, the fact that you have to scroll it is crazy when you've got free space here. It's like so close to being for different attributes. Okay, that I don't hate. Non-users a problem. Yeah, of course they are, but that is less of a problem next year. And like, if we absolutely have to, we could have... We bring a guy in specifically because we think he'll be good for us next season. For trials only. That would be really good. If you just say to your Doff, hey, look, give your Doff something to do. The opportunity for exactly that. Ooh, oh, God. The Italian goalkeeper's busted his arm. 4 months out for Fantasia. Whatever the like horror movie version of Fantasia, that's what we're watching. Am I just cursed? We just seem to keep signing players and this keeps happening. When is our first actual league game? Because I did want to finish off today with an actual game. Grujic. Probably not till February, is it? Oh, it's there on the 7th of Feb. But that's been fixed now, right? Hang on, I must have got some new recruitment stuff there. Boom. 71 responses this time. What should be the same players? I kind of respect it in a way. The fact that they've brought me a player that's literally on trial with us right now through the transfer in thing. Who's sending him to me is my question. Was there anyone new in there? Don't recognise him. I do recognise you. Was there anyone that came highly recommended? I like how we're getting loads of Uzbek, Kazakh, and Tajik dudes. It's quite a good number 10, actually. Can't afford him yet, but it's slightly better. To be fair, we got 71 responses, and that was with one less actual requirement. So I can't knock that too much. Let's have a look on the positions one, see if there is any like players that we know loads about that might be kind of goated. There's this guy. Bina Angel. Centre-back. Solid. Very expensive. Yeah, I think we should be doing that, actually. You're right. Just add them to Santa Baby for the time being. We raise up. Oh, yeah, in a year. So that could be a really good signing, potentially. Anyone else in here that's like super interesting? Caden Fortune we looked at. Adrian Reed was the Jamaican guy. Oh, I love that first name. Oh, yeah, that's a different dude at Cape Town. Sorry, Cape Town City. He's actually quite cheap, you know. He's 20, though. This is... Wow, who the hell is this dude? 1 second. Just sorting by ability. God, I hate the fact that it does the white stars. I guess it kind of technically should do. Who is this guy? Oh. Actually, I'm still liking who are you wanted by? That's that tiny team, isn't it? The one that's in that ridiculously small village. Brookbet. Niechieta? Forgive my pronunciation. He's a tall boy. He's not very good technically, though, is he? Suebu Kebe. Oh, Kebe! That was the guy you tried to point out before, wasn't it? That I just somehow didn't see. I even looked for him for a minute. I guess it's because he didn't have the PA. Hello, Holbrook. Ryan Kessler. Right wing bow. Yeah, some of these guys are a bit expensive. This is going to be an absolute goldmine, though, for loan farm players in the future. Once we've reached a certain point, we'll be able to find some absolute monsters. And I actually wonder if these free trials are going to be the ones that we end up picking up instead. And I think it will get more and more effective once we start getting regens. Baniowski. Wait, is that one of our guys? I guess they have. 4-star PA. Right wing back. He's fast, you know. Let's see. Like, I don't really want to sell him right now, but if they were to give me a really good deal and like a percentage clause, then I'd consider it perhaps, because it would then allow us maybe to actually sign a guy for some value. Maybe I overdid it on that. Boy, for me, he's like hockey league in it. Might have done it there. I probably should have offered them double and not triple. I think I got a little bit carried away with what I was expecting from them. So there's a friendly here, which means we should have a reasonable... Oh, the trials are already coming to an end. So we should know much about them now. Yeah, Christophe Sakande, I think his biggest issue is that he doesn't seem to have any... I don't think he'd get a lot better than he currently is. And I think we need guys with a bit more potential. And Wusu, hilarious. Karimov, I actually think it would be a similar story. Who's he wanted by? Legia Vorship, what? And suddenly I'm now interested again. Olibergen Karimov. He's wanted by Legia. What sort of breakthrough prospect? £460 a week. Get rid of this. I'll give you a 2-year deal. Mate, I'm not giving you... Hang on. How do you, like... The fact that the remove and exclude bit is on this side blows my mind. There we go. Wait, so that's what you were offered before? Okay. Or did I offer him... No, I did bump his wage up a little bit. I might just take him at that price, actually. You literally don't even notice the game is saving. You probably... I have the game on daily autosave, and it's as if it's not doing it at all, but it is. It's absolutely brilliant. Loading saves is insanely fast as well. Where is he? There he is, Skelly. Wait, he's at Werder Bremen. Jesus. In my head, he's always just, like, knocking about the random clubs that we're on. 1-year contract, that's fine, to be fair. In a way, that gives us a get-out clause if he's actually not got any PA. Just gives us a year with him to sort of see what he's like. And we can always extend him later, if needs be. I might need to save it anyway, for sure. The SSD, it probably... Yeah, you're probably right about that. But the game does just save really fast in general, but you're right. I suspect that my SSD is helping with that. So we're getting Karimov. Mutsayev, not convinced by him. Who's he wanted by? Okay. But this does also show, though, that us bringing these guys in on trial is putting them on the radar of the other Polish sides. Because I don't think these guys had any interest from other Polish teams up until that point. Right, you're getting a contract. One of our only 5-star guys, Olivier Plawinski. I mean, I'll give him whatever he wants, really. Future prospect, which you 100% are. £190 a week. Yeah, probably do more than 1 year there, bud. Got to get rid of these as well. But I will add in a cheeky little... Probably only 2... Oh, 3 years. Okay, we can do 3. So that's a 5-year contract. I will stick this in here. Because frankly, if man's out there getting Poland caps, he deserves it. Lovely. Want to lock down these guys at least. Late game stage. I bet, yeah. I mean, it's so noticeable in general, just doing basic things on this PC, how quickly they load. Especially now that I've stopped searching for things on Windows Explorer. Promotion clause on them too. You're right, I could have done actually, but oh well. 5 years is fine. Doesn't that cancel out the optional extension one though? Or in some way mess with it? But oh well. 5 years is fine. It's got to only be 22 after that. We've lost a lot of money this year. Like a lot of money. Because we were at 600k on that. But it'll be fine once we get to the end of the year. Yeah, we're not selling you. Who are you after? Wisła Krakow's Adam... Wait, who? Oh, he's not one of our youngsters. He says exciting prospect, but... He's not though, is he? Realistically. So in truth, we can probably allow that to happen. That's kind of sick. I mean, I know you can get the 8-year deals with the 5+3, but I didn't know you could do that. Looks pretty in real, like, yeah, I mean, this is M.2, and I've made sure I've installed it in the fastest spot. It's one thing I made sure with this PC was to set that stuff up correctly. We've got issues. Oh, it's low and ease and stuff in it. God, the fact that we're already into February today, it shows how fast this game can actually process, even with the winter break. It makes me think that once we fully get cracking... Carol, wait, haven't we offered... Oh, they want him too. To be fair, I wouldn't blame him if he did join these guys, considering they are top flight. For the moment. Wow, that relegation battle is toit. Cracovia are currently top of the league. So, where are... Legia are 8th in the trust. No wonder we beat them. And Lech Poznan are in 5th. I'm just going to have to get used to a brand new order in Poland, aren't I? The teams that I used to rely on back in the day, on the old Building a Nation in Poland in 2018, are very different, it seems. For a start, we're a motor when you need them. So those trials are finished now, which is absolutely fine. Scouting updates, 26 new guys in there. See if there is anyone super interesting in there. Machado is 35, though. Just want to see if there's any crazy young players in here. We already know about you. Actually, you're... Okay. Select all and just keep them for the time being. Child retired 6 months. Really? Well, that is weird. Normally that doesn't happen until they're much older. Could be any club. Yeah, hopefully we'll get a chance to stop that happening in a way, because if anything, the last thing we want is constant winners. We want like a consistent set of teams getting into Europe quite a lot. Or at least like 3 or 4 of them that are going to be in Europe for us every single season. And then, no, that's not ideal. More time for Victor. Facilities. They're not... Actually, I don't know. At least we managed to improve our youth recruitment and junior coaching, so that's sort of heading in the right direction at least. Won't see much of it from this year, but next year maybe. At least we know we're definitely getting youth intake next year as well. Next year? This next stream, I should say. Ooh, all the injuries. Oh, it's a virus. So sorry about this, Godfrey. Yeah, as for our facilities, I don't know actually. Have I really not done this page? Wow. Shows how rarely I've clicked in there. Facilities. We've got good training and average youth facilities. But our youth recruitment is excellent now. Not sure really know what that means, but academy coaching is good. There's plenty of room to improve that. And obviously the facilities as well. Perfect. Do you know what thing is, Fluffy Dog? You joke, but chat, tell him. I absolutely annihilated the intro today. Genuinely crushed it. Right up until the point where I punched myself in the side of the head. But that was after I'd completed the intro, and thus it still counts. The points were paid out. Ah, he's turned professional. Did he actually sign the new deal, or is this his old deal? No, I think this is his new one. I keep instinctively clicking that to go back to this. Affiliate deal. Another win for those guys. Lovely to see it. So we got our first game back. Oh, we got a midweek game straight after that. That's not ideal. Yes! Karamov's in. This might be a massive mistake, to be fair, but it's a mistake I'm willing to make. Wait, who? Oh, wait, another guy. Patrick McCooch. His wages are so high. I mean, 20k is very good, but he's not really our type of player either. I suspect he'd probably want stupid money as well. That's a lot. I mean, it's not a lot. But he's no Marko Božić. Most okay streamer. No. I've still made plenty of mistakes throughout the day, Fluffy Dog. Worry not. Plenty of misunderstandings, plenty of me mishearing people, which is ironic because no one's saying anything. They're just typing. Honestly, on a free transfer for that kind of wage, given his value, I'm okay with giving a little bit of extra depth to us there. That could be worse. SPL, oh my god, yeah, those late seasons in Outcast of Icons, the SPL was a dogfight. Was it 6 different winners in 6 years we had? That could have even been more because Aberdeen just kept coming second and could not win the league for love nor money. Past my bedtime. You're right, I have gone over a bit today, which is hilarious because I was planning to do some editing after stream. I'm just enjoying the save at the moment, honestly. Like, that's as simple as what it is. I'm just enjoying playing this save, so I just keep going over. It's usually a good sign, though, to be fair. And it means the vibes on stream have been immaculate today, chatto. And that, I just wanted to play one more game. So that's what we're going to do. Oh, my days. Right, let me just quickly selection best again and then see what's cracking. Okay. So, Raphael is back. So, immediately on the bench. Or, okay, you can't do that. Cool. We'll try it like this. Immediately on the bench. Godfrey, unfortunately, is not with us yet. Where's Karamov? Is he on the wrong squad? I knew that would happen. I've done goofed. Right, tell you what. Remove unavailable. Let's find him. He's in here somewhere. I think. Check Redditors. It's true. Anything can be fun if you're patient enough, right? There he is, Karamov. Except now I can't put him on the bench because the bit where the bench slot is has now disappeared and I can't drag him onto Godfrey. Oh, I can. I think that was all I wanted to do. Because the only other signing we made was Fantasia, wasn't it? And he's now broken himself. And you can't play players who are broken themselves. It's against the rules. So the only guys that miss out are the usual suspects, I'd say. But Wojcicki also can't play. Oh my god, it hides them in the first team squad as well. I have to drag him onto the bench. It's going to have to be Victor, isn't it? Who's not fit himself. Or is there? Any other options for that role? No, it's going to have to be Victor. Get this guy. Officer, this guy right here. Farini's back. Božić and Rodado. Normal service has been resumed. That's 2 foreign in the starting 11, but we've got... So if I do want to bring on Karamov, I'll have to bring off Farini or James, which is not the end of the world, actually, because I think he'd replace James anyway. Does it not, or Husby? I mean, this is why I've just been doing daily autos. The only downside of daily autosaves is it means that I am running 5 of them now rather than 3, because now the autosaves are so close together because it's every single day, whereas before they were like after matches or every week, so it was spread out a little bit just in case something weird happened and I needed to go check. But obviously at the moment, then again, the most I can still go back 5. I am making different save points after every stream though. That way I can drop back to things for the recap because I don't know what footage I'm going to be able to capture from it. Because I know a lot of people are having trouble looking back at historic matches. So but maybe they weren't playing the games, to be fair. So hopefully because I am, it should be saved in the large cache that I've set aside for it. Because for the first couple of seasons of recap videos, I want to be able to actually show match footage and stuff from like the league games when we talk about them. Because that's the biggest thing is the league. For the moment, at least. To tell the story a bit better. But I also have to get my mind around the fact that that is a one-day turnaround video. So I can't overdo it with the scripting and editing and stuff. I need to be on it like I used to be. To keep them condensed and sensible. They're usually shorter in the early seasons anyway because we have less stuff to talk about because there's less transfers in and out. There's nothing really to talk about with the teams in Europe and we're not in Europe yet by that point. Oh, look at this. Tiny stadium. Snowing like crazy. We beat these guys in the cup if I recall, right? They were our last victims there. I'm enjoying these stadiums a lot. And I think hopefully in Europe, that's going to make it even better. Like when we go to Spain, for example, with the sun and stuff like that. Although mostly it'll probably be dark, I guess. It's just going to be tremendous. The fact that we've got a little bit of snow still coming down. You know, it's still only February here in Poland, but we're back. The lads, nobody signed my petition to say that we could play on Christmas Day. I'm seeing some gloves out there, so we know who's an absolute wimp. That's groovy. Oh, I've got bad circulation. Shut up. Pathetic. Ball through. Come on, Ronaldo. Oh, nice. Oh. I thought that was in. Just assume that was a goal. Nice play, though. Again. Next to the cup. You're right, we don't know. I mean, you're right, we probably do know, but I don't know. Remind me after the match. We'll have a quick look who we got in the cup, because, again, it just doesn't tell you, does it? We have chased it. We had it earlier. The floodlight. I say in the middle of the pitch. It was like above the subs bench. There was just a floodlight there.
You came in summer.
Oh, Rumstick. Thank you for becoming the 29,000th follower. It's very kind of you, friend. Glad that we've hit that one today. Things you love to see. It's very nice of you. Welcome aboard. But yeah, it did look like a little bit like a gateway to heaven just opened up in the middle of the game. And it didn't help that it was a nighttime game too, which made it even more scary. Maybe someone was just telling a really scary ghost story. Just needed it for effect. It was a little bit strange. Every time I'm like, just get on in there, Lord Suhao. Like I keep saying to people, like, don't delay fun. There's a lot of fun to be had here, and it's just going to keep getting better. So, crack on. It's not much point in having a game if you're not going to play it at the end of the day. That's where the fun can be found. Especially in the Cup, apparently, because all of our Cup games have been absolute bangers this season. While we busy ourselves by being, well, not average in the league, we're very good. We just sort of can't seem to get our win together. Oh, go on. Yes! Louis Farina. He's been probably our best player throughout today's stream. James has done good things, of course, but Louis Farina, he's justifying that new contract. That extra year, you know, he may be 35 years old in the top flight for us next year if we get there. But, you know, that wage cut he's taken, he clearly loves being in Poland. And, you know, I think he deserves an extra year earning some money with us, just in case. That's glorious. Right on the stroke of half time. Oh, Insta highlight. We've been burned before. I haven't played the console version at all. To be fair, the reviews of the PC version are also absolute shite too. But it certainly isn't as bad as they say, for sure. Console version, I have no idea about, though. I've heard some pretty bad things. But that could be me, again, buying into reviews and not actually playing it. But then the only console I have is a PS4 from, well, whenever PS4s were a thing, and I haven't turned it on in a very long time. Like a very, very, very long time now. But considering that was an area of the market where they were clearly trying to branch out into, it's surprising how undercooked that is apparently as a game. Because I imagine it probably makes up their largest part of their market share these days. Because considering how many console players there is. Bosic again. I admire you actually going off of the old, the header there. They apparently have recovered a little bit. I know Sai's been keeping track of them, but... And I expected that to be the case anyway, because most of the time, those like really negative reviews that most of them weren't particularly helpful or objective anyway, they were going to get them out of the system and forget about it anyway. So slowly over the course of the year, I expect it to creep up. And hopefully 27 is going to be really good as well. But I think that 26 is going to get to a really good place too. It just needs to take time to get there. Change this match. Yeah, fuck it. You know what? Why not? That's actually a good thing to say. We take those. Like 28% positive. It depends which language it was, right? Because it was a lot lower than that in most languages other than French and German prior to that. But I guess it depends on which language. Because back in the day when I was looking, there was only some languages you could see data for because there was enough reviews. So China and Korea, it was very, very low, like 5%. France and Germany, it was close to like 40%, which is better. England, it was like 20. Well, English, I should say. We can have an absolute bore fest here, which we just ended up winning because of that one goal, because that's totally fine. Yeah, it was very, very low at one point. It's been slowly creeping back up. Right, let's get Karimov on. I want to see what he can do. No point in having a player like him if we don't use him. And I'm also going to get Kuziemka on, because more football is better. Hey, he's up to 5 stars of silver stars now. The man is finally learning. We'll also... Ooh. He can play both sides, can't he? Perfect. We'll get you on as well. Please don't break itself. And where's Godfrey? So I actually now can, in theory, bring Godfrey. Oh no, Godfrey's not around, is he? Because he's got a virus, isn't he? Yeah, Game Pass and stuff definitely does bloat those numbers a little bit. But I bet the play hours are definitely bad. Oh, 100% beer. Like, no two ways about that. This is why my position on these things has always kind of been, like, completely able to understand both sides of this, really, where I don't buy the argument that, oh, well, you know, it's getting better and they deserve credit for that. At the end of the day, the game was released in the state that it was, and that's what it needed to be judged on at the time, and it was bad, and it still is, but it needs, and it will get a lot better, I hope, and is. But I'm also finding fun in it at the same time because I am confident and optimistic about it. But I don't buy the fact that you can't judge it on the product that was released because that was what the product was, right?
You know,
they said that was releasable, and they did. And
yes,
the same the
very
other way.
soon. They are building
Yeah,
it
Mario's...
now.
It's... You didn't see nothing. Gibbon, thank you for the follow. Or is it Guyben? Either way, I appreciate that, friend. We're going to get done the other way here. That's over the bar. Wait. Oh. Sometimes I can't tell when the keeper saves it or it just goes straight over. I feel like Redondo is not Redondo. That's probably why. If I'm not calling him by his proper name. Yeah, they can be flawed and fun. But it is still a bit of, like... I think they just do a lot of bad decisions. Sometimes Redondo now pokes one over the bar. Redondo over the bardo. Need to do work things. Your work from home day. You hate to see it. It's like Pog on her work from home days where she can't find things to do. Needing mass tests. They absolutely did. But that's also why I completely understand the argument that it's essentially a full price beta at that point. Because they're not asking you to pay less in order to fix those bugs. They're just going, hey, pay the full price and then you can fix it. Like, that's not going to be a penalty. We've seen a lot of these, like, edge of the box not given penalties lately. In fact, I think the first one I saw of them was today, and we've seen like 3 more since then. I always just try to like look at all the arguments and look at all the nuances of things, but my own personal position is I'm actually still really enjoying it while still having issues with it and trying to find ways around it. Other people's homes are not houseboats. Well, yeah. She's up at the marina again today. Still hasn't got her van, which is mental. Considering now she was given the job in June. Obviously didn't start till September because of all the DBS stuff, but still. She's having to rely on hire cars. Oh god, we're trapped. Loving their pink tracksuits there. That was a narrow victory, but a victory nevertheless, which keeps us plugging away. I was going to say, what if this was actually a secret cup game? But it can't have been because we literally knocked them out in the last round. We're top of the league. More or less than 24. Different things. Like, this is exactly it. I like the match engine and the tactics a lot more than 24. Like, way, way more. But I don't like... But the menus are still way, way behind the effectiveness of 24. So overall, hard to say. I think when it's improved over the next couple of months, it will be better in that. But right now, on the fence about it. Oh, wait, what? Open contract. Oh, God, here we go. Looks like that's the job for after stream, Matt. Didn't you play like shit in that game? I could have sworn he played like crap and I was about to take him off. But regardless. Also, don't you already have 2 years on your current deal? Oh, you don't have an extension option, in fairness. Will we keep our first position? Literally. No, to be fair, next stream, we've bought ourselves the right. You know what the next stream's going to be called? It's youth intake time. Might even be the end of the season, honestly, next stream at this rate. There's only 14 games left, and with the amount of ground we've covered today, like, if we'd have been playing... We had barely played a game for, like, the last hour and a half, just because we had the winter break, but we're all the way into February. We've done, like, 4 months today. Wu-Tang Kang, thank you for the follow. But we are officially now top, and I'm claiming it. It's the first time all season we've been top. We're 21 unbeaten in all comps and 16 unbeaten in the league. Polonia just love a draw. They're basically us in the early season. I love that they've only lost 4 games. And yet they are nearly in the relegation zone. Right, cup time. Let's have a little gander. Wait. Better just go through our profile, innit? Of course we are. So yes, we're playing Polonia in the next round of the cup. Which is the quarterfinals at this point. Like, we've got to the quarters. And, wait a minute. Hang on. 1 second. Is there actually only 2 top flight sides left in the Polish Cup? It's only Brukbet Miecieza and Rakov. These 2 are non-league. And then it's 2 second tier only ties here. There's a really good chance with the right draw here that we could reach the Polish Cup final as well. Because imagine if we beat Polonia, which we should, because, well, we'll probably draw and then win on penalties. We have the beating of either Reszów or Wisła Kraków. Like, we should be able to beat all 3 of those sides. Polish Cup's off the rails. Hang on, they have the best, what, even better than us now? right, they do. Because we started conceding a few goals today. At one point, we were miles clear. We've still got a very good record, but imagine conceding 15 goals in 19 games and being just a few points above the drop zone. They are only scoring 1 goal a game. Yeah, I'll be curious to see what they're like on the XG table now. -7 on the points front. Somehow, they've only overperformed by 1. They're just not conceding. Are they just not creating any chances either? How weird. No, I know they won the cup 2 years ago. That's what makes this even better. That's why we chose them in the first place. Next stream is going to be a banger. If we get to a cup final, promotion, youth intake. Oh, Thursday's cooking, friends. That's tremendous. And I'm hopefully going to sort out a new contract here for our boy. I'm going to naturally save the game here, even though I don't need to. Love to see it. 2 to 3. Yeah, it will, because our we're losing a 4-point year. Now, we don't know how the coefficients will play out this season, obviously, because it's broken. So it might be a little bit fucky. But either way, this is glorious. Honestly, even if we didn't get to Europe by doing it, just winning the cup as a second tier side, considering they'd done that 2 years prior as well in real life, would have been a brilliant sort of homage to the season that we could have been managing them in. Because the reason I picked them in the first place was because they were going to be a second tier side that were playing in Europe, and I thought that would be a really fun challenge. But obviously, because 25 didn't happen, we didn't get a chance to do it. We were actually just about to go along, move on with our merry way there, Biff. I'll give you a little catch up on what's happened today, though, if I can, if I'd be so kind, if you've just joined. We're still unbeaten. We've now unbeaten in 21 matches in all competitions, 16 of which have been in the league, which is crazy. Wait, it must be a bit more than that, actually. It might even be 17 in the league. Either way, it's crazy. Marco's still really bad. Ben's now raiding the worst possible time for a raid. We were just about to head off, everybody. Thank you very much for the raid, though, Ben. Fuck it, I'm just put back on the main menu for a minute. The perfect raid time. I was literally about to raid him. I was like, it's 3 o'clock. Ben's probably still live, right? I'll just send my people over to him. But looks like you're all coming with me. It's like when the dads drop them off when they're trading kids after the divorce, and he's just taking them straight back. That's the exact analogy I'm going with, and I'm sticking with it. So yeah, I guess if you have just come across from Ben, I'd appreciate if you dropped a follow. But honestly, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't, because you know nothing about
Do you know if
me.
there's a train
other than he's the guy in the Fulham Christmas sweater in November.
Soon.
To be fair, that should be all you need to know. How was stream, everybody? Thank you very much for the follows, guys. That's very, very kind. Turn the wheels against. She's taken the kids.
I'm the Pope.
Might as well catch you up on what's happened today then now, in fact, if you're a viewer man that's just joined us from this lovely raid. So, yeah, I'm beating in 21 now. We're kind of cooking. It's a lot of draws in there. Well, actually, no, that's friendlies. Ignore the friendlies. We're chefing. We haven't lost a game since July. There was 3 in a row there, but that's beside the point. Things are good. Things are very good right now. And that is the main thing. We're also in the Cup quarterfinals, and there's only 2 top flight sides left in the Cup, and 2 third tier sides. So we might be able to get to a Cup final too. Our youth intake is a bit balked on top of that. Relocate to Poland. I don't know if we can afford you, honestly. How many won in a row? To be fair. I know what you're asking, and no, unfortunately, we haven't won 5 in a row. I checked this earlier. Those were friendlies, and as much as I'd love to claim them, the green dots, I realise that you've come from a place where you don't see a lot of these. So let me just, I'll run you through it. Basically, when you're playing against another team in Football Manager and you score more goals than them, the game rewards you with points, draws, sometimes, rarely with that situation, and you get a little green dot on your profile. Yeah, it means win. So if nothing else, this raid has now been educational. And you can take that knowledge with you to bench next stream. You started it, chat, all right? I'm just saying, you started this. So yeah, did he choose to leave in the end?
Bring on!
Never knew that. Exactly. You're learning together. Precisely. We're all learning as a group. Dr. Matt's got all kinds of more of these instructions. Yeah, everything's gone very well for us here. But no, we haven't actually won 5 games in a row. Clicking unfollow from here, I can see him angrily messaging me on Discord. And this time not to tell me I've got a crush. It's true. So yeah, no, unfortunately, no 5 wins in a row. We did do 4 wins in a row twice. God, I wish you could filter our friendlies on this page. It makes it look better than we are. We're already really good. But we did get 4 wins in a row. Well, that was in the backs of the cup, and that was on penalties too. It doesn't even count. But I think there was 4 wins in a row somewhere around here. And that was a cup game as well. Are we counting cup games? We've done 4 wins in a row twice in competitive matches, but they almost always seem to follow with a lovely little 0-0 draw on the end of it. So there you go. Tune in more for next time for some more green dots, as we're going to get all sorts of good stuff. Now I'm going to do what I was going to do and actually raid someone. Take advantage of all these wonderful people and send them to a lovely streamer, such as... Who we got? Ooh, who have we got? Options. Don't know, I took my headphones off. I mean, it'd be rude not to do my man, Kev. Should have asked. So I didn't see what the quote bot said. Do you know what? I reckon we should raid Dr. Benji. Is he still live? Answers on a postcard, please. Beautiful. So, welcome in, everybody. And also, I bid you adieu in a moment, as I'm going to send you lovely folks over to United City FM. He's a wonderful, wonderful man, so be very, very kind. And maybe if you look at his fixture page, he can also explain to you what the green dots mean. Maybe he's got 5 wins in a row. In fact, to be fair, if it's Kev, he probably does, particularly as it looks like he's playing as Worthing. So we're thinking non-league England there. There's a great chance to get some 5 wins in there too. So yeah, I will see you lovely folks on Thursday with maybe a cup final. The unbeaten run continues. The youth intake. It's going to be great. I'm actually so pumped. I wish it was Thursday already. I don't, because then the video wouldn't be done.